Chapter 2454. It was the same for Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian unleashed the dragon sword realm, which enveloped everyone and transformed into an azure dragon. Inside, Xing Tian, elderly the other elites, including Brother Morong, channeled all their energy into the azure dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail. Invincible. All the Yin soldiers in the way were sent flying. Their speed could be said to be extremely fast. It was the same for the Yi family. Countless geniuses and elders of the Yi family shone with a golden light that shot into the sky, forming a golden giant. They sent the Yin soldiers flying. On the other side, the Wavering Light's sacred ground had the Wavering Light Sage leading the way. The dragon pattern cauldron above their heads emitted a myriad of auras. It could kill even gods. The Yin soldiers in the sky were sent flying. The other sacred grounds and sects also joined forces and left quickly. These were not ordinary people. After the initial panic, they organized an effective counterattack. However, it didn't take long for Lin Xian and the others to slow down. Finally, they stopped. This was because there were 5 figures in front of them. These 5 figures were very similar to the Yin soldiers from before, but there were some differences. The armor on their bodies was more solid, and there were even ghostly patterns on it. 2 of them were even riding on war horses. However, they were not living creatures. They were Yin horses. They were formed by resentment. Damn it, these are not Yin soldiers. They are Yin generals. Their abilities are far above the Yin soldiers. As expected, the 5 Yin generals forced everyone to retreat as soon as they attacked. Buzz. The dragon pattern cauldron trembled and let out a dragon roar. Lin Xian's azure dragon shadow also roared into the sky. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave swept across the entire space. If they wanted to move forward, they had to kill these 5 Yin generals. Elderly Xing Tian, defend yourselves. Qing Cheng, Chou'er, don't move. I'll go and kill him. Lin Xian's body swayed as he charged over. Elderly and the rest stayed where they were, fighting against the Yin soldiers around them. On the other side, the Wavering Light Sage also charged over. On the Yi family side, an elder of the Yi family attacked. Of the 5 Yin generals, only 2 remained. From the Grand Xia Empire, a white-robed young man walked out. He was a prince of the Grand Xia Empire. At this moment, he also made his move and charged towards a Yin general. Chou'er, you wait here. I'll deal with the last Morong Qingcheng. Her figure flashed, and she charged towards the last Yin general with light that filled the sky. 5 powerful experts against 5 Yin generals. All of a sudden, the sky fell and the earth cracked. However, this was the tomb of a sage after all. Such a violent attack did not cause any damage to the surrounding mountain walls. Everyone was amazed. Everyone knew that only a saint would be able to do something like this. Lin Xian soared into the air and killed a Yin warrior in front of him. That Yin general had a tall and straight figure. He wore a black battle armor with ice-cold runes flickering on it. An incomparably powerful force erupted like a volcano. Sword of Fire. Lin Xian was the first to attack. A black flaming sword slashed down from the sky, and a vast aura crashed down like waves. Evil beings were afraid of fire. Hence, Lin Xian thought that the Sword of Fire should be able to restrain the other party. However, the outcome was far beyond his expectations. The Yin general was indifferent. He waved the black spear in his hand and stabbed it out. The black light was like the river Styx. It met the attack head-on. The 2 of them exploded, and an aura of ice and fire blended together. Soon, the Sword of Fire was blocked. The Yin general stabbed his spear again. The terrifying spear light turned into a black dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It tore through the void and charged forward. Sword of Water. Lin Xian swung his sword, and water filled the sky, trapping the black dragon. Sword of Earth. The ground cracked open, and 3 stone swords pierced out from the ground, charging towards the Yin general. Boom, 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 boom. The sword of earth slashed on the Yin general's body, and a sonorous sound could be heard. It was earth-shattering, and it tore through the void. However, the other party's black battle armor was very strange. Its defense was very strong, and it forcefully blocked the impact. Humph! Sky-shattering. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. He did not use the 5 elements sword again. Instead, he used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. The void in front of him exploded. An unparalleled force rushed towards the Yin general, trying to tear his body apart. Boom. This time, it was finally effective. The Yin general retreated 7 or 8 steps. The black battle armor on his body exploded. More than half of it was shattered, and half of his body was swallowed by the black hole. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He realized that there was nothing under the battle armor. There were no skeletons or corpses. What was going on? What was the Yin general? He was stunned. He had thought that there would be at least a skeleton or a rotten body inside. However, the situation was far beyond his expectations. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. At this moment, the shattered armor was slowly recovering. The endless cold ghost chi in the surroundings converged towards this side. Mysterious black runes formed and slowly healed. In the end, it was as good as new. Roar! The Yin general let out an angry roar, shattering the void. The cold and powerful aura exploded once again. Damn it! How could this be? Lin Xian frowned. He was not the only one. The great Xia prince, the Alcade sage, the Yi family's elder, and Murong Qingcheng were all in the same situation. They were all peerless experts. When they attacked, they injured the Yin general. However, the Yin general did not die. Instead, he absorbed the Yin qi and recovered. Could they not be killed? The 5 of them retreated and confronted the Yin general. They quickly discussed. Could it be that they could not be killed? Murong Qingcheng frowned. The surrounding Holy Land martial artists who were fighting against the army of Yin soldiers had ugly expressions on their faces when they saw this. Not only were the 5 Yin generals unkillable, but the surrounding Yin soldiers were also unkillable. Even if they were destroyed, they would soon reassemble and crawl over. It was endless and made them feel hopeless. Impossible. There was nothing that could not die. Even a sage could fall. Needless to say, these Yin ghosts were nothing. The great Xia prince said in a deep voice, "There must be a way, but we have not found it." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had no choice but to activate his heavenly secret divine eyes. Soon, he said in a deep voice, "Attack its heart." That was its weakness. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the few of them turned cold. Originally, they wanted to attack its head. This was because its weakness was usually the head. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to say that it was the heart. Although they had their doubts, they still nodded when they thought about what Lin Xian had done previously. They would attack its heart. Yi Tian, come here. The Yi family's elder did not continue to attack. Instead, he called a young man over. He felt that this was a good opportunity to train the Yi family's prodigy. Behind them, a young man flew over from the Yi family's crowd. This young man was very handsome. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was burly and full of power. His heart, which was the most important part, was also pierced through by the sword. Roar! The Yin general let out an indignant roar. The black armor on his body began to disappear like smoke and quickly melted. Clang! A black bead fell from the sky. There was no corpse, only a black bead. Lin Xian frowned. He waved his hand and summoned the black bead in front of him. His eyes flickered as he looked at it carefully. He saw that the black bead was covered with mysterious patterns. They looked like strange ancient characters. He couldn't understand what they meant. Lin Xian unleashed the great dragon sword soul, and unleashed countless sword chi to envelop the black bead. Then he put it away. He would study it in the future. Anyway, with the great dragon sword soul, he could destroy everything. The black bead wouldn't be able to do anything. After doing all this, Lin Xian looked around. The other 4 battles were almost over. The dragon pattern cauldron above the Alcade Saint's head opened and closed. The terrifying power blasted the Yin general's back. In the hand of the prince of the skyscraper, there was a golden sword that was extremely sharp. Yi Tian was like a god of war. His fist technique was unparalleled. Murong Qingchun was like a fairy. There was a lotus flower under her feet, surrounded by countless petals. She was exceptionally beautiful, but at the same time, she was extremely terrifying. In the end, the other 4 Yin generals were also killed. That was great. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists of the great sage all heaved a sigh of relief. They blasted away the surrounding Yin soldiers and quickly advanced. Boom! They had just advanced 1,000 meters when a black fist suddenly appeared in front of them. It crushed the void and crashed toward them. The Yi family and the others were walking in front, so the fist directly enveloped them. Yi Tian roared and punched out. Bang, bang! The 2 collided and made an earth-shattering sound. Then Yi Tian was sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. How was that possible? The Yi family martial artists were shocked and could not believe it. The surrounding people also sucked in a breath of cold air. They all stopped in their tracks and looked ahead in bewilderment. Although Yi Tian was not a saint or a sacred body, he was a young prodigy of the Yi family. His strength was absolutely terrifying. He was definitely not weaker than the saint. Coupled with the Yi family's bloodline and the terrifying body-tempering technique, no one could compete with him in close-range combat. However, the black fist in front of them directly injured Yi Tian. Who was that person? They did not dare to imagine. Lin Xian, the great Xia prince, the Alcade saint, and the other prodigies also frowned. Whoosh! Their eyes were red as they looked ahead. The void in front of them was torn apart by a pair of large black hands. Then a figure walked out. The figure was surrounded by endless black runes. There was even a nether river flowing under his feet. Yin King, the pupils of an elder of the Yi family, constricted. He did not expect that in addition to the Yin soldiers and Yin generals, there was also a Yin King. The Yin generals were already so terrifying. They did not dare to imagine how powerful the Yin King was. Needless to say, he was definitely stronger than the saint. Otherwise, he would not be able to send Yi Tian flying with one punch. The Yin King was not wearing armor. He was wearing an ancient robe that was also an ancient item. Some parts were broken. His skin was dry and black. It was very sturdy, like black gold. He had a body. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that this was not the same as the Yin soldiers and Yin generals. The previous Yin soldiers were only wrapped in armor but did not have a body. Chapter 2456. Boom. Just as they were confused and discussing, the Yin King in front of them made his move. He slapped out with his palm, and the Styx River under his feet surged. It was incomparably roaring, like a black ocean surging over. It was going to swallow everyone. Quick, defend! An elder from the Wavering Light's sacred ground exclaimed. These people did not dare to be careless and attacked one after another. They collided with the black Styx River. In the sky, intense energy exploded, and one black hole after another appeared. Finally, they managed to block the terrifying palm. However, the elder's expressions were ugly. This Yin King was too terrifying. He actually retained the divine ability from when he was alive. They could tell that the palm from before was an ancient technique. Thousand Waves Palm. The palm was like thousands of waves superimposed. It was very powerful. Humph! The Wavering Light saint snorted coldly. and Yi Tian's eyes lit up. I don't believe that I can't defeat him. Let's attack together. Lin Xian pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword again and took a step forward. At the same time, Murong Qingqing beside him also came out. Shen Jingqiu also wanted to go up, but thinking about her lack of experience, she decided not to. She could only cheer from the side. Brother Lin Xian, Sister Qingqing, you guys can do it. On the other side, the wavering light saint, Yi Tian, and the great Xia prince also walked out. The 5 peerless geniuses surrounded the Yin King in front of them. The surrounding people kept retreating, creating a battlefield. They knew that a shocking battle would erupt. At this moment, everyone was silently watching, because this was a peerless battle. The 5 peerless geniuses were all saints. How spectacular would the scene be when the 5 of them attacked? The young disciples of the great sage were extremely excited. Even the older generation figures were full of anticipation. Whoosh! The Yin King in front of them did not speak, but his body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Buzz! Lin Xian and the other 4 tensed up. They felt a great pressure pressing down from the sky. It was as if the universe was going to tear their bodies apart. Boom! The Styx River under his feet suddenly spun like a black tornado, sweeping in all directions. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the other 4 moved to defend themselves. However, the water droplets flew in all directions even though the Styx River was torn apart. Some of the Holy Land martial artists were touched by these water droplets and immediately screamed. They were actually killed by a drop of water. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and blood dyed the ground red. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces were filled with horror. They retreated as if they had gone mad. At the same time, they activated their armor and their strongest defense. Damn it! How could it be so terrifying? They screamed. Initially, he had thought that he would be able to kill the other party with the help of the 5 geniuses. But now, it seemed that the situation was far beyond their expectations. A single drop of the black nether river beneath his feet could kill a genius from a sacred ground. This method was too terrifying. Even the elders of the Holy Lands had ugly expressions on their faces. They set up layers upon layers of formations that enveloped everyone. Immortal Palace, Elderly, and Xing Tian also took Shen Jingqiu and the other martial practitioners and quickly retreated. Xing Tian's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "This Yin King was too terrifying. When he was alive, he must have been a world-shaking, peerless figure. Damn it!" Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The wavering light saint and the others also had gloomy expressions. They did not expect the Yin King to be so terrifying. In the next moment, they decisively made their move. Sky shattering, Lin Xian swung his sword, and the integrated void completely exploded. The nether river was swallowed by the spatial cracks. In the distance, the people from the Holy Land heaved a sigh of relief after the nether river's impact was stopped. The other saints also made their move. The Yin King roared, and the air waves on his body surged into the sky. The terrifying power made everyone's scalp tingle. A cold, murderous intent shot into the sky. Humph! Lin Xian swung the dragon source ancient sword, and the sword chi on his body erupted. He used the god's sword technique again. In the sky, the cold ghost chi was cut into pieces. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist. At this moment, Yi Tian also made his move. His fist seemed to be able to overturn the universe. With a punch, the void collapsed, and a violent force surged forward. It was as if a dragon was roaring. Sacred Light Technique. The Wavering Light Saint used the Wavering Light, Holy Land's great ability, and the sky was filled with light rushing forward. Golden Sword. The great Xia Prince's aura of the Tao of Dragon shone brightly, and the golden sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. It was like a peerless heavenly sword, splitting the sky in half. flying flower. Murong Qingqing stepped on a jade lotus, and countless flowers danced around her, forming a long saber and slashed forward. The 5 great prodigies' attacks completely destroyed the void in front of them. Was it settled? Behind them, the Holy Land's martial artists were watching with rapt attention. He. In front of them, a disdainful sneer came from the sky filled with energy. This voice made everyone's scalp tingle, and they all looked forward. They saw that the violent energy was extinguished by a large black palm. Boom! The large black palm did not stop, but turned into 5 palm prints and slapped toward Lin Xian and the other 4. It was as if 5 dark clouds were pressing down with the power of 10,000 das. Lin Xian and the other 4 looked solemn, and they felt that the blood in their bodies was about to freeze. Obviously, this palm was too terrifying. Although it was just palm shadows, they could not take it head-on. Sword of water, dazzling light shrouded the sky. Wang Jinzhan, dragon mutual slaughter. Water moon lotus platform. Lin Xian and the other 4 unleashed their strongest moves once again and attacked. In the sky, the sound of an intense collision could be heard, and the 5 large black palms were mercilessly torn apart. The terrifying divine power rushed toward the Yin King once again. Whoosh! At this moment, 2 more black palms slapped over, and the 5 divine powers in the sky were extinguished. In the sky, a terrifying explosion could be heard, and a storm swept out in all directions. The void collapsed, and the entire passageway was shaking. Lin Xian and the other 4 retreated, but the Yin King stood in the sky like a demon king, and thunder rumbled in all directions. He was not injured at all. Damn it, how could it be? How could he be so strong? Who exactly was he? Could he be an invincible king? The people from the Holy Land were horrified. Even the elders had serious expressions on their faces. They even wanted to attack together and kill the other party quickly. However, they did not do so, because in front of them, Lin Xian and the other 4 attacked again. Buzz! Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul circulated crazily, and the 5 elements sword technique was displayed to the extreme. The power of the 5 elements flashed in the sky. Those sword lights were filled with killing intent. Bang, bang, bang. The sword lights were extremely sharp, and like 5 heavenly swords, they descended from the sky and completely enveloped the Yin King. Ha ha! The Yin King was forced back, and the ghost chi on his body surged rapidly. What a powerful sword technique! Everyone behind was shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian's sword technique could become stronger. Mountain Embracing Seal. Chapter 2457. The shadow of a huge mountain appeared in his arms and quickly condensed in the sky. This mountain was too terrifying. It was like a demonic mountain. It was covered with rocks and lush trees. The moment it appeared, it crushed the void and headed towards the King of Yin. Ancient technique, Mountain Embracing Seal. At this moment, it was used by Yi Tian and was extremely powerful. Furious Dragon Sword Technique. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty held a golden sword surrounded by the aura of a true dragon. He struck out a golden sword light that turned into a giant dragon roaring in the sky. Holy Light Ball. The wavering light saint raised his hand and struck out a terrifying golden light ball. Although it was only the size of a fist, it was too terrifying. The power on it made even the elders' eyelids twitch wildly. This was the ultimate technique of the wavering light sacred land. Catoptric deflection. Murong Qingcheng used the jade pool's great technique. 3 mirrors appeared between heaven and earth. They transformed into 3 half-moons and formed a triangle. The void was mercilessly cut open in an instant. The great techniques of the 5 people once again enveloped the Yin King. Bang, bang. The Een King was beaten until he was forced to retreat. His body was filled with ghost chi. Even his cold aura had weakened a lot. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely excited. But soon, the faces of the older generation turned ugly again, because they found that although the Een King was suppressed, his body was not damaged at all. Even his robe was not damaged at all. How could the other party's defense be so strong? Could it be that he was really an invincible king? They were extremely shocked because the strength of Lin Xian and the other four was definitely at the level of a peerless, mighty figure. And they were very terrifying existences among the peerless, mighty figures. When the five of them joined forces, even a peerless, mighty figure could not resist. Unless they had surpassed the realm of a peerless, mighty figure and reached the realm of an invincible king. If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. An invincible king was far beyond the realm of a peerless, mighty figure. It was impossible to defeat him. Don't worry, he shouldn't be an invincible king. The elder of the wavering light sacred land shook his head. If he was really an invincible king, his aura would be completely different. His current aura was still at the realm of a peerless, mighty figure. Thinking about it, he must have a special ability. Or there was something wrong with that ancient Taoist robe. Hearing that he was not an invincible king, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as they weren't invincible king tiers, they could be defeated. He believed that with the strength of the five geniuses, it was still possible for them to kill the other party. Wang. In front, Een King stopped retreating. He clapped his palms together and tore apart the energy storm. At the same time, his turbid eyes suddenly lit up with a white light. Two white flames were emitted and pulsated. It was extremely strange. It looked like a flame, but it was emitting a cold aura. Spectral bone fire. Damn it, he actually managed to condense such a flame. Could it be that he could still cultivate? Seeing this scene, the faces of the surrounding elders turned incomparably ugly. Lin Xian and the other four were also shocked. That was because the impact of the two white flames on them was too great. A deathly threat instantly arose in their hearts. They knew that this was an extremely terrifying flame. They definitely couldn't resist it head-on. They had to think of a way to dodge it. Their opponent's white flames posed a great threat to them. Wang. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain appeared, completely enveloping him. Pung pung pung. A low sound rang out. The white flames that filled the sky collided with the dragon sword domain, emitting the sound of ice and snow colliding. Fortunately, the dragon sword domain was formed by the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. Therefore, although the white flames were terrifying, they were still unable to break through the dragon sword domain. However, the other party's powerful strength made Lin Xian feel even more pressure. On the other side, Murom Qingcheng, Yi Tian, the great Xia Prince, and the Alcade Saint all used their ultimate skills to block the terrifying spectral bone fire. Everyone's faces were solemn and abnormally ugly. When the various elders of the great sage saw this scene, they were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. The five geniuses were actually suppressed. This made them unable to believe it. These were five geniuses, all of whom were at the level of saints. Any one of them could suppress a group of heroes. But now, the five of them were actually unable to deal with Een King in front of them. Just what realm had this Een King reached? What strength was he? They didn't dare to imagine. This person must have been an incomparably terrifying, peerless figure when he was alive. Many elders were shocked. Whoosh! Just as they were discussing, the white flames that filled the sky also pounced towards them. These people were so frightened that their scalps went numb. Hurry up and defend. They all raised their battle armors to resist. At the same time, the turrets, shields, and all kinds of lights lit up. But it was useless. In an instant, many people let out miserable cries. All their defenses melted under the white flames. Many experts' bodies melted and were burned clean, not even leaving behind ashes. Damn it, retreat! Everyone shouted and retreated frantically. They were extremely terrified. Only now did they know what kind of pressure Lin Xian, Alcade, and the Alcade Saint were under. That was way too terrifying. So many experts were killed in an instant. The power of the white flames was truly terrifying. Elder, should we go and help? A cultivator from the Yi family asked. They looked ahead and were a little worried. The Yi family's elder's eyes flickered as he shook his head slightly. There was no need. Their lives were not in danger yet. Not only the Yi family, but the people of the Nacrolite Sacred Ground, Immortal Palace, and the Great Xia Empire also didn't make a move. They knew that the strength of these geniuses was even more terrifying than they imagined. They were afraid that these people had not used their full strength yet. In front, Lin Xian and the other four blocked the white flames and began to counterattack. Their strength gradually increased. Lin Xian's sword Qi soared into the sky. The huge sword Qi was like a divine pillar that pierced the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens. The terrifying light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Not only was it spectacular, but it was also extremely sharp. The surrounding white flames were actually extinguished by the sword Qi. This scene shocked everyone. This guy was so powerful. He was actually able to extinguish such terrifying flames. Look, the Alcade Saint also made a move. Everyone exclaimed. In front, the Alcade Saint's dragon pattern cauldron was above his head, and thousands of auras drooped down. He waved his hand to activate the dragon pattern cauldron, and the 2 dragons on it roared. Countless rays of light scattered down, shattering the surrounding white flames. The great Xia prince's body was surrounded by the aura of the Tao of Dragon, and the giant golden sword in his hand was even more powerful. A vacuum area appeared beside him. Yi Tian's aura was violent, and his black hair fluttered. A huge golden giant completely enveloped him. The golden giant walked in the white flames, not afraid of the terrifying flames at all. Chapter 2458. The golden giant walked in the white flames, not afraid of the terrifying flames at all. The raging flames surrounded him, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist. He pushed the golden giant and punched out one terrifying fist after another, shattering the void. Countless flames were suppressed in an instant. Murong Qingqing stepped on a lotus flower, countless petals dancing around her. Her hands formed a seal, forming a blue bottle above her head. A stream of silver water descended and surrounded her, extinguishing the white flames around her. The 5 geniuses walked quickly in the white flames and charged forward. In an instant, they arrived near the Yin King. The Yin King roared angrily. He felt provoked. Whoosh! The aura on his body erupted again, and it was incomparably sharp. The extremely cold aura made people tremble. So terrifying! Everyone was shocked. They didn't know that in the passage behind them, a group of people had also stopped. They were Yen Ryu and the others from the Demon King Palace. They had already seen light in front of them and wanted to speed up. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering aura suddenly came from the front. It made everyone stop in their tracks. So terrifying! Whose aura was this? Could it be that the human race had such an expert? The faces of the warriors from the Demon King Palace turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Yen Ryu and Hui Tiandu's expressions were solemn. It was obvious that this aura brought them a great threat. The elders also frowned. Their eyes were like divine lamps, streaking across the void and looking into the distance. They were extremely shocked. It wasn't the human race. The others also saw it. This distance was nothing to them. Moreover, Without the array, they could see the situation in front of them clearly in an instant. Soon, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Een King, Een soldiers. Damn it, how could there be so many Een soldiers? There was actually a Een King. They were about to go crazy. Didn't this kind of thing only exist in legends? This was probably a place to hide corpses. Look at the corpses on both sides. Something must have happened to kill all these people here. Among them, there was no lack of powerful ancient experts. An elder's eyes flickered. Hu Tiandu looked around. There were human corpses everywhere. There were no corpses of the demon race. Let's not go up first. Let's wait here for those people to deal with the Een King first, the elder suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. There was nothing he could do about it. The aura ahead was simply too terrifying. Yen Ruyu's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. However, her gaze was fixed on a figure in the distance. In front of him, Lin Xian and the other 4 geniuses were all using their trump cards to get rid of the Een King. Heaven-destroying finger. Yi Tian roared. He stretched out a finger and pressed it forward. Boom. A gigantic golden finger appeared between the heaven and earth, crushing down on the void like a huge golden mountain pressing down from the sky. This golden finger was incomparably huge, and there were countless mysterious patterns on it. It was as if it could really destroy the world. Hand of heaven. Murong Qingcheng waved her hand. Her palm was like white jade, extremely sharp and carried a wave of immortal Dao runes. It was as if the palm of a deity was rapidly approaching. This was a great divine ability that was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that it could shatter everything. Divine Dragon 7 steps. The royal family of the Great Xia also made their move. The phantom of a golden dragon appeared beneath his feet, and with every step he took, heaven and earth crumbled. This was a terrifying pace. Sure enough, with every step he took, the Een King retreated a little. Mixed Yuan's sacred light technique. The Alcade Saint Sun shot out a terrifying light. Behind him, 108 godly demons circled around him. He looked like a god. This ray of light was simply too sharp. How old was the elder that felt his scalp go numb? 5 elements sword, 5 elements as one. Lin Xian did not hold back either. He combined the 5 elements sword into a divine sword and directly rushed over. The power of the 5 elements surrounded it, and coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was truly terrifying. Boom, boom. The Een King was finally beaten back. The white flames on his body and the terrifying Een Qi had dimmed by a lot. It would be extinguished at any moment. That's great. I've finally suppressed it. When the cultivators of the sacred grounds saw this scene, they all cheered. In front, Lin Xian and the other 4 were also chasing after the Een King. Lin Xian held the Dragon Source ancient sword in his hand and swung it. Every sword light carried a dense power of the 5 elements. Pung, 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 pung. The long sword slashed on the Een King, and a sharp sword light shot into the sky. Murong Qingcheng and the other 3 also charged over. The 5 experts surrounded the Een King. God Punisher. On the 30th move, Lin Xian changed his sword technique. A sharp sword light, like a sword from the gods, cut through the void and pierced towards Een King's throat. Puff! The Een King roared and his body spun. At the same time, the white flames and terrifying Een Qi in front of him condensed into 2 powerful defenses. Clang! The terrifying defenses were broken, and the Dragon Source ancient sword pierced towards the Een King. However, it did not pierce the Een King's head. Instead, it left a terrifying sword mark on his body. Black blood flowed out instantly, and it was incomparably smelly. Lin Xian and the other 4 frowned. Roar! An angry roar sounded. The Een King was furious. He had never been injured before. Pung! Another terrifying attack on the Een King's head sent him flying again. There was even more black blood on his body. The Een King struggled to stand up, wanting to counterattack. The mixed origins sacred light technique struck his body again, sending him flying. Roar! Roar! The Een King charged over like a madman. In the sky, the hand of heaven slapped down mercilessly, sending him flying. The heaven-destroying finger landed on his body, causing cracks to appear on his ancient clothes. His body was sent flying. After a series of attacks, the Een King was heavily injured, but he did not die. Not only that, he became even more violent. Whoosh! The Een King pulled out a black long blade from the void. It was more than 10 meters long. Ghost chi surrounded it, as if it was pulled out from the world of death. Whoosh! 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 5 blade lights were shot out. They were incomparably black, like the river Styx. They fell from the sky, bringing with them dense death energy. Not good, it's the death demonic blade. Disperse, the great Xia prince exclaimed. The others also defended and dodged. Lin Xian frowned. Why did the death demonic blade sound so similar to the blade technique Hui Dao used? That's right, it was indeed an ancient blade technique. The death demonic blade was a blade technique that belonged to the demonic blade. It was extremely terrifying. The Een King definitely retained some divine abilities from when he was alive. The previous Thousand Waves palm and the current death demonic blade were probably his best techniques when he was alive. The great Xia prince explained at the side. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded in understanding. As they spoke, their bodies drew thousands of afterimages in the air. It was impossible to tell which one was real. Chapter 2459. The death demonic saber was too terrifying. The black saber light enveloped the entire space, destroying all the afterimages. Humph! Clang! A saber light slashed towards the Alcade Saint, but was blocked by the Alcade Saint's dragon pattern cauldron. Another slashed towards Murong Qingqing, but was blocked by the lotus jade platform under Murong Qingqing's feet. The third slash was blocked by Yi Tian's golden giant. The great Xia prince used the divine dragon steps and dodged quickly. In the end, only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian did not dodge and rushed forward. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand slashed open the void and collided with the death demonic saber. When the two collided, the sound of thunder was endless. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth, and black thunder fell from the sky. The energy was like a wave, slapping in all directions. Is this guy crazy? What is he trying to do? Does he want to fight the Een King alone? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they exclaimed in surprise. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace were also worried. No, the young master wants the Een King to use the death saber technique. Xing Tian frowned. Elder Li's eyes flickered. It seemed like that was the case. The death demonic saber technique was Hui Dao's saber technique, but it was not complete. Now, the Immortal Palace master saw the complete death demonic saber technique. He must want the Een King to use it completely. Does he want to restore the saber technique? Xing Tian also took a deep breath. Not only were the two of them shocked, but the elders and experts of the great sage land were also shocked. They naturally realized Lin Xian's intention. But soon, some people sneered. An elder of the 5 Elements Palace sneered. This kid is too greedy. Although the death demonic saber technique is an ancient saber technique, it is extremely terrifying. But it is not so easy to master. Yes, an elder of the 9 heavens holy ground snorted. This is a heaven-class cultivation technique. So what if you see it once? It is impossible to unleash the essence and power of the death demonic saber. One must have the corresponding cultivation technique and path to use the death demonic saber. Who does this guy think he is? He wants to restore the ancient saber technique? The people from the 10,000 lightning holy land also sneered. Up ahead, The Yao Guang sage, the great Xia prince, and Yi Tian also frowned. Murong Qingcheng, on the other hand, looked worried. After blocking the death demonic blade, they also quickly rushed forward, ready to kill the enemy. This was because they did not think that Lin Xian would be able to gain anything from it. Brother Lin, use your final trump card, the prince of the great Xia dynasty said in a deep voice. Good. Lin Xian nodded. His eyes suddenly burst with an incomparably sharp light, and the sword qi on his body rose again. One dragon after another appeared in the sky, letting out loud dragon roars. At this moment, everyone was shocked, and their expressions changed. The members of the royal family were especially terrified. No way! This is the aura of the Tao of Dragons. How could he have the aura of the Tao of Dragons? Moreover, it was so terrifying. It was even related to swordsmanship. They were all dumbfounded. The other party was not a member of the imperial family, so how could he know this kind of cultivation technique? The prince of the great Xia dynasty was also surprised. However, he quickly regained his senses. He used the divine dragon's 7 steps to the extreme, and a last step pressed down from the sky. It was so powerful that it directly shattered the entire void. The death demonic blade's radiance was shattered, and King Yin retreated. Whoosh! Lin Xian made his move. A dragon's roar and a sword's cry rang out. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow, the power of the 5 elements, and the chaotic heaven destroyer sword rushed over together. Boom! The power of this sword was too terrifying, and it directly destroyed a large number of the death demonic blades. Between heaven and earth, the sword qi rushed in all directions, making everyone unable to open their eyes. The Yao Guang sage and Murong Qingcheng also used their final trump cards. Thousands of rays of light shrouded the front, and the terrifying energy kept bombarding. It was not until a long time later that the bright light in the sky disappeared. In front, the storm also gradually subsided. Everyone looked forward carefully. They wanted to know what happened to King Yin. Great, he was killed. Many warriors of the sacred land of life cheered because they found that King Yin was lying on the ground, motionless, and had no breath. The white flame in his eyes had disappeared, and the Yin qi on his body had also disappeared. He became a corpse again. However, the elders of the sacred land gasped. Such a terrifying attack, but the opponent's body did not completely shatter, and only a few wounds appeared. It was too horrifying, but fortunately, the opponent was killed. Sure enough, when King Yin died, the surrounding Yin soldiers and Yin generals also quickly retreated. They entered the corpse one after another and lay down again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces were wild with joy. Great, they finally chased away these Yin soldiers. In front, Lin Xian and the other 4 figures also swayed and returned to their respective camps. Young Lord, Palace Master. Seeing Lin Xian return, the people of Immortal Palace were also very excited because their palace master was too handsome. Shun Jingqiu was even more excited, and she waved her pink fists. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's leave quickly, Lin Xian said. Then he led the crowd forward quickly. The people of the other sacred lands also left quickly. In the passage behind, when the people of Demon King Palace saw this scene, they also said, "Let's go." They also followed closely behind. Otherwise, if the Yin soldiers resurrected after the other party left, they would be in trouble. They quickly moved their bodies and followed after him. When the people of Demon King Palace appeared, the people of the great sage sects in front frowned, because they felt a new power joining them. For a moment, countless gazes looked over. Lin Xian also turned his head to look. He was stunned because he saw Yan Ruyu. However, when he saw the strangely shaped cultivators that resembled demons beside the other party, he couldn't help but frown. Elderly said, "Palace Master, they are from Demon King Palace. Demon King Palace. It was a sacred ground in the South Mountain. Most of the people there were related to the demon race, but they were basically half demons or the descendants of mutated species. Most of these people knew the demon race's great abilities, and they were abnormally terrifying. Moreover, their physiques were very strong, and they were not weaker than the warriors of the four symbols' sacred ground. They were here too. Many people from the sacred lands exclaimed. They did not notice Demon King Palace before, and thought that they did not come. They did not expect them to be following behind. The friends of Demon King Palace were very free. An elder from the great evolution's sacred ground snorted. You want us to lead the way while you reap without sowing? There was no such thing in the world. The people of Five Elements Palace also darkened their faces. The eyes of the others flickered. They were also not very friendly to the newcomers from Demon King Palace. Firstly, they were humans, and the other party was a half-demon with the bloodline of the demon race. Naturally, they were seen as aliens by the sacred lands. Moreover, the other party was too cunning. He followed behind them and reaped the benefits without suffering any harm. Chapter 2460. Humph! This is the tomb of the demon race's saint. How dare you humans come in here? At this moment, the Demon King Palace's martial artists also roared. Hearing this, the great sage frowned. Demon Saint's tomb? They didn't think so. Who told you that this was the tomb of the demon saint? An elder of the Nine Heavens' sacred ground said with a cold expression. That's right. Look at this place. It doesn't look like the tomb of the demon race at all. This is obviously the tomb of the human race's saint, *T. The gate at the beginning was written in the language of the demon race. How dare you say that this is not the tomb of the demon race? The Demon King Palace's martial artists couldn't take it anymore and roared. Scales even began to appear on some parts of their bodies. Terrifying demon chi spread out from their bodies. Okay, stop arguing. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's leave first. The Yi family's people stood out. The Wavering Light Sacred Grounds elder also said, let's leave first. After saying that, they led their disciples and walked forward. Seeing this, the other sacred grounds also left. Indeed, who knew if those Een soldiers would come again? It was better to leave first. Many people snorted and looked at the Demon King Palace with a trace of coldness in their eyes. The people of the Demon King Palace also glared. Lord, let's go. Elderly asked. Yes. Lin Xian nodded, but he didn't move immediately. Instead, he looked into the distance. He looked at Yen Ruyu. What a coincidence. We meet again. Yes, I didn't expect to see you here. Yen Ruyu also smiled. Her smile stunned everyone around her. Even those Holy Land martial artists who were hostile to the monster emperor before couldn't help but gulp at this moment. What a beautiful woman! Who is she? Is she the saintess of the Demon King Palace? They didn't know, but she was definitely not ordinary. The young man beside her was the saintess of the Demon King Palace. How did this kid know someone from the Demon King Palace? They looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled face. Even the people of the Immortal Palace were surprised. Lord? Elder Li's eyes were filled with doubt. Lin Xian smiled. All right, let's go. He gave Yen Ruyu another look, and then, together with Shin Jingqiu, Morom Qingcheng, and the others from Immortal Palace, walked forward with large steps. Ruyu, who is this brat? Hua Tiandu frowned as he watched Ling Xian and the others leave. There was a cold gleam in his eyes. An old friend, Yen Ruyu said indifferently. She didn't say anything else. Hearing this, Hua Tiandu's brows furrowed even tighter. Old friend? How could the other party have an old friend? The other party's old friend should also be a member of their demon group. Why would it have such a strange relationship with a human boy? Go and find out who this brat is and what his identity is. Hua Tiandu sent a sound transmission to the people beside him. Whoosh! The three experts from the Demon King Palace behind him disappeared in a flash. This scene was naturally captured by Yen Ruyu, but she did not say anything. Soon, the people from the Demon Monarch Palace also walked forward. After leaving the place where the Een soldiers were, the main hall appeared in front of them again. And this time, the main hall was clearly divided into many areas, and every place seemed to have an ancient aura. There was something. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the warriors from the great sage land lit up. They moved quickly. The main hall was so big that it was unimaginable. Therefore, these warriors from the Holy Land could not help but speed up. There were fragments here. Not long after, a cry of surprise was heard. One of them was holding a broken shadow in his hand. It seemed to be a fragment of a weapon, and it was very broken. One could tell at a glance that it was from a long time ago. However, everyone was extremely excited. Other than you demons, I can't see any other demons here. Humph, you humans always know how to quibble. However, my Demon Imperial Palace will not be afraid of you. If you want to start a war, then fight. Chapter 2461. Let's fight then. Why should I be afraid of you? The people of the Five Elements Palace did not back down. No matter what, they were still a peerless sect. How could they be afraid of these demons? Humph, go to hell. A disciple of the Five Elements Palace attacked. It was a young man. He punched out, and countless stone hands appeared in the sky, blasting towards the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. Courting death. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace were also angry. The other party actually dared to attack them. He was really courting death. At this moment, Hui Qiandu and Yen Ruyu did not attack. The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace also did not attack. The bronze bull who spoke before made his move. Boom. He stomped his foot and swung his head. His two horns suddenly enlarged, turning into dozens of meters, and directly smashing into the void. Boom, boom, boom. It shattered all the stone hands in the sky. Not only that, but its sharp horns also charged forward. Boom. The disciple of the Five Elements Palace who attacked was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and many of his bones were broken. What Five Elements Palace? Trash. If you dare to be arrogant again, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The Oxhead's voice was cold and carried boundless killing intent. Courting death. Another expert walked out of the Five Elements Palace. It was a woman with a beautiful appearance and wearing colorful clothes. At this moment, her jade lotus was cold, and her beautiful eyes were filled with endless coldness. Xiao waved his hand, and blue light bloomed on her body, forming a continuous wave. Rain fell from the sky. It covered the sky and covered the earth, sprinkling forward. This was no ordinary rainwater. Every droplet was sparkling and translucent, carrying boundless killing intent. They formed a large blue net that enveloped the Minotaur. You want to hurt me with mere rain? The ox head sneered. He punched out, completely tearing the entire sky apart. The rain that filled the sky was impacted by the energy and kept shaking in the sky. However, this was the power of water, and it carried endless killing intent. Soon, the rain pierced through the void and blasted the oxhead's body. Clang, 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 clang. Sounds like thunder rang out one after another, and the oxhead kept retreating. However, he was not injured. His physique was simply too strong. Ha ha! You want to hurt me with mere rain? You're overestimating yourself. Bitch, go to hell. The Minotaur stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. The woman's face was pale, and her body swayed. However, at this moment, a golden light appeared within the blue light on her body. A golden saber light burst out of his body and slashed forward. Puff! This saber slashed apart all of the attacks and cut open the opponent's palm. Blood dyed the sky red, and the Minotaur cried out in pain. Damn it, How dare you hurt me? Demon Ox Fist. He was truly enraged. Countless terrifying fists appeared in the sky, smashing down like meteors. The entire sky shattered and shrouded the woman. Boom! The golden saber swung and closed, sweeping in all directions. As the two collided, countless sparks erupted. Damn it! Go for me! Seeing this scene, the people from the demon royal palace roared in anger. Several powerful demon kings rushed over. Seeing this scene, the people of the Five Elements Palace also shouted coldly and sent out their experts. Everyone fought together, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The entire secret chamber was shaking. Fortunately, there was a strong barbaric aura above the secret chamber, which blocked the terrifying energy impact. Otherwise, not to mention the secret chamber, the entire ancient tomb would be destroyed. Huitiandu, come and fight. The Five Elements Saint stepped out, and the power of the Five Elements spread out from his body. Behind him was a Five Elements mountain. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Huitiandu stepped out, and the demonic power on his body surged like a vast ocean, shattering the void. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people retreated and distanced themselves. The martial artists from the other sacred grounds and sects also looked over when they saw this scene. Lin Xian and the others narrowed their eyes. Huitiandu, the saint of the demon royal palace. They wondered how strong he was. Whoosh! In front, the Five Elements Saint made his move. Five Elements light flickered under his feet, and his body rushed over like lightning. He struck out with his palm. The golden palm was like a raging wave, shattering the void and shrouding Huitiandu. You want to fight me in close combat? You must be tired of living. Huitiandu let out a long roar, and a purple light circulated around his body. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out, colliding with the terrifying golden palm. The battle between the two was very intense, and the eyelids of the surrounding people twitched. Lin Xian also looked over with rapt attention. Wasn't this Huitiandu's physique too strong? Did the demon clan all have such strong physiques? The battle ahead was very intense. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he scanned the battlefield. Then he looked at a wall. There was a picture on the wall. It was a stone painting with Dao patterns on it. There were a total of 6 Dao patterns. That was really incredible. That was because an ordinary broken ancient treasure would at most have 1 or 2 Dao patterns on it, and that was enough to make everyone go crazy. But this stone painting had 6 Dao patterns on it, which was absolutely shocking. No wonder the people from the Five Elements Palace and the Demon Royal Palace were fighting. No matter who saw it, they would probably go crazy. Moreover, under the stone painting, there were a few fragments, which were also ancient treasure fragments. Little White, take out those ancient treasures first. Lin Xian grabbed Little White Monkey, and Little White used Treasure Bowl to take out the 2 fragments. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon laughed. Ha ha! There were indeed Dao patterns. Among the 2 fragments, one had 1 Dao pattern, and the other had 1.5 Dao patterns. These Dao patterns were extremely mysterious and different from now. It was obvious that they were from the ancient era. If they could understand the secrets and profoundness inside, it would definitely increase their strength greatly. Little White, go get that stone painting and see if you can take it down. The dark red divine dragon said. Little White tried and found that it was impossible. He reckoned that with the snow-white little monkey's current strength, he could at most retrieve 2 Dao patterns from thin air. He wouldn't be able to retrieve any more. It seemed that they could only snatch it. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Shun Jingqiu was also very excited. She blinked her crescent-shaped eyes. I'm so excited. Hurry up and do it. I can't wait anymore. This little girl liked to fight now. After all, although she was powerful and had reached the saintess level, but normally she didn't have many opportunities to fight. Therefore, Her actual combat experience wasn't that strong. Now, the little girl urgently wanted to fight to improve herself. All right, let's go all out, Lin Xian added. After all, the people around him were all at the level of saints. In addition to Dark Red Shinong and Xing Tian, they were definitely incomparably powerful. Although such a team had few people, they weren't weak at all compared to the two major forces inside. Let's wait and let the people inside exhaust themselves. When they're almost done fighting, we'll go. Chapter 2462. The battle in front was extremely intense. No one from the Five Elements Palace or the Demon King Palace was willing to back down. After all, the temptation of 6 Dao patterns was simply too great for them. In an instant, the sky was filled with dazzling light as terrifying auras filled the air. All kinds of weapons collided in the sky, making intense sounds. Every collision tore the sky apart, causing huge cracks to appear one after another. Those who passed by felt their scalps go numb when they saw such an intense battle. They didn't dare to get close at all and stayed far away. Therefore, they didn't know that there was a stone painting with 6 Dao patterns inside. Among them, the 5 Elements Saint and Huatiandu were the fiercest. Both of them were saints and were extremely powerful. If they attacked now, they would definitely be able to destroy one side. The martial artists who were close to them exploded into a bloody mist. Boom! An elder from the 5 Elements Palace was caught off guard and was hit by the shockwave. Half of his body instantly split open. He screamed as his scalp went numb. He immediately retreated. Half of his body was already broken, and his internal organs were exposed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The elder from the 5 Elements Palace used a secret technique to quickly heal his broken body. Soon he was back to normal. However, the elder's face was extremely pale. At their level, they could recover from ordinary injuries. At the Invincible King level, they were even more powerful. As long as their soul wasn't destroyed, they could be reborn. It was said that at the saint level, they were even more terrifying. Even if their physical body and soul were destroyed, they could be reborn as long as there was a drop of blood. Although they couldn't do that now, as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, they could still recover. It was just that the consumption was greater. The elder recovered and let out a furious roar. He led the 3 young disciples and charged forward once again. This time, they stared at Yan Ruyu because they realized that there was no one around her. Kill. The elder was an almighty, and the 3 young disciples behind him were also almighty geniuses. At this moment, the 4 of them attacked together, and the scene was extremely terrifying. In an instant, they tore through the void and arrived in front of Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu raised her head to look at this scene, and the corners of her mouth curled up in disdain. Buzz. Countless amounts of energy gathered behind her. It formed a pair of golden wings. She gently fanned them. Swoosh. The light in the sky turned into golden divine swords that pierced through the void. Boom. Boom. The golden swords that filled the sky enveloped the 4 people. Ah, damn it. The elder from the 5 Elements Palace was sent flying again. There were 6 golden divine swords piercing through his body. His entire body was covered in cracks, and he almost fell apart. As for the 3 disciples behind him, they were killed with a single slash. Damn it. How could she be so strong? The elders of the 5 Elements Palace were stunned. Who was this person? Holy Maiden of the Demon King Palace? But that shouldn't be the case. Even if she was the Holy Maiden, it was impossible for her to severely injure him in one move. When the others saw this scene, they were all stunned. Everyone in the 5 Stars Palace looked at Yan Ruyu, their scalps going numb. Originally, they had wanted to kill this peerless beauty, but now they no longer dared to do so. The strength this woman displayed was even more terrifying than Huatiandu's. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others who were hiding in the void cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Yan Ruyu to be so powerful. She had probably surpassed the average saint and reached the level of a top saint. This girl was so fierce. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. Those golden divine swords made it tremble a little. It carefully sensed it and then said, "Boy, this girl is not simple. The bloodline in her body is not ordinary. I feel that her bloodline seems to be even stronger than that of the Demon King Palace's saint, but I don't know what it is exactly." Morong Qingcheng and Xin Jingqiu also had serious expressions. Beside them, Xing Tian's eyes flickered. He suggested, "Young master, it's best for us to launch a blitzkrieg attack. We can't be entangled with them." He realized that there were too many powerhouses from the two holy lands. No matter how powerful they were, if they were trapped, it would be difficult for them to escape. "Okay, let's wait a little longer. When they're almost done fighting, we'll make our move. Ruffian Long, set up the array first. Let's work together and not separate. We'll take the treasures directly. After that, we'll use the array to teleport. Also, don't use the ultimate techniques of your holy lands. Don't expose our identities." "Got it." Everyone nodded. "You've made me excited." The dark red divine dragon chuckled and took out 5 or 6 arrays. The battle in front of them was almost over. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Everyone turned into a torrent and rushed over. The people from the Five Elements Palace and the Demon King Palace who were fighting in front of them suddenly frowned, and their expressions became extremely unsightly. That was because they discovered that a powerful and violent force was surging toward them. Damn it! Oh no! Someone is coming. They wanted to counterattack, but soon they were all blasted away, flying backwards. Many people's bodies directly split open. The weaker ones were directly blasted into a bloody mist. The stronger ones were also injured. In an instant, a vacuum appeared in the hall. "Damn it! Who's that?" Those people roared angrily. They did not expect that someone would dare to come and snatch the treasures. This is unforgivable. However, they could not see clearly at all. There were countless black clouds in front of them that enveloped everything. The souls and eyes of those elders could not escape at all. "Damn it! Get lost!" Seeing the other party rushing over, a green figure from the Demon King Palace flew up. He had a pair of lightning wings behind his back, and his body was surrounded by a sea of lightning. There were scales on his face. It was a thunderbird. At this moment, he was charging toward the black mist in front of him. Before he got close, his body emitted crackling sounds, and countless lightning bolts fell in all directions. The sky was directly shattered, and the violent sea of lightning shrouded the black mist. Humph! Go to hell! This thunderbird was also a powerful sky pride of the Demon King Palace, and he had the bloodline of a mutated species. Boom, boom, boom. A low voice sounded, and a palace appeared in the black mist, soaring into the sky. The palace was very hazy, like a demonic palace, and it emitted a monstrous aura. As soon as it appeared, it tore the sea of lightning apart and floated in the sky. "Damn it, what is that?" Everyone was shocked. However, a ray of light shone from the black palace and directly hit the thunderbird, sending him flying. Poof! The thunderbird spat out blood and flew out, smashing the void. Damn it! Why is it so strong? This is the superpower of the 9 heavens' holy ground. Everyone looked at the black palace and frowned, especially those from the 5 Elements Palace, whose faces were gloomy. Chapter 2463. The people from 5 Elements Palace looked gloomy. "Damn it, you're from the 9 heavens' sacred ground." They roared crazily with ferocious expressions. However, A sneer came from the black mist. No one answered. The black mist rushed toward the mural at an even faster speed. The power was so terrifying that it directly shattered the void. Damn it, this is bad. His target is the stone mural. Everyone exclaimed and tried to stop him. Soon, someone screamed, "Damn it, where are the 2 fragments of the ancient treasures?" They found that the 2 fragments at the bottom of the mural were gone. This made them go crazy. After all, those were ancient treasures with Dao runes inscribed on them. They did not know that Lin Xian and the others had taken them away. They thought that someone from both sides had secretly taken them away. If they knew the truth, they would definitely vomit blood. That's right, Lin Xian and the others were in the black mist. They didn't use their best skills, but concealed their identities. Among them, Lin Xian was more skilled. The great dragon sword soul simulated everything. He had seen Zhou Xiaoseiko fight before, so he could simulate some of the 9 heavens sacred ground skills. Damn it, get lost! Countless people attacked, crazily. However, a terrifying array formation appeared in the black mist and shrouded the surrounding people. These were all terrifying killing arrays. As soon as they appeared, flames, lightning, and storms all swept over. This caused the people who had just arrived to dodge and defend themselves. Boom. In an instant, many people did not have time to care about the black mist. However, there were also experts among them. A man with an elephant trunk rushed over and punched out. At the same time, his elephant trunk rolled up, and the sky exploded. A terrifying storm swept over. This was the giant demon elephant. He had the bloodline of an ancient giant demon beast. The power of his attack was unimaginable. His strength had reached the level of a prospective saint. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian and the others this time, and it was not just one person. 3 geniuses and 2 peerless experts attacked together. Boom. The giant demon elephant's body exploded into pieces in an instant. What? The giant demon elephant was killed? The Demon King Palace's people were all stunned. How was this possible? Who was it? Could it be that he was an invincible king? The giant demonic elephant was extremely powerful. Even if the opponent was a holy prince or an elder, it was impossible for them to kill it with a single palm strike. Not good. They were not alone. The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace roared in anger. They realized that the other party's strength was strong, but it was obvious that they were not of the same attribute. Evidently, a lot of people had made their moves. For a moment, these elders also stepped forward to resist. The people from the 5 Elements Palace also joined in the fight. The 5 Elements Saint and Huatiandu also stopped attacking. The 2 of them also tried to intercept him. Many experts blocked the black fog. Within the black fog, Lin Xian growled and attacked. Xing Tian was the first to attack. He moved his fist, and a terrifying light illuminated the sky. This punch was a type of lightning fist. It was called the Thunder Tiger Fist. The lightning that filled the sky interweaved to form a lightning tiger, shattering the void. The terrifying light pierced through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian also made his move. He controlled the black palace in the sky and pressed it down. It was like a demonic mountain shattering the void. The qi and blood in the bodies of those cultivators were surging. Their internal organs were severely injured. It was too terrifying. Who was this person? They resisted madly. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon made his move. The dragon blood in his body surged and transformed into a few giant pythons. He did not transform into a dragon because he wanted these people to think that it was the myriad poison sect who had attacked. As expected, the giant pythons carried his dragon blood and were extremely corrosive. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they attacked the people from the 5 Elements Palace and the Demon Imperial Palace. Sizzling sounds came from those people's bodies. Their flesh and bones melted quickly, as if snow had encountered the sun. These people screamed and rolled in the air. The others roared in anger. Damn it, it's poisonous. It's the Myriad Poison Sect. Could it be that the Myriad Poison Sect and the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground had joined forces? Humph! Hua Tiandu snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. He slapped down with his palm. Countless demonic runes shone in his palm, as if the palm of a heavenly demon had descended from the sky. It completely enveloped all of the black mist. Hua Tiandu was extremely terrifying. As the saint of the demon imperial palace, not only was he powerful, but he also had a top-notch bloodline power. The 5 elements, Saint also made his move. He struck out a 5 elements mountain and collided with the demonic palace in the sky. Hua Tiandu faced Xing Tian, while the 5 elements Saint faced Lin Xian. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, until now, they still did not know who was inside the black mist. At this moment, Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu also made their move. Another 2 waves of violent energy surged out, causing everyone's expression to change. Damn it! How could there be so many experts? These elders were stunned. The 5 elements saint and Hua Tiandu also had gloomy expressions. This was because they realized that the 2 new forces that appeared were definitely not weaker than them. They were at least at the level of a saint or a peerless expert. How could the other party have so many experts? They had joined forces. Which sacred grounds and sects had joined forces? They did not know. They roared like crazy. However, they could not defeat Lin Xian and Xing Tian, not to mention attacking Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingcheng. In addition to the violent array formation around them, the battle was very intense. However, although these people were angry, they still heaved a sigh of relief. This was because they realized that they had stopped these people. Although these people were strong, they did not have many people. If both parties attacked together, it would be enough to stop the other party. As long as they controlled the other party and restrained them, they could slowly make the other party reveal their true forms. However, this was a good idea, but they did not see it. Behind them, near the mural, a white light flashed. Immediately after, a white little monkey appeared in midair. It looked at the mural in front of it and grinned. In the next moment, Little White waved its little paws and grabbed the stone engraving. Then it used its strength and broke it off the wall. Whoosh, it kept it in the treasure bowl. The whole process was very fast. In addition, no one thought that someone would secretly steal it. Therefore, when they came back to their senses, they only saw a flash of white light. Ah, damn it, the treasure map was stolen. What? Hearing this, the people of the 5 Elements Palace and Demon Imperial Palace stopped attacking. They all turned their heads to look behind them. They realized that the wall behind them was empty. The treasure map with 6 Dao patterns had disappeared. Damn it. How could this be? Everyone roared crazily. Ah. Chapter 2464. Hua Tiandu was equally shocked. His purple hair fluttered like a devil as countless purple lightning bolts appeared on his body. Once the lightning bolts appeared, it instantly enveloped the entire space and sealed off every inch of space. A cold voice rang out. No matter who you are, you must die today. No one in this world can save you if you dare to touch what I want. Hearing this voice, some people felt a chill in their hearts. Yen Ryu's eyes flickered, but she did not make a move. Actually, she wanted to make a move, but she saw the little white monkey. She even saw the entire process of the little white monkey stealing the treasure map. Therefore, she did not make a move. Instead, her eyes flickered, and a mysterious smile appeared on her lips. So it was him. Yen Ryu said indifferently. Then she stood aside. Her body emitted rays of light that blocked all the energy and waves. However, she had no intention of making a move. Boom. The battle ahead was still ongoing. However, It was obvious that the five-star saint and Hua Tiandu were both provoked, especially Hua Tiandu, who was extremely furious. His body was filled with murderous intent because he could not tolerate that someone dared to steal the treasure he wanted in front of him. His eyes emitted purple lightning that pierced through the void, but it could not pierce through the black mist. Go! Seeing that the little white monkey had succeeded, Lin Xian was overjoyed in the black mist. Whoosh! They turned around and retreated backward. You want to leave? Not so easy. Hua Tiandu was furious. He was like a thunder god, as the lightning bolts on his body spread in all directions and completely sealed off the entire sky. Buzz! His eyes stared at the black mist. How dare you use lightning in front of me? Go to hell! His opponent was Xing Tian. Previously, Xing Tian had used the Thunder Tiger Fist, which formed a lightning tiger in the sky that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. As for Hua Tiandu, he had not used the Thunder Fist technique previously. However, he finally could not hold it in anymore. His body was surrounded by lightning bolts. He was a lightning-type martial artist, and his lightning was extremely terrifying. It was his inheritance and bloodline. Today, I will let you know what the true divine lightning is. Hua Tiandu's voice was cold. As his eyes moved, the purple lightning split the void and formed a sea of lightning. With a palm strike, thousands of lightning bolts roared, and countless lightning runes flickered on his palm. In the sky, Xing Tian's lightning tiger was swallowed in an instant and then torn into pieces. This guy's lightning was very special. Xing Tian also furrowed his brows. He wanted to change his cultivation technique, but at this moment, Lin Xian said, "Don't fight him head-on. Let's leave first." If he wanted to fight, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yes, Xing Tian didn't attack again. Instead, he defended together and prepared to retreat. Ruffian dragon, it's all up to you now. Don't worry, I've already prepared it. The dark red dragon took out a set of array formations. One, the formation enveloped them completely. The void split open, and everyone disappeared. Seeing that the other party did not attack again, Hua Tiandu sneered. He thought that the other party was afraid. Indeed, no one could surpass him in terms of lightning. But in the next moment he frowned. That was because he discovered that the other party had actually torn through the void and disappeared. Damn it, he escaped. Purple lightning purgatory. Lock it down, Hua Tiandu bellowed as 100,000 lightning bolts surged forth, forming a lightning purgatory that completely sealed off the entire space. He wouldn't give the other party any chance to escape. However, the space created by the dark red dragon was indeed mysterious and extremely fast. Therefore, Hua Tiandu's purple demon purgatory couldn't lock down the other party at all. The five elements saint also raised his hand and struck out with the five elements mountain. It covered a corner of the sky as he tried to suppress the space. But he also failed. Damn it, he managed to escape. The five elements saint gritted his teeth. Hua Tiandu roared at the sky as the lightning bolts on his body shot out in all directions. Those from the five elements palace vomited blood and were sent flying. Damn it, I don't care who you are. I'll definitely kill you. 9 heavens holy ground. 10,000 poison sect. I'll remember you. The elders from the five elements palace also shouted angrily. Let's go. The five elements saint waved his hand and was about to leave with a gloomy face. But in the next moment he frowned. That was because he discovered that Hua Tiandu was blocking his way again. Get lost. The five elements saint shouted coldly. He was in a bad mood. However, Hua Tiandu was filled with killing intent. Damn it. It's all because of you idiots from the five elements palace. How dare you stop me? You made me lose my treasure. All of you must die. As he spoke, Hua Tiandu cast the thunder purgatory again and enveloped the five elements saint and the people from the five elements palace. You're courting death. The people from the Five Elements Palace were also furious. The Five Elements, Saint even shouted coldly. How could they be blamed for Huatiendu's entry? They were the ones who found the treasure first. If anyone were to be angry, it should be the Five Elements Palace. Huatiendu, you're too arrogant. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Five Elements' power on the Five Elements Saint burned fiercely as the terrifying Five Elements mountain appeared behind him and emitted a terrifying aura. Boom. The two of them started fighting. The people from the Demon King Palace and the Five Elements Palace started fighting again. This time, it was even more intense than before. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others used the space array to tear open the void and teleport out. Whoosh! They appeared in a corner. They looked around and realized that not many people were paying attention to them. Let's go! Lin Xian waved his hand, and these people moved again and changed many positions. They then stopped. The black aura on their bodies dissipated, and everyone smiled. This thing can't be separated. Let's quickly comprehend it. Lin Xian took out the treasure map. In the next moment, Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others all sat down. The dark red divine dragon formed countless defensive arrays. The group quickly comprehended the treasure map. Among them, Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingcheng looked even more solemn. Mysterious runes flickered in their eyes, and the aura on their bodies was extremely terrifying. The most important thing for them was to completely memorize the 6 Dao patterns on the treasure map. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingcheng were quickly memorizing the treasure map. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. However, at this moment, he suddenly frowned, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! He decisively made his move. With a wave of his hand, the sword Qi light pierced through the distance. Boom! Boom! 2 deep sounds rang out, and 2 figures were shaken out. Their faces were filled with fear. They didn't expect the other party to discover them. Demon race? Seeing the 2 figures, Lin Xian frowned. Beside him, Xing Tian's face was also gloomy. Why were the demon race following them? Were they planning to launch a sneak attack? Xing Tian, you continue to stay here and protect us. I'll go and deal with these 2 guys. Yes. Xing Tian stood up and protected Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he quickly chased after them. Chapter 2465. The 2 demon race powerhouses saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly fled. Whoosh! However, their path was blocked because a figure was faster than them and directly blocked their path. So fast! The person on the left exclaimed, while the demon race powerhouse on the right snorted coldly and quickly attacked. Bang! The pitch-black claw lashed out with a terrifying aura, shrouding Lin Xian in an instant. Boom! Lin Xian's gaze was cold as he struck out with his palm. The sun, moon, and stars revolved in his palm and collided with the terrifying black palm. A terrifying power erupted. In the next moment, the demon race powerhouse screamed because his black palm was directly obliterated. Not only that, the sun-moon divine palm also enveloped him. Damn it! The demon race powerhouse roared and charged in all directions. However, he could not break through it all. Whoosh! 2 black wings suddenly grew out from his back, and his face became ferocious. Many black patterns appeared on his body, and he looked like a human-shaped bat. Bat King, this was an expert from the demon race. With a furious roar, he opened his bloody mouth and directly crushed the stars in the sky. Want to trap me? You're overestimating yourself. Bat King sneered and wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, an even more terrifying palm slapped down and directly smashed his body, shattering all his bones. With a bang, Bat King fell to the ground, and was completely enveloped by the sword of earth. If you dare to move again, I can guarantee that you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. He turned his head and stared at the other person. When the other person saw this scene, he roared, and the scales on his body rapidly grew. A tail appeared on his back, and a single horn grew on his forehead. That was Giant Snake King. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately shattered the void and wanted to leave. That was because the other party's methods were too terrifying, far beyond his imagination. Lin Xian sneered and shattered the void with a punch. Then his finger reached into the black hole and grabbed Giant Snake King. He exerted force in his palm and crushed all the bones in Giant Snake King's body. He also sealed his power and threw him to the ground. The two powerful demon kings were struggling furiously, but there was nothing they could do. They could only stare angrily in front of them. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. He turned his head and looked at another void. There was no one there. However, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Come out. I know you are there. Kid, I have to say, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations." Another figure appeared from the void. This was also a demon clan powerhouse. His aura was even stronger than that of Bat King and Giant Snake King combined. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the other party's aura was very strong, not weaker than the Holy Sun's. "Brat, you're dead meat." Although Lord Meng-Chi was not the saint, he was the youngest elder. His strength is beyond your imagination. That's right, our master Meng-Chi possesses the bloodline of the ancient Qiong-Chi. Do you really think you can stand a chance against him? The two demon kings below roared angrily, trying to scare Lin Xian away. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The youngest elder? The bloodline of the ancient Qiong-Chi? No wonder he had such a strong aura. "Brat, now you know how powerful I am. Let go of my people obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Meng-Chi said coldly. He looked to be in his 30s and was extremely handsome. At this moment, he stood in the sky, exuding a strong aura. He was very confident and proud. Although he was not the Holy Son, he was an elder. Moreover, he was the youngest elder. He did not even care about the other Holy Sons and Holy Daughters. This was because he felt that no one could compare to him. After all, he possessed the bloodline of the ancient Qiong-Chi. That was a peerless ancient beast. After hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. "That's all? You want to scare me? You think too highly of yourself. You only possess a trace of the bloodline of the Qiong-Chi. You're not the real Qiong-Chi. Do you think you could be arrogant in front of me? As for letting the two of them go, that's impossible. Brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Meng-Chi's face darkened. His cold eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. When he struck out his palm, a terrifying light lit up the sky. The entire space shook. It had to be said that Meng-Chi was very powerful. He was definitely not weaker than the Holy Sun. At this moment, the power of his palm was terrifying. This was a flaming palm. It was like a cloud of fire rolling over. "Humph! A mere elder of the Demon King Palace dares to attack me?" Lin Xian sneered. He waved his palm and struck out as well. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided, and the surrounding space instantly shattered. The flames in the sky surged like a sea of fire rushing in all directions. At this moment, the terrifying fight alarmed the people in the vicinity, causing them to be terrified as they watched. Who are they? Why are they fighting here? How terrifying. Could it be that they're snatching something? Let's stay away. This is at least a battle between holy sons. It's not something we can participate in. Discussions broke out, and the crowd instantly distanced themselves. Nearby, the dark red divine dragon set up an array to defend. This prevented the aftermath of the energy from affecting Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingcheng. After the attack, Meng Qi was surprised because he realized that the other party had blocked his attack. It really surprised him. I didn't expect you to know fire-based techniques. However, this little fire of yours is nothing in front of me. Today, I'll let you know what real fire is. Meng Qi's voice was cold. As he opened and closed his eyes, there was a mysterious flame that instantly melted the void. The terrifying temperature made people tremble. Boom! Another punch split the sky and earth. This flaming fist directly shattered the void. Ordinary mighty figures couldn't survive under his fist at all. They would probably burn instantly and turn into ashes. Even a peerless mighty figure wouldn't dare to resist. Buzz! Lin Xian's aura surged. Sword Qi circled around him. At the same time, the dragon sword's spiritual domain rose and fell, enveloping him. The sword Qi quickly evolved and formed a fire qilin. Roar! This time, the tremor went straight to the 9 heavens. The entire hall shook. Space cracks crawled in all directions like pythons. Everyone around was shaken to the point that their blood was boiling. Many people even knelt on the ground, unable to stand up. How terrifying! What kind of people were fighting against each other? It was normal for people to fight. This was because there were fights in no less than hundreds of places in the entire hall. Some places were also fighting until the sky fell and the earth cracked. They were all fighting for the fragments of the ancient treasure. However, it was rare to see such an earth-shattering fight. These were obviously 2 peerless experts. Who were they? They were all stunned. Chapter 2466. Their eyes lit up and turned into rainbows. They looked into the void and pierced through the flames. When they saw the 2 figures fighting in the flames, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. It was them. He saw 2 figures. They knew Lin Xian very well. However, they didn't know the expert from the Demon King Palace. But from the other party's skills, he was definitely a top existence. I recognize him. He's the youngest elder of the Demon King Palace. His name is Meng Qi, and he seems to have the bloodline of Qiong Qi. What? The bloodline of the ancient peerless demon beast, Qiong Qi. Heavens, this person is too terrifying. Judging from his young appearance, he was definitely a top-notch expert. That's right. That kid from the Immortal Palace actually provoked the people from the Demon King Palace again. He's really bold. Where are the experts around him? Why aren't they here? Why did he attack himself? They were probably fighting for the Tao pattern. Didn't they see that the people from the Demon King Palace didn't appear? Only Meng Qi was there. But thinking about it, that kid shouldn't be able to resist this time. After all, the bloodline of Qiong Qi wasn't a joke. It would be best if he was killed. This way, they would have 1 less enemy. Many people sneered. However, the elders were frowning. Would Lin Xian be killed so easily? It was hard to say. However, they didn't think that Lin Xian was 100% confident that he could defeat the other party. After all, Qiong Qi was an extremely terrifying existence. Although Meng Qi only had a portion of Qiong Qi's bloodline, he was still incredible. Moreover, he was talented and became an elder at such a young age. This was definitely a recognition of his strength. Just as these people were discussing, Lin Xian and Meng Qi had already exchanged dozens of blows. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Another shocking attack. The 2 of them retreated and confronted each other. Kid, your sword Qi is not bad. It's very sharp, but it's still not enough in front of me. I'll let you know what a peerless divine fire is. Meng Qi raised his right hand. In his palm, a purple flame jumped. Every time it jumped, those elders' eyelids would tremble violently. Could this be the fire of Qiong Qi's bloodline? It must be. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given me such a huge shock. The elders swallowed their saliva. It seemed that the power of Meng-Chi's bloodline was much stronger than they had imagined. Even the Qiongqi's bloodline flame could be condensed. This was heaven-defying. Brat, provoking me is your biggest mistake. Now, go to hell. Meng-Chi waved his hand, holding Qiongqi's flame of bloodline, and charged at Yifuqian. The purple flames danced and turned into a long purple saber that slashed down. Boom! The sky split open and flames danced. The entire space was enveloped by purple flames. This saber strike was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the saber of a deity had descended. It had the power to look down on the world and destroy the world. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill Lin Xian with one strike. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, his expression incomparably cold. Whoosh! He pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. He waved the ancient sword, and a terrifying sword light shot up into the sky. It was like a divine sword piercing through the void. It clashed with the purple flames and the saber light. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, causing the sword chi to dance together with the black flames. These were all swords of fire, extremely terrifying. The two of them fought again, and all the elders around were stunned. What was going on? How could the other party resist Qiongqi's flame of bloodline? How did this brat do it? What exactly was that black flame of his? How could it be so powerful? How could this brat have such a terrifying flame? It was no weaker than Qiongqi's bloodline. These elders widened their eyes in disbelief. No, an elder from the sacred ground's eyes flickered, and there were mysterious runes on his body. His power did not seem to be flames. Could it be that he was using a great divine power to simulate a terrifying flame? He was trying to slap Meng-Chi in the face. In front of him, Meng-Chi's expression also changed because he did not expect the other party's flame to be so powerful that it could compete with his flame of bloodline. This was too unbelievable. Humph! He snorted coldly, and the purple flames shone even brighter. It even formed a blurry shadow that crashed forward, trying to kill the other party. However, it only pushed the other party back a few steps and did not hurt him at all. Damn brat, I don't believe it. Go to hell. Meng-Chi roared crazily. The purple flames on his body jumped and gradually condensed into a Qiongqi. It seemed that he wanted to show his great divine power. Qiongqi roared, and the purple flames formed a shadow of heaven and earth that floated in the air. Then it opened its bloody mouth and let out a horrified roar. This roar contained a strong bloodline power, as if the real Qiongqi had been resurrected. The roar shook the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth shattered. The terrifying energy swept in all directions, and the surrounding martial artists were all sent flying, vomiting blood. Even the elders were pale and kept retreating. What a terrifying pressure. What a terrifying bloodline power. It's over. That brat is dead. At such a close distance, he can't dodge at all, and he probably can't fight back either. The others were discussing. That was Meng-Chi's goal. He did not believe that the other party could withstand it. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt the pressure. Bang! A loud dragon roar came from his body to fight back. Roar bang! The roar shook the 9 heavens. Everyone vomited blood again and retreated, their faces full of horror. Damn it, what is that sound? These people were crazy. In the sky, 2 sound waves collided, tearing everything apart. A huge crack appeared in the void, causing the entire sky to tremble. At this moment, everyone could not stand still, and their blood was boiling. They stopped fighting and looked into the distance in shock. In another side hall, the people of 5 Elements Palace and Demon King Palace were fighting. Suddenly, a furious roar roared, shaking these people until they vomited blood. The people of 5 Elements Palace changed their expressions, and the martial artists of Demon King Palace were even more shocked. It was Elder Meng-Chi. He actually used the Cheongchi roar. What happened to him? The people of Demon King Palace were also stunned. The Cheongchi roar was a great divine power. With Elder Meng Qi's strength, he would not use it under normal circumstances. They thought that he must have encountered a great enemy. However, they were not worried. No matter who the enemy was, as long as they used the Cheongchi roar, the other party would definitely be destroyed. However, immediately after, a loud and clear dragon roar completely overturned them. These people's expressions changed. Dragon roar, it's the royal family. It must be the royal family. They roared crazily, but they did not know which royal family it was. This time, the 4 royal families were here. The experts of Great Xia, Julie, Tai, and Divine Wind all had the aura of the dragon. Which royal family was it that fought Elder Meng Qi? They did not know. Chapter 2467. Which royal family was it that fought Elder Meng Qi? They didn't know. They wanted to go over and watch, but the people from 5 Elements Palace blocked them. Want to leave? Not so easy. Compensate us for our losses first. They naturally guessed that the other party's elder was threatened. They wouldn't let the people from Demon King Palace go to help. It would be best if the other party's elder died. That way, they would feel better. Damn it, get out of here. The people from Demon King Palace roared angrily. However, at this moment, another earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. The people from Demon King Palace were all stunned. Many of them trembled and prostrated on the ground. The elders also gritted their teeth and resisted with difficulty. Hua Tiandu's body erupted with light, making him look like a sun. He resisted the dragon roar. A mysterious power appeared in Yen Ryu's body. A mysterious rune appeared between her brows and instantly dissolved the dragon roar. Obviously, her bloodline power was far beyond everyone's imagination. The dragon roar and Cheongchi's roar couldn't threaten her at all. However, the others couldn't. They were suppressed in an instant. At this moment, the people from the 4 empires were also very confused. They weren't together, but each of them was in a different side hall. Therefore, they also did not know which dynasty had done it. In the main hall, terrifying roars collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Bang, bang, buffed. In the sky full of light, a figure flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. This figure was Meng Qi. His face was pale, and his body was stained with blood. His face was full of shock. Impossible! Damn it! How could he withstand it? Meng Qi was about to go crazy. Not only did the other party resist his Cheongchi roar, but he was also injured. What was that sound coming from the other party's body? Dragon roar? Damn it! Why did the other party have a dragon roar? The other party wasn't from the royal family, so where did the dragon roar come from? He was confused. Moreover, he couldn't believe it at all. Even the people from the 4 empires couldn't make such a terrifying dragon roar, unless it was the princes of the 4 empires who had an extremely terrifying aura of the dragon. Only then could they resist his Cheongchi roar. However, it was impossible to injure him. Then, there was only one possibility left. Damn it, could it be that this brat has the bloodline of dragons? But how was that possible? The other party was clearly a human. How could he possess the bloodline of dragons? He couldn't figure it out and was about to go crazy. In front of him, a sword light flashed, instantly splitting the sound waves and energy that filled the sky. Lin Xian slowly walked over. He held the killing sword in his hand, and a baleful aura emanated from his body as he coldly stared at his opponent. Do you think your bloodline power is enough to suppress me? You've always been the one who overestimated yourself. As he spoke, he brandished his sword. The sword chi was like a rainbow, densely packed in the sky and on the ground. Thousands of sword chi slashed forward. In an instant, it enveloped Meng Qi, who was in the void. Damn it, Cheongchi kill, die for me. Meng Chi formed a seal with his hands. The flames on his body danced, and the purple shadow appeared again. With a roar, he charged over. He was like a purple streak of light that streaked across the sky, shattering the sword light that filled the sky. Although Meng Chi only had a trace of the bloodline, it was enough to dominate the crowd. But this time, he miscalculated. This was because Lin Xian was using the great dragon sword soul. It was an offensive saint art between heaven and earth. In an instant, the terrifying purple shadow was destroyed by the endless sword light. It dimmed and then disappeared into the void. Damn it! How could this be? Meng Chi couldn't believe it and shook his head frantically. That was the power of his bloodline. But it was destroyed by the other party. What kind of sword chi was that? Who was the other party? There was a dragon's roar, and such a terrifying sword chi. Perhaps even the Yi family's sacred son wasn't so terrifying. Damn it, I don't believe it. Kai Tian seal. Meng Chi roared, his black hair fluttering. He put his hands together and formed a strange seal. Together with the bloodline fire, he rushed forward. One blow blew up the sky and earth. It was as if the sky and earth were being split apart. The surrounding elders trembled. It was over. Lin Xian's voice was cold. A dragon-shaped shadow appeared on the ancient sword. He waved the long sword. The 5 elements combined, and the shadow of the dragon sword quickly slashed forward. A 5-colored divine dragon collided with the Kai Tian seal in the sky. It was too terrifying. Their attacks collided, and the entire sky cracked open. Terrifying energy slapped in all directions like waves. The bright light made it impossible for people to open their eyes. They could only see it through their souls. At this time, a scream was heard. Then Meng Chi spat out blood and flew backward. His body was split in half, and one of his arms was cut off. What? Meng Chi was injured. And he was seriously injured. Those people were stunned and couldn't believe it. That was the youngest elder of the Demon King Palace, and he had the Cheongchi bloodline. He was extremely terrifying. Now, he was seriously injured. For a moment, they couldn't imagine. Meng Chi screamed and turned into a purple flowing light, fleeing into the distance. Want to leave? Sky shattering. Chaotic pattern. God slaying. Another 3 streaks of sharp sword light completely enveloped Meng Chi. Meng Chi spat out blood again, and his injuries were even more serious. However, he didn't die and still escaped. Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly chased after him. However, at this time, an even more terrifying vibration was heard. The whole sky seemed to be overturned. They didn't doubt that this energy could kill anyone. Feeling the change in this energy, Lin Xian's expression changed. He didn't chase after him. After all, the other party was seriously injured and was no match for him. Now he had to protect Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu. Whoosh. He stopped and landed beside the 2 girls. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. That was because the power of the vibrations was too terrifying. At this moment, not only did Lin Xian stop fighting, but the hundreds of fighting places in the entire hall also stopped. On the other side, in the side hall, the people of the 5 Elements Palace and the Demon King Palace also separated and stopped fighting. Their faces were filled with fear as they looked around. What kind of energy was this? It was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. For a moment, everyone was discussing. They stopped searching and set off toward the main hall. The people of the 5 Elements Palace turned and left, and the people of the Demon King Palace followed closely behind. However, in the next moment, their expressions became extremely ugly because a figure in a sorry state came to their side. Elder Meng Chi. Oh God, He actually suffered such a serious injury. At this moment, Elder Meng Qi's body was broken and his face was pale. Blood dyed his body red, and one of his arms was missing. The others also saw clearly that the terrifying attackers were Lin Xian and the other four. They sucked in a breath of cold air. The previous tremors weren't caused by them, right? Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here? Where are the people from the other passages?" Hearing that, the surrounding cultivators of the sacred grounds also came back to their senses. That's right, there were no twin kings in the middle passage. Could it be that the people from the other two passages had also come? Sure enough, more and more figures flickered in front of them. Obviously, they were the people from the other two passages. At that moment, they were all injured. Some of them were dimmed, while others were excited. It seemed that this path was filled with opportunities, fortuitous encounters, treasure snatching, and killing. Compared to when they first entered, there were obviously fewer people in that group. It seemed that the other two passages weren't safe either. Chapter 2469. The Central State Prince couldn't win, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." "One-on-one?" Lin Xian snorted in disdain. "You two-headed monsters have the face to say that you want to fight one-on-one? When have you ever fought one-on-one with others? You want to fight one-on-one? Sure. Split yourself in half first, then I will fight you one-on-one." Hearing this, the Central State Twin Kings were so angry that they vomited blood. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. This kid was too powerful. He had called the Twin Kings monsters more than once. What was even more shocking was that he was still alive and well. Instead, it was the Central State Twin Kings who had suffered losses time and time again. "Kid, you think you are very powerful? You think the five of you can fight against us? If you provoke us, we will fight to the death." A vicious look appeared in the Twin King's eyes. He pointed at Lin Xian and shouted loudly, "Listen up, this brat has a stone tablet in his hand that contains 6 Tao patterns. If you want it, then go ahead and attack him." What? A stone tablet with 6 Tao patterns? The surrounding people were shocked, and their eyes turned red. Their eyes lit up as they stared at Lin Xian. Xing Tian's expression was solemn. Morong Qingcheng and the others were furious. The dark red divine dragon was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Damn, this is too despicable. He wants to join forces with others to attack us." However, before he could say anything, Lin Xian spoke. He sneered. "Why? Are you trying to sow discord? Why don't you say 10 Tao patterns? Why don't you go to heaven?" Lin Xian sneered and looked around. "May I ask, have any of you seen anything with 6 Tao patterns?" Once he said this, the others were very confused. Yes, they had at most found 1 or 2 Tao patterns. If they found 3 Tao patterns, they would have already fought. They had never seen anything with 6 Tao patterns. Damn it, don't be fooled by him. He really has it. The Central State Twin Kings gritted his teeth in anger. He looked at the surrounding people and wanted to slap them to death. Why are they so useless? The treasure is clearly in front of them, but they refuse to take it? The 5 of them might be powerful, but with so many experts from the holy lands around them, he didn't believe that they would be able to withstand their combined might. Who says we haven't seen him before? We have. At this moment, a furious roar came from afar. As soon as this voice came out, everyone turned their heads. People from the 5 Elements Palace, the 5 Elements Palace had also come. Behind them were the people from the 5 Elements Palace. Their killing intent soared as they approached. The group of people stared at Lin Xian. Among them, the 5 Elements Saint looked at the Twin Kings and asked in a low voice, You said that this brat has a stone tablet with 6 Tao patterns? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Damned brat! Hand over the treasure. It originally belonged to our 5 Elements palace. Upon hearing this, the 5th Holy Son turned around and glared at Lin Xian. His entire face was twisted with malevolence. What? Could it be that there really was one? Furthermore, it was snatched from the 5 Elements palace? The surrounding Holy Land's martial artists cried out in alarm, their breathing becoming rapid. What do you mean by the 5 Elements palace? How shameless! This belongs to the Demon King Palace. On the other side, Hua Tiandu, Yan Ruyu, and the experts from the Demon King Palace descended from the sky. They also stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. However, Yan Ryu did not have any murderous intent. Instead, she was smiling. The people from the Demon King Palace had also come. It seemed that the treasure map with 6 Tao patterns was definitely real. In an instant, everyone surrounded Lin Xian, afraid that he would escape. Brat, hand over the treasure. The people from the 5 Elements Palace shouted coldly. On the other side, the people from the Demon King Palace roared. Damned brat! How dare you snatch our treasure? How dare you injure Elder Meng Qi? No matter what, we will not let you off today. You are dead meat. In the crowd, Meng Qi was also gnashing his teeth. Lin Xian looked at him with a hint of disdain. You have the Qiongqi bloodline? What a piece of trash. Come out and fight me if you dare. I will chop you in half. Puffed. Meng Qi was so angry that he vomited blood. He roared at the sky. Ah, damned brat! You are going too far. Just you wait. When I recover my strength, I will kill you with my own hands. You won't have the chance because you are just a piece of trash in front of me. Lin Xian sneered. He did not care at all. Hua Tiandu said coldly, Brat, you are too arrogant. You will not escape today. The experts from the Demon King Palace were filled with murderous intent. The 5 Elements Palace was also bursting with energy. At the sight of this, Xing Tian slashed out and looked around with a cold gaze. Boom. At this moment, a cold shout came from afar. Do you want to fight? You can try. How dare you touch the immortal palace? Are you tired of living? Protect the palace master. 3 thunderous booms rang out as the 3 teams descended once again. It turned out that Elder Li, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu had arrived with a large group. The people from the 3 passageways all gathered in the hall. Seeing that the 3 elders had arrived with their elites, Xing Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The people from the Demon King Palace and the 5 Elements Palace also frowned, but soon they sneered. So what if your people are here? Do you think you can fight against us? Is that so? Is the 5 Elements Palace very powerful? Murong Qingqing stood out and snorted. She quickly gathered the people from the Jade Lake sacred ground. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu also gathered the people from the Purple Cloud sacred ground. Granny Qian, kill this big bad guy for me. In an instant, the people from the Purple Cloud sacred ground and the Jade Lake sacred ground also arrived near Lin Xian. Suddenly, the situation became subtle. Lin Xian had 2 more allies on his side, intimidating the 5 Elements Palace and the Demon King Palace. However, things did not end like this. Because the treasure map with 6 Tao patterns was too precious, especially among them, there were many people who had a grudge against Lin Xian. Therefore, Jiu Xiao Seiko, the 1,000 Thunder Saint, and the Mophead family all jumped out. Brat, no matter how many allies you have, do you think you can fight against us? Jiu Xiao Seiko snorted coldly. The 1,000th Thunder Saint was even more sinister. He said coldly, how about this? We won't make a move. You obediently take out the treasure map with 6 Tao patterns, and we will all study it together. How about that? Hearing this, the martial artists from the surrounding sacred grounds were tempted and began to talk among themselves. On the other hand, the people from the immortal palace darkened their faces and were full of murderous intent. The dark red dragon was also gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn it, this guy is too shameless. He wants to gain something without risking anything. Why should we give you the treasure map that we risked our lives to get? That's right, you are the Thousand Thunder Saint. I think you should be called the Shameless Saint. You want to see our treasure map? Why don't you go to heaven? The people from the immortal palace snorted coldly and were very angry. The 10,000 Thunder Saint sneered. You're wrong to say that. I am thinking for the sake of the immortal palace. Look, you can keep the treasure map and avoid the danger of being besieged. This is a good opportunity. I hope you don't miss it and don't let me down. The Thousand Thunder Saint looked as if he was thinking for the sake of the immortal palace. Seeing this, the dark red dragon, Elder Lee, and the others gnashed their teeth in anger. This guy was too wicked. They really wanted to tear his face apart. Chapter 2470. The people from Immortal Palace gritted their teeth. This guy was too immoral. They really wanted to tear his face apart. Lin Xian's face darkened as well. His eyes were filled with a piercing, killing intent. At this time, the Tuoba family also jumped out. Kid, hand over the Six Paths treasure map. The Tai dynasty sneered. Hand it over, or no one in the world will forgive you. The other great sects also looked cold. Since there were so many sacred lands taking the lead, why wouldn't they do it? Perhaps the other party would really take out the Six Paths Tao pattern treasure map. In that case, they could still study it. This was definitely a great advantage. Elder Wang, Elder Li, and Elder Lu, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to the three of them. Do you know what treasures these sacred lands have obtained? Hearing this, Elder Li's eyes lit up. Sharing treasures? Is this what you want? Elder Li stood out and looked around. That's right. That's for sure. The Thousand Thunder Saint sneered. Jiu Xiao Seiko also looked ferocious. The people of the Tuoba family and the Tai dynasty also laughed sinisterly. Good, very good. Elder Li laughed loudly. Then his eyes shone with a cold light. He pointed at the Tuoba family. The Tuoba family also seems to have obtained a fragment with 3 Tao patterns. Take it out and share it with everyone. What? 3 Tao patterns? The Tuoba family also obtained a fragment? Oh my God! In an instant, the martial artists from the great sects all forgot about it. Their eyes were filled with light. Hearing those words, the people from the Tuoba family trembled and almost vomited blood. Damn it, this guy actually pointed his finger at them? But soon, an elder from the Tuoba family sneered. How could a fragment with 3 Tao patterns compare to a treasure map with 6 Tao patterns? I don't think anyone will watch it. Who said so? I want to see it. At this time, Yi Wudao said indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Hearing this, the eyelids of the Tuoba family twitched. Their faces turned ugly. Damn it, Yi Wudao actually stood out to support the other party. This was unexpected. Not only that, I also want to take a look at the fragment with 3 Tao patterns. At this moment, another voice spoke. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. Then they gasped, because the one who spoke was actually the prince of the great Xia dynasty. This caused the faces of the people from the Tuoba family to turn green. Damn it, why is the Grand Xia Empire standing on the side of the other party? I think it's not bad. Why don't the Tuoba family take it out and have a look? Another person spoke up. This was also a young man. His face was pale, as if he was sick, but his eyes were as deep as the stars, causing others to be lost in them. The Gu family actually came as well. Moreover, there were also people who said such words. These people were all stunned. It was because the Gu clan was the same as the Yi clan. They were both families of the remote antiquity. The person who spoke was none other than Gu Santong, whom Lin Xian had met before. She hadn't seen him before, but he was here. Now they finally met. Lin Xian looked at the other party with a smile on his face and nodded slightly. Gu Santong also smiled. The faces of the Tuoba family were as black as the bottom of a pot. Actually, I also want to see it. On the western desert side. No flower spoke up. Next, the saint of all beginnings, Murong Qingcheng, and Shenjingqiu also spoke up. These were all peerless geniuses who represented a sacred ground and a clan of the ancients. In an instant, so many people spoke up, causing the surrounding sacred grounds and sects to be surprised. It seemed that the immortal palace wasn't isolated and without help. It could actually contact so many clan of the ancients and sacred grounds. The Tuoba family didn't dare to speak. The Saint of Thousand Thunder, Jiuxiao Seiko, and the others' faces were extremely ugly. The people of the Tai dynasty were also gnashing their teeth. Seeing this, Elder Li's face was full of pride. He looked at the other party again. What, you can't take it out? Didn't you say that you wanted to share the treasure? Why are you not willing to do it when it comes to me? This slap in the face was too loud. Elder Lu also stood up, looked at the Tai dynasty, and said coldly, I remember that the Tai dynasty also obtained a stone tablet with mysterious runes engraved on it. Take it out and let everyone study it together. Maybe we can decipher some secrets. The Tai dynasty was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't expect that the flames of war would finally spread to them. For a moment, they felt the gazes of Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, the prince of the great Xia dynasty, and the others. I like the mysterious runes very much. Take it out and study it. Maybe there really are some secrets. Maybe there is the key to the ancient tomb. Cold voices sounded out, causing the Tai emperor's body to tremble, and he was so angry that he coughed up blood. The Saint of Thousand Thunder, Jiuxiao Seiko, and the others wanted to speak, but Elder Lu spoke again at this time. Jiuxiao Seiko, I remember that you seem to have obtained a white bone with golden patterns flashing on it. How about it? Take it out and study it together. The Saint of Thousand Thunder, you seem to have a piece of human skin with blood-red patterns on it. I wonder which expert left it behind. Why don't I help you study it? Damn it. Hearing this, the Saint of Thousand Thunder and Jiuxiao Seiko's faces turned green. They didn't expect that the other party would know their treasures like the back of his hand. This was simply too surprising. For a moment they were speechless, and their faces were gloomy. At this time, Lin Xian sneered. What? You said that you wanted to share the treasures. Why don't you share them now? How about this? I'll take out the treasure map with 6 Tao patterns, and you guys take out all the treasures you obtained. Everyone can study it together. How about it? These people didn't say anything. What kind of joke was this? They had worked hard to obtain these treasures. How could they be willing to share them with others? They had thought that the immortal palace was isolated and helpless, so they joined forces to suppress them. But they didn't expect that kid to have so many friends. Even ancient families like the Yi family and the Gu family were involved. This caught them off guard. The 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground, and the others didn't say anything. However, the people of the 5 Elements Palace and the Demon Imperial Palace jumped out again. The people of the 5 Elements Palace gritted their teeth. No matter what, others don't have the right, but we do. Kid, this was originally something we found, but you snatched it away. Hurry up and hand it over, or don't blame us for being impolite. No one can snatch what I want. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and hand over the treasure map with both hands. I can spare your life. Chapter 2471. Hua Tiandu snorted coldly. His body was surrounded by lightning, and his murderous aura filled the sky. You still have the cheek to say that. The dark red dragon jumped out and waved its claws, pointing at the people from the Five Elements Palace. "You shameless bastards! Didn't you attack us at the corpse burial ground to snatch the e'en traversing grass? Now you're pretending to be sanctimonious. That was an ownerless item. We're powerful, so what if we got it? And the Demon King Palace sent people to follow us. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to assassinate us? You attacked us first, and you're blaming us for snatching it?" With that, the dark red dragon waved its hand and grabbed the Bat King and the giant Python King. The two guys' flesh was torn open, and it was obvious that they had been tortured beyond recognition. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. The Demon King Palace sent people to follow them secretly. God, what were they trying to do? Indeed, those who were not of the same race had different intentions. In an instant, everyone was on high alert. They quickly informed the elders to investigate secretly. They did not want to be targeted by the people from the Demon King Palace. Damn it! The people from the Five Elements Palace gritted their teeth in anger. The people from the Demon King Palace were even more ferocious. They did not expect the Bat King and the giant Python King to be captured and tortured to such an extent. This made them want to vomit blood. However, they did not explain this matter. They had only sent people to follow them, but no one would believe them if they said it. Although they did not explain, Huichengdu could not take it anymore. "Damn brat, I'll kill you with my own hands today." The lightning on his body spread, and he quickly rushed out towards Lin Xian. On the side, the Five Elements Saint also attacked decisively. The Five Elements Mountain descended from the sky, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. A terrifying sword light rose from his body, sweeping across the sky as if it was going to destroy everything. Just as the battle was about to break out, an earth-shattering sound came from afar, tearing the sword chi in the sky apart. The sea of lightning and the Five Elements Mountain were sent flying. What was going on? The Five Elements Saint and the Saint stopped. Lin Xian also withdrew his sword chi, his face solemn. The Five Elements, Holy Land, and Fey Imperial Palace frowned, while the others' expressions changed. Not good. This mysterious power is coming again. They had previously thought that the astonishing power was created by Lin Xian's group of five working together. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. What else was there? Hiding in this hall? Some people were puzzled, and some people's eyes lit up. Could it be some kind of earth-shattering treasure? Go and take a look. Thinking that it might be a treasure, these people moved quickly. For a moment, they all flew over. "Brat, just you wait. This isn't over yet." The five-star Holy Sun, Fey Lord Palace, and those from the Nine Heavens' holy ground all stared coldly at Lin Xian. Whoosh! They left quickly. Lin Xian didn't care about this threat at all. In terms of power, Immortal Palace wasn't weaker than any holy land. In terms of individual strength, he didn't think that the Five Elements Saint and the others were a match for him. Therefore, he didn't care. Instead, he waved his hand and led the people from Immortal Palace forward quickly. Among them, Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu temporarily left his side and joined their own holy lands. The group flew quickly, and soon they arrived at the center of the hall. There was a wall here, and it was extremely simple. There was nothing there. Therefore, no one had noticed it before. But now, a violent energy fluctuation was coming from behind the wall. What was going on? There was something behind the wall. "Open it and take a look," these people discussed and prepared to take action. With so many holy lands and sects together, their combined strength was extremely terrifying. Therefore, although this wall was simple and unadorned, it was still cracked by them. Boom, boom, boom. The wall didn't break into pieces, but slowly opened from the middle, as if it was a door. This made everyone even more surprised. Indeed, there was another world behind it. In front, Many martial artists directly rushed in. Ah, they exclaimed. Everyone thought that it was some kind of danger, but after looking for a long time, there was no blood. This made them feel much more at ease. The people inside exclaimed. There was something inside. There was a large bronze cauldron. Elder, come quickly. The space inside was very large, about the same as the hall outside. The people inside exclaimed. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they went in one after another. This hall was indeed very large. Even with so many martial artists from the Holy Lands, it didn't seem crowded. For a moment, they were extremely puzzled. How could this be? This hall was indeed the same as the one outside, as if it was copied. The only thing that was extra was this large bronze cauldron. Moreover, this large bronze cauldron was too special. It was very tall, about 100 meters tall, like a giant bronze cauldron. This bronze cauldron was made of some unknown material. It was incomparably simple, and there were strange patterns carved on it. They looked like Tao patterns, but also like mysterious characters. They were densely packed and covered the entire cauldron. From afar, it looked like all kinds of rare beasts, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. In the entire hall, there was only this large bronze cauldron. It seemed that the energy came from inside. What was inside? It couldn't be a pill, right? These people were extremely excited because they had the habit of using cauldrons to refine pills. Now that they thought about it, it was really possible. If it was a divine pill, they would be rich. They might be able to become immortals immediately after eating it. A group of people flew up and looked at it in the sky. They had no choice. They couldn't see the cauldron that was 100 meters tall from below. In the sky, there were countless figures. They looked like dark clouds. When those people saw the scene inside, they were all stunned. In fact, their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with fear. That was because there were no immortal pills or spiritual herbs inside the bronze cauldron. There were only human heads. One human head after another filled the space inside. Those heads were all the same as humans, but their sizes were countless times larger. One had to know how much space there was inside a 100-meter-tall bronze cauldron. However, those human heads were completely packed. Everyone's eyes focused, and they looked down like lightning. They counted and found that there were a total of 99 human heads. What shocked them even more was that those human heads all carried traces of terrifying auras. Although there wasn't much of it left, just a trace of it was enough to shock them. It had definitely surpassed that of a peerless powerhouse. Could those be the heads of an invincible king? It was unknown who said this sentence, but immediately everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 99 invincible kings' heads. Heavens, who would be so generous? Was it the sage in this ancient tomb? Why did he kill 99 invincible kings? Why did he put all of their heads in the bronze cauldron? Chapter 2472. At that moment, they all wanted to retreat. That was because they felt that this place was too sinister. They should leave as soon as possible. However, as soon as they moved, a huge force came from the bronze cauldron. Then, all of them were sent flying. Those who were more powerful felt their blood boil, while those who were weaker spat out mouthfuls of blood. At that moment, countless people had a look of fear on their faces. Damn it, it was indeed the bronze cauldron. It was the energy emitted by the bronze cauldron. Could it be the heads of the 99 invincible kings? They did not dare to imagine. Could it be that the 99 invincible kings had something to do with their heads? Or could it be that their heads contained terrifying energy? They did not know what was going on, but the energy in the bronze cauldron was getting stronger and stronger. Leave quickly, an elder of the Yin-Yang sect shouted coldly, and everyone prepared to escape. However, soon, An inexplicable force froze all of them as if they were imprisoned. Lin Xian also felt the force. His eyes were cold, and he wanted to use the dragon sword soul. However, in the next moment, the space around him shattered, and the black hole swallowed him. At the last moment before he fell into the black hole, he used his soul to sense that not only him, but everyone in the hall was swallowed by the black hole. Buzz. The world spun. That feeling only lasted for an instant, and Lin Xian came out. As soon as he came out, the dragon sword field surrounded him, and the terrifying sword light surrounded him. At the same time, he spread out his soul to search around. He found that there was no danger around him, and the walls around him were emitting an ancient aura. It seemed that they were still in the ancient tomb and had not left. Then what was the reason? Why did the bronze cauldron swallow all of them? Random teleportation. Lin Xian thought of a possibility. Perhaps this was a trap to prevent powerful forces from attacking the ancient tomb of the saints. Therefore, it created such a trap to randomly teleport everyone to disperse the powerful forces. That way, no one would be able to threaten the ancient tomb. That was not a good thing for them. Lin Xian did not know how the people from the Immortal Palace were doing. He did not know if Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingcheng would act alone. No, he had to hurry up and find them. They would definitely be able to meet up. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately moved forward. He did not walk quickly because he was alone in the tomb of the sage. If he were to encounter another army of Yin soldiers, he would not be able to fight against them. Therefore, he tried his best to be careful and not touch any of the array mechanisms. After walking for a while, nothing happened. But at this time, Lin Xian suddenly heard movement in front of him. There were also energy fluctuations. What is this? The power of the 5 elements. Sensing this aura, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. It was someone from the 5 Elements Palace. That's great. I'll be able to kill him. Everyone knew that the 5 Elemental Palace was too despicable, as they had gone against him time and time again. He did not believe that they would still dare to act scornfully in front of him. Thinking up to this point, Lin Xian used his soul force as he quickly advanced. The person in front was indeed an elder from the 5 Elements Palace. He was also alone. At this moment, he was teleported into a stone house. He was so angry that he was going crazy, because he also knew that this was a trap to disperse their forces. Damn it, I have to meet up with them quickly. The elder from the 5 Elements Palace immediately set off, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped, because he saw a figure standing in the passage in front of him. Damn brat, it's you? The elder from the 5 Elements Palace narrowed his eyes, and then his face became ferocious. He discovered that this figure was none other than Lin Xian, the person he hated to the point of gnashing his teeth. In an instant, his soul force spread out and penetrated in all directions. Ha ha! He looked up to the sky and laughed. He realized that there was only him and the other party around. The experts from the Immortal Palace were not here. Humph! His eyes were ferocious. Brat, we finally meet again. You don't have any experts protecting you. Let's see how you escape this time. He was overjoyed because this way he could kill Lin Xian alone. Why should I escape? Lin Xian sneered. The one who should escape is you. But I won't give you the chance. Humph! You want to fight me with just you alone? The elder from the 5 Elements Palace showed a trace of disdain. His eyes were like rainbows that pierced through the void, and his body was filled with the terrifying power of the 5 elements. Die, brat. The elder formed a seal with both hands and struck out with the power of the 5 elements, forming a terrifying handprint. It pressed down from the sky. Boom. The sky shook, and the 5 elements seal directly enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. He had long wanted to make a move, but he did not expect the other party to be so reckless. He waved his arm, and the five elements sword flew out. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of sword chi shone like a rain of blades and crashed into the five elements seal. In an instant, the five elements seal was shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided, and the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Damn it, how could he be so strong? When the elder from the five elements palace saw this scene, his face darkened. He did not expect that the five elements seal he struck out would be broken in an instant by the other party. This was really beyond his expectations. Damn it, the five elements chain. He waved his hand, and two five elements chain flew out from his sleeve. He wanted to capture Lin Xian and seal him. The five elements chain swam in the air like a venomous snake, piercing through the void and making rustling sounds. The power of the five elements spread in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The five elements chain collided with the sword chi in the sky, making thunderous sounds. Large cracks appeared in the void, one after another. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. However, at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly pulled out his ancient sword and cut the invisible chain. Clang! The five elements chain fell to the ground, and the elder from the five elements palace spat out blood. This was his natal magic treasure, and now that it was broken, he was shocked. Damn it! How could he be so strong? The elder from the five elements palace's expression became extremely ugly. He did not dare to fight anymore and turn around to escape. He withdrew the five elements chain, and under his feet, the power of the five elements swam, and he instantly fled into the distance. You want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the demigods and semi-devils. His speed was much faster than the elder, and in an instant, he was behind the elder. He slashed down with his sword. Puff! The elder from the five elements palace was hit in the back, and he spat out blood and flew out. However, he used this opportunity to increase his speed again. Damn brat, go to hell! The blood in the sky was ignited by him, turning into the fire of the five elements that burned fiercely. He wanted to escape. Whoosh! However, Lin Xian did not give him the chance. His face was full of killing intent. The other party had provoked him time and time again, so how could he let him leave? Chapter 2473. Buzz. Lin Xian directly formed a dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed out. Puff! A dragon-shaped sword chi slashed down and instantly extinguished the five elements' fire. Not only that, but the sword light also enveloped the five elements' elder. No, damn it! The five elements' elder's face was ferocious. He felt a peerless killing intent. He didn't expect that the other party would have such a sword technique. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. If he had fought desperately from the beginning, he might not have been killed so quickly. However, he was determined to escape. Therefore, he couldn't resist the dragon-shaped sword shadow at all. Puff! With a flash of light, a head flew up, and the five elements' elder's body fell to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, because his soul was also destroyed in an instant. The five elements palace's elder was completely killed. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He took the other party's storage ring, and then a ball of black fire floated out and burned the other party's body. His eyes flickered as he identified the direction, and then he strode away. Along the way, he found that this place was very chaotic, like a maze, and there weren't many treasures. He guessed that this shouldn't be a passage, so he wasn't in a hurry to go on his way. Instead, he was looking for prey. Previously, the Five Elements Palace, Demon King Palace, Myriad Thunder's Sacred Ground, Nine Heavens' Sacred Ground, Tuoba family, and Tai dynasty were eyeing him covetously. They even wanted to join forces to attack his immortal palace, which made Lin Xian very angry. Therefore, he couldn't wait to find the geniuses of these sacred grounds and kill them. Under Lin Xian's search, he really did manage to find another person. This wasn't an ordinary disciple, nor was it an elder, but a saint, the Myriad Thunder Saint. The Myriad Thunder Saint also saw Lin Xian. He immediately roared, and thunder surged all over his body. He rushed over quickly like the god of thunder. As he moved, the entire space trembled. It was as if a lightning beast was roaring, or as if lightning was descending. The saint's son of Myriad Thunder's eyes were filled with killing intent. This was not the first time he had fought with Lin Xian. Even in the eastern wilderness, he had fought with Lin Xian before. At that time, the other party had even snatched away one of his Dharma treasures, the Myriad Lightning Hammer. This made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Later on, he went into seclusion to cultivate and finally broke through to become a mighty figure. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. When he came out of seclusion, he went to look for her, only to find that she had already disappeared from the eastern wilderness. This became one of the regrets of his life because he wanted to kill the other party with his own hands. Who would have thought that they would meet him again in the tomb of the central region? What made him gnash his teeth in anger was that the other party had also broken through. His strength was not any weaker than his. This made the killing intent in Saint Sun Myriad Thunder's heart surge even more. He swore that he must kill this great enemy. However, not only was the other party powerful, he even had the extremely powerful Immortal Palace as his backer. The Immortal Palace's strength was not inferior to their 10,000 lightning holy land. Thus, he had once again lost the opportunity to kill them. However, things were different now. The heads of the 99 invincible kings had thrown them all into disorder, scattering them all over the ancient tomb. Now that the two of them had met alone, it was a chance for the Saint's son, Myriad Thunder, to take revenge and kill the other party. Boy, I have to say that your luck is really bad. You actually met me alone. Today is the day you die. The Saint's son, Myriad Thunder's body erupted with lightning. Humph, it's not certain who will die. Lin Xian also sneered. He was also extremely excited. That was because he had been looking for these people. He did not expect that he would really find them. Do you think you can kill me? The Saint's son, Myriad Thunder, came close. His body was surging with killing intent, bringing about an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, he would not have been instantly pressed down, or he would have been pierced by the terrifying lightning. I wonder if the elders of the 10,000 lightning holy land will be furious if you die here? Lin Xian sneered. You want to kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Two terrifying lightning bolts burst out from the Saint's son Myriad Thunder's eyes, piercing through the void. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. A terrifying lightning fist stretched out and directly shrouded the space, including Lin Xian. Crackle! The violent lightning power erupted, shattering a large area of the void, and the figure in the space was also shattered. However, the Saint's son Myriad Thunder did not relax because he could see that it was not the real body of the other party, but an afterimage. Boy, there's no need to hide. You can't hide. The Saint's son Myriad Thunder shouted coldly and attacked again. He waved his hands, bringing about a sky full of lightning. The entire space was completely shattered, and the terrifying lightning covered the sky and earth. Just a bolt of lightning could easily kill an ordinary powerhouse. Even a peerless powerhouse would not dare to resist it head-on. However, such a terrifying lightning could not do anything to Lin Xian. Lin Xian struck out with the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed down. The sea of lightning in the sky was cut open, and a vacuum area appeared. Not only that, but the sword chi that filled the sky was also like a divine red, charging toward the saint's son, myriad thunder. Before the sword arrived, the astonishing aura it carried almost made the saint's son, myriad thunder's blood freeze. Get lost! The saint's son, myriad thunder, was furious. He did not expect that the other party would dare to kill him, which made him extremely furious. The next moment, he pulled out a blue lightning saber from the sea of lightning in the sky. Clang! The saber and sword collided, emitting a dazzling light, and cracks appeared in the void. He blocked it. He had finally managed to block the sword. You're just as I'll kill you today. The saint's son, myriad, thunder blocked Lin Xian's sword, and once again revealed a ferocious smile. Today, I'll let you see the great magical power of the myriad thunder sacred land. Ninefold thunder saber. The saint's son, myriad thunder, held the thunder saber in his hand, and his expression became extremely fierce. The sky was full of murderous aura, and then he slashed out. This was a terrifying lightning saber technique, which was a heaven-class cultivation technique. There were a total of 9 layers, and each layer had 9 sabers for a total of 81 sabers. Each layer was stronger than the previous one. In the end, it was really like the god of thunder descending to the world, and no one could resist. Sure enough, as soon as the ninefold thunder saber appeared, it turned into a thunderbolt and struck down from the sky. Rumble! The surrounding sword chi was all shattered. One could imagine how terrifying the ninefold thunder saber was. Lin Xian performed the demigods and semi-devils and flashed quickly. However, the space here was not big, so there was not much distance for him to dodge. Whoosh! Sword of wood. Countless trees and forests surrounded him, blocking the thunder and lightning in the sky. Then, Lin Xian quickly charged over the 5-element sword technique and the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. He used it to the point of perfection. One after another, terrifying sword light flashed out. Floating in the sky, they collided with the ninefold thunder saber. The incomparably violent ninefold thunder saber had 81 sabers in the sky. However, it was gradually suppressed. Chapter 2474. However, when the 81 blade lights were completely shattered, he had to believe that his opponent had completely suppressed him in terms of attack. Damn it! I don't believe it. 9-1. The saint son of Thousand Thunder roared again. This time, he held the blade with both hands, and the thunder blade in his hand suddenly erupted. An even more terrifying thunder and lightning surrounded it. 81 rays of saber light appeared once again, circling around him continuously. Finally, they merged into a blade light. This blade light combined the power of 81 blades. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying and could split the sky and the earth. Kid, go to hell. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's eyes also burst out a fierce light. 5-1, he struck out with the 5-element sword. 5 sword lights flashed around him, forming a 5-colored divine sword, and collided with the 9-layered thunder blade in the sky. A sonorous sound rang out, and the light rushed through the entire sky. The entire passage was bright, and the terrible sound waves spread in all directions. At this moment, the people in the surrounding passages all felt this rumbling sound. Someone was fighting. They were shocked and listened carefully. Buzz. Many people set off. They wanted to rush over, but when they just flew a few steps, then he felt a wave rushing towards him. Several martial artists were directly slapped away, vomiting blood. The rest of the people stopped. Damn it, what a violent power. Who was fighting? They were stunned and didn't dare to go forward. In the passage, the saint's son of Thousand Thunder's hair was disheveled, and the thunder and lightning on his body were constantly intertwining, making crackling sounds. His handsome face became incomparably ferocious because the thunder blade in his hand was broken into two halves. In the process of the fight just now, his 9-layered thunder blade was defeated by his opponent's 5-element sword. This was unbearable. "Ah, damn it. I'm going to kill you." The saint son of Thousand Thunder roared crazily, and 2 thunder flames formed in his eyes, burning fiercely. "Kill me? You don't have the chance." Lin Xian strode over, and the sword chi on his body became more and more dazzling. The 2 seals in his hands were unlocked, and the aura of the ancient dragon abyss sword broke out again. The 2 swords struck the saint son of Thousand Thunder and sent him flying. The saint son of Thousand Thunder somersaulted several times in the air, hit the wall, and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, a priceless treasure sword. Do you think I don't have one?" He roared crazily. Thor's spear. With a furious roar, he also took out a blue spear from his storage ring. The moment the long spear appeared, the void began to tremble violently. It was simply unable to withstand the might of the spear. This was also a priceless artifact. "Brat, I'll make you wish you were dead." Holding the Thunder God's spear, the myriad Thunder Saint charged over again. After using the Heaven Grade artifact, the myriad Thunder Holy Son's combat strength had greatly increased again. He was confident that he could kill his opponent this time. The 2 Heaven Step treasures collided in the air, erupting with unparalleled power. However, the situation was a little different. The ancient Dragon Abyss sword was actually being suppressed. "Ha ha, brat, you were only able to suppress me by relying on the power of that priceless sword. Now that I have a similarly priceless artifact, let's see what you'll use to fight me." He was simply too happy, because he had finally suppressed his opponent. Lin Xian frowned. Something was wrong. His opponent's priceless artifact didn't seem to be sealed. What was going on? He could clearly feel that the power of his opponent's Thunder God Spear was about the same as his ancient Dragon Abyss sword with 3 layers of seals unlocked. That was unlikely. One had to know that his ancient sword was a broken sword with 9 layers of seals sealed. Could it be that the ancient sword wasn't an ordinary priceless sword? He asked Hey Tuesday Hey, Tu transmitted his voice to him. It was indeed not an ordinary Heaven Step sword. The Thunder God Spear in his hand was a low-grade Heaven Step artifact. The ancient Dragon Abyss sword in your hand was at least a high-grade or top-grade Heaven Step artifact. Although it was broken, its grade was still higher than his opponent's. Moreover, it was an ancient artifact. A Heaven Step artifact, refined, in ancient times was different from the current Heaven Step artifacts. Therefore, in terms of power, his Thunder God Spear couldn't be compared to your ancient Dragon Abyss sword. However, you still couldn't unleash the full power of the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. On the other hand, he could unleash the full power of the Thunder God Spear. Therefore, you were suppressed. So that was the case. Lin Xian understood. Lin Xian didn't open the 3rd seal. Instead, he directly summoned the great dragon sword soul. He let it fuse with the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. Buzz! The ancient Dragon Abyss sword trembled, and the sound of a dragon and sword rang out as if it was alive. He swung the sword. With a clang, the Thunder God Spear was sent flying and hit the wall, bursting into countless sparks. Damn it, how did his power become stronger again? The 10,000 Thunder Saint quickly retreated, his figure as fast as lightning. His arm was numb, and he couldn't feel it. Buzz! The energy in his body instantly restored his arm, but his expression was extremely solemn. He attacked again. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became, because he found that the little advantage he had just gained had disappeared again. His opponent tied with him again. Not only that, but he was also suppressed. In particular, his opponent's sword chi was getting fiercer and fiercer, which made his hair stand on end. Damn it! The 10,000 Thunder Saint was furious. Thunder God Bestowal. This was a divine ability that came with a heaven-grade cultivation technique. The Thunder God's spear burst out with an unparalleled light, turned into a flash of lightning, and stabbed over. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He used the 4 killer moves of the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword to contend with it. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The two retreated. But at this time, Lin Xian attacked again. The dragon-shaped sword shadow burst out, and an unparalleled power quickly slashed out 3 times. The Thunder God's spear buzzed and trembled. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' chi and blood were tumbling, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Damn it, I don't believe it. However, Lin Xian swung his sword again. This sword was like a giant dragon, crushing the entire sky and fiercely whipping the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Bang! The 10,000 Thunder Saint rolled out again, and the thunder and lightning on his body and armor were directly broken. His whole body was bleeding wildly, and he was almost cut in half from the middle. Damn it! The 10,000 Thunder Saint wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were extremely ferocious. He waved the Thunder God spear and swept it out. Crack! Crack! The space was torn apart, forming a blue crack that swallowed the front. This crack was very strange. There were small thunderbolts around it, which intertwined with each other to form mysterious runes. Obviously, this was not an ordinary crack, but another of the 10,000 Thunder Saints' divine abilities. Thunder Devour. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space was completely enveloped by mysterious runes, and Lin Xian's body was also swallowed. Whoosh. The mysterious runes quickly intertwined, shattered the void, and completely exiled Lin Xian. Ha! Boy, go to hell! The 10,000 Thunder Saint was abnormally ferocious. He knew that the other party couldn't come out. This crack would directly banish the other party. Although he couldn't kill the other party, it was also a good thing to let the other party leave this ancient tomb. Chapter 2475. When he had enough opportunities in the ancient tomb and broke through again, it would be time for him to kill his opponent. Lin Xian was swallowed in an instant, feeling the darkness around him and an invisible force surging toward him. He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul roared. Countless sword chi slashed the spatial energy apart. Buzz. Lin Xian moved like a dragon. His eyes burst out with a piercing light. It directly pierced through the void. With a golden light, he opened his heavenly secret divine eyes and locked onto the Saint Sun's position. Crack! He waved his long sword, shattered the void, and appeared behind the Saint Sun. The sword slashed down from the sky. Bang! Ah! With a scream, the Saint Sun's left arm was directly cut off. Blood flowed wildly, and his miserable voice made one's scalp tingle. The Saint Sun turned into a bolt of lightning and fled frantically. Damn it, he was so angry because he didn't expect that his opponent would come out and appear behind him. That sword was simply too swift and fierce. Under normal circumstances, he had to deal with it with all his strength, not to mention a sneak attack. One of his arms was directly cut off. Surrounded by thunder and lightning, he wanted to regrow his severed arm, but he found that he couldn't do it at all. There was an extremely terrifying sword in the wound, preventing his severed arm from regrowing. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Saint Sun gritted his teeth. Boy, just you wait, I won't let you go. Do you think I will let you go? Lin Xian stepped on the dragon shadow and quickly rushed over. The ancient sword in his hand was swung again. Seeing this, the 10,000 Thunder Sage quickly formed a few thunder shields. 8 Ladons surrounded him, forming the most powerful defense. The ancient sword hit the shield, making a thunderous sound. The saint's sun rolled and flew backward. After 3 sword strikes, the 8 thunder shields were directly shattered. The 4th sword strike sent the saint's sun flying again. Boy, just you wait. I will definitely pay you back for today's humiliation. After all, the saint's son was a saint, a genius. He had many life-saving means. He spat out a lightning bead, which instantly wrapped around him. He smashed through the void, disappearing without a trace. Lin Xian slashed out 9 times in a row, shattering the void. But in the end, his opponent still managed to escape. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted as he looked at the healing space. He didn't chase after them. Instead, he turned around and looked at the ground. There was a fallen arm, which belonged to the 10,000 Thunder Saint. With a wave of his sleeve, countless sword chi sealed the arm before he put it away. This was a good item. At a critical moment, it could stimulate the 10,000 Thunder Sage and deal a blow to the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land. Who asked them to be so arrogant? This time, he was going to ruthlessly slap their faces. Lin Xian continued on his way. However, this time around, he stopped after walking for half a day, because he discovered that there was no path ahead. With a cold snort, Lin Xian punched out, shattering the void. However, the wall did not change at all. Wung! He struck out with his ancient sword again, thrusting it out. This time, there was finally a change. The long sword directly sank into the wall. However, when he pulled it out, he discovered that there was blood dripping from the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. The crack on the wall was quickly healing. Damn it, what's going on? Why is it so strange? Lin Xian frowned. The wall was bleeding. Could it be a living thing? He didn't know. He thrust out his sword again. This time, the ancient Dragon Abyss sword kept growing longer. It was about 100 meters long. When he pulled it out, he discovered that there was more blood flowing this time. However, Lin Xian could clearly feel that there was no end to it. What's going on? Is the wall 100 meters thick? What a joke. He didn't believe it, but his soul power couldn't penetrate it. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in the wall that prevented his soul power from probing. Lin Xian had no choice. He used the ancient Dragon Abyss sword to split the wall, but he discovered that he couldn't split it at all. He could only stab it. What should he do? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that he had to go back the way he came and explore other places? He wanted to do so, but at this moment, He too transmitted a message. Kid, try those Tao patterns you got. What's the meaning of these Tao patterns? Lin Xian asked. He too transmitted a message. I don't know, but it should be related to this ancient tomb. No matter what, it's from the same time period. Indeed, this ancient tomb should be more than 100,000 years old. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took out the treasure map with 6 Tao patterns. These Tao patterns were very simple, like sword marks. However, it was only simple on the surface. If one looked at it carefully, it would become more and more profound. It was as if there were endless secrets that couldn't be studied thoroughly. This was probably the mystery of Tao patterns. Tao patterns were even more profound than runes. There were even legends that said that Tao patterns weren't invented by humans, but by the top experts of the world to sense heaven and earth. They used Tao patterns to show the secrets of heaven and earth. The word Tao was enough to show how terrifying these runes were. All right, I'll study one first. Anyway, there's no way out now. So Lin Xian simply sat down and started comprehending. It didn't matter if he was comprehending, but a month passed. When Lin Xian woke up, he was also very surprised. He originally thought that it would only take 1 or 2 days or a few hours, but he didn't expect that this comprehension would take a month. And this was when He Tu alerted him from outside. Otherwise, it would probably take a year. Kid, how is it? How much have you comprehended? He Tu asked. Lin Xian shook his head. It's just a little bit. Be content. Even an invincible king wouldn't understand. These Tao patterns were left behind by saints. It's impossible for you to completely comprehend them now. Lin Xian nodded. He understood now. Indeed, these Tao patterns were at least left behind by saints. No matter how strong an invincible king was, he only had the king domain as his foundation. But it was different at the saint realm. They could use the laws of heaven and earth. More importantly, they could absorb the essence of the laws of heaven and earth, condense Tao patterns, and construct their own world. This allowed the king domain to take another step forward and form a small world. Therefore, it was already very shocking that Lin Xian could comprehend so much. Let's give it a try. Lin Xian stretched out a finger and drew an arc in the air. It seemed simple and casual, but there was a mysterious principle behind it. Buzz. As soon as the arc was drawn, countless tiny patterns spread out in the air and flew forward. It sank into the wall. The wall seemed to have been torn apart by a pair of big hands, and a bloody hole appeared. Endless blood flowed out. Go! Lin Xian's figure flashed, and the dragon sword domain enveloped him. He turned into a sword light and rushed into the bloody hole. Then, the bloody hole slowly disappeared. The entire wall healed again, and Lin Xian had already entered the wall. Chapter 2476. He asked He-Tu, but He-Tu didn't know either. However, He-Tu guessed that this might not be a wall, but the corpse of a powerful existence that had been forcefully refined and placed here. You're saying that this is a corpse? Heavens! Lin Xian was shocked. He wanted to verify it, so he didn't fly in a straight line but changed directions. However, he discovered that no matter where he flew, he was surrounded by a sea of blood. Only the place where the dragon sword domain was located formed a vacuum. According to his estimation, with his speed, he should be able to fly thousands of miles. However, he hadn't left yet, nor did he see anything else. How could this be a human's body, whose body could be so huge? Therefore, he felt that it was very likely that this was an illusion that had been created to create a false impression for people. Forget it, he still couldn't figure out the ancient tomb of a saint. He could only leave first. He flew for 9 days and 9 nights. Lin Xian felt that he might be trapped in this sea of blood for the rest of his life. Finally, he was touched by something and his body stopped. That's great. He finally arrived. Lin Xian was delighted. He guessed that this might be the other side of the wall. As expected, he waved his hand again and drew the Tao pattern that he had comprehended. Instantly, the front was torn open and light appeared. Whoosh! His body swayed, and he came out. The cave behind him healed again and turned into a wall. This made Lin Xian dizzy. Could it be that he flew for 9 days and 9 nights just to pass through a wall? If he hadn't experienced it personally, he wouldn't have believed it. Whoosh! Just as he was lamenting, a sharp aura suddenly came from behind him. It was very terrifying, as if it was going to pierce through his body. Humph! Lin Xian dodged like a flickering light. His afterimage was mercilessly pierced through. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm and slapped out 9 dragon shadows, directly shattering everything in front of him. Bang! 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 The terrifying power was like an earthquake. A sonorous sound rang out. Crack! Crack! A branch fell to the ground and kept twisting like the tail of a venomous snake. What was this? Lin Xian frowned. He looked and realized that it was really a branch. In the next moment, he turned his head. It turned out that this was a palace, and he was not alone. There were dozens of figures in front of him, and one of them was glaring at him with murderous intent. This person was very strange. His body was purple, and his skin was like tree bark. It was very rough, and made people want to vomit just by looking at him. Needless to say, the one who attacked just now should be this guy. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party's appearance. He was squarish and had no hair on his head. Instead, he had purple leaves. How was this a human? This was a walking tree. Damn it. It really is a tree. Tree demon. Lin Xian frowned. Regardless of whether it was a tree demon or not, how dare it attack him? He snorted coldly and strode forward. The half-demon wasn't the only one in the hall. There were others as well. Apart from him, there were two other half-demons. The others were all humans. Lin Xian instantly released his soul force to investigate the surrounding situation. He saw Jiuxiao Seiko and No Flower. They were the top two of the younger generation. Apart from them, there were also some elders and peerless experts. In short, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. Apart from No Flower and a few others, everyone else's eyes were filled with vigilance and even killing intent. Jiuxiao Seiko in the distance had a gloomy expression, but he didn't immediately make a move. However, the tree demon in front of him directly made a move. Kid, there was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you barged in. Since you're here to court death, don't blame me for being impolite. He was too angry. Previously, when the treasure map with 6 Dao patterns was stolen, he was also gnashing his teeth. Now that he met the other party, how could he not make a move? With a palm strike, countless branches extended and turned into 9 flood dragons. As if they were going to swallow the sky, they covered the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a sword wave swept in all directions. Ka. The branches in the sky were cut off and turned into countless fragments that scattered. The remaining sword wave rushed towards the tree demon. This wasn't an ordinary tree demon. It had the bloodline of the demonic purple gold vine. The demonic purple gold vine was a mutated species of heaven and earth. Legend had it that it was born in the demonic purple gold fire and was extremely powerful. Although the purple tree demon in front of him wasn't the original body of the demonic purple gold vine, it probably had a part of its bloodline. Therefore, when he saw the sword wave slashing towards him, he roared and attacked again. The purple leaves rustled, and each of them turned into a peerless killing intent, forming a strange light in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The purple light collided with the sword wave, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. However, at this moment, Lin Xian made a move again. Dragon Qi revolved around his palm, then turned into a black tortoise and directly pressed down. The black tortoise phantom was naturally formed by him using the Great Dragon Sword rune. As soon as it appeared, it was like a primordial demon mountain that crushed the void. Boom! The tree demon was sent flying by the black tortoise phantom and was even suppressed. He lay on the ground, and the black tortoise on his body emitted a terrifying aura. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. That was because they realized that Lin Xian was too powerful. Such a terrifying tree demon that even had a shocking bloodline was instantly suppressed. It was unbelievable. The older generation powerhouses and peerless figures all had solemn expressions. Jiuxiao Seiko's expression was also gloomy. No Flower formed a Buddhist seal with his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a mysterious smile. He looked at this scene indifferently. Whoosh! In front of him, the purple tree demon roared angrily, and purple runes appeared on its body. Those branches quickly turned into purple flames that burned fiercely. The purple flames enveloped the sword Qi, and then burned it clean. The purple tree demon rose into the air, and the leaves on its head swayed. It looked extremely ferocious. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. He was too angry. He was also of the mutated species of heaven and earth. So, when had he ever suffered such a blow? Therefore, he couldn't bear it. Brat, I'll show you the bloodline of the Purple Gold Vine clan today. He roared crazily, and the purple aura kept shining. It was as if suns appeared in the sky one after another, shining so brightly that everyone couldn't open their eyes. That was the power of the bloodline. Many people in the surroundings exclaimed. They retreated while discussing in low voices. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, purple light erupted, and 18 purple phantoms appeared behind the tree demon. Each of them was like a purple river that surged in the sky. Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword that pierced through the purple light. He discovered that the 18 phantoms were actually 18 tree branches. Each of them was vigorous and powerful like a dragon. Moreover, Lin Xian could clearly sense that there were mysterious patterns on them, and they were obviously different from the tree demon's branches. It seemed that they were activated by the power of the bloodline. Chapter 2477. Whoosh whoosh. There were still purple flames burning on the 18 bloodline branches, which made one's heart tremble. Damn brat, go to hell! The purple tree monster roared, and 18 attacks quickly fell. The void cracked, the sky collapsed, and violent energy rushed in all directions. How dare a puny tree monster attack me? Lin Xian snorted coldly, pulled out his ancient sword, and attacked. His body was like a flickering shadow, moving between the 18 attacks. Bang, 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 one sword after another. Each sword was extremely sharp and cut off the 18 bloodline branches. Crack! The long sword swung, and the purple flames were extinguished, and the bloodline branch was cut in half. With another sweep of the sword, another purple ray of light was covered with cracks. Lin Xian's swordsmanship was unparalleled at this moment. Countless sword shadows rushed in the sky, and the eyelids of the surrounding people twitched wildly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 18 purple lights were all cut off, and the flames fell to the ground, constantly twisting and burning. A few of them even fell beside other martial artists. And immediately those martial artists screamed as half of their bodies were burned away. One could imagine how terrifying the flames were. However, it could do nothing to Lin Xian. Damn it! This is impossible! I don't believe it! The tree monster was extremely shocked. That was the power of his bloodline, and it was so easily broken by the other party. What kind of swordsmanship is that? Why is the other party's combat strength so strong? Could it be that the other party also has the power of his bloodline? However, he did not have time to think too much. That was because the other party was also coming at him. Another few sword lights slashed out, and the tree monster was forced to retreat again and again, rolling in the air. Do I have a death wish? Lin Xian sneered. He stretched out a large azure dragon hand and grabbed in front of him, wanting to catch the purple tree monster. However, at this moment, he frowned and looked into the distance. Whoosh! His body moved, and he instantly disappeared into the sky. Bang! The void where he was originally standing shattered. A black light flashed. It was like a sharp heavenly blade, destroying everything. Fortunately, his soul was strong and fast enough. Otherwise, that attack would definitely have injured him. What a terrifying attack. What is this? The others were also shocked. Jiu Xiao Seiko's expression was solemn, and even No Flower's eyes flickered as he looked at the black shadow. That black shadow flashed by. Seeing that his attack had missed, he quickly retreated. The crowd followed the black silhouette and turned their gazes. They discovered that it was another expert from the Demon Imperial Palace who had made his move. What was that? The big black bull? Everyone looked at the minotaur in front of them and stared in shock. The person in front of them was a 5-meter-tall minotaur. The other party's entire body was pitch black, as if it was forged from black gold. There were even mysterious black runes flickering on his skin. The bull's head was even more ferocious. Its eyes were filled with endless coldness. At this moment, the black light returned to its hand and turned into a bull's horn. Ox horns. Everyone was stunned. Taking a closer look, they discovered that the left horn had indeed disappeared from the other party's head. Could it be that the other party was using the horns to attack? That's right, they realized that their guess was right. That was because the black yak had directly pressed its horns into the ground. Then it shook its head and snorted coldly. "Kid, you've gone too far. How dare you attack the demon Imperial Palace again and again? Do you really think that there's no one in the demon Imperial Palace who can stop you?" The big black bull's voice was very low. Every word it said caused a black hole to appear in the void. One could imagine how terrifying the other party's strength was. Cut the crap. Why, do you want to attack too? Lin Xian looked at the other party coldly. These people from the Demon Imperial Palace were too arrogant. Did they really think that they were the best in the world? They were the ones who attacked first. Now that they couldn't beat him, they ran over to scold him. What kind of logic was that? Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the Demon Imperial Palace. Therefore, in the next moment, he swung his sword again. The golden sword radiance shone in the sky and emitted an incomparably bright light. It formed a golden sun that rotated in the sky. Boom! The golden sword exploded and slashed forward like a scorching sun. His target was still the purple tree demon. Courting death, the purple tree demon was furious. Previously, the big black bull saved his life and gave him a chance to breathe. At first, he thought that he was safe. He didn't expect that the other party would be so persistent and still attack him. This made his heart pound like thunder. Kill. He used the power of his bloodline again. Purple vines flew out and whipped the void like divine whips. The big black bull below was also furious. The other party didn't know what was good for him and didn't listen to his warning. His face was gloomy and a murderous intent appeared in his black eyes. He stomped his foot and the entire hall shook. Countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. A powerful shockwave surged toward Lin Xian, trying to tear him apart. Lin Xian swung his sword again. The sword of earth turned into 9 earth dragons and roared forward. In an instant, the big black bull's attack was neutralized. However, he also lost 2 of the earth dragons. However, the remaining 7 earthen dragons quickly rushed over. In an instant, they wrapped around the big black bull. "Damn it! Open up!" The big black bull roared angrily. Its 5-meter-tall body expanded again, and a powerful force erupted. The 7 earth dragons formed by the sword of earth instantly collapsed. "Kid, you don't know what's good for you." The big black bull was furious. He clenched his fist and punched out. The sky shook and the earth shook. The violent fist was unparalleled, causing the surrounding warriors to tremble. Even Jiuxiao Seiko's expression was solemn. Lin Xian moved horizontally in an instant. The place where he was originally standing was destroyed. After missing, the big black bull didn't stop. Its palms slapped horizontally. It seemed that it wouldn't stop until it caught the other party. Lin Xian moved in the sky and dodged the big black palm. At the same time, he suddenly accelerated and charged toward the tree demon again. "Damn it, get lost!" The purple tree demon roared angrily. Its vines danced in the sky. However, they were split apart by the sword. Poof! Blood splattered in the air. It was unusually bright red. Lin Xian's long sword arrived in front of the tree demon again. Chaotic tide. He slashed out and cut the trunk of the tree in half. The tree demon screamed, crazily. It was incomparably ferocious. The leaves in the sky trembled and pierced through the void. The upper half of its body fled frantically, turning into a stream of light. However, Lin Xian charged over again. "You're courting death. How dare you?" The big black bull roared angrily. It pulled out its left horn and threw it out. The black bull horn turned into a black bolt of lightning and collided with the dragon source sword, making a clanging sound. With a clang, Lin Xian felt his arm go numb. He was forced back, but the bull horn was also sent flying. Chapter 2478. What a terrifying power. What kind of creature is this? Lin Xian was surprised. He stared at the big black bull. He was too surprised. One had to know that he was very powerful, but the other party was able to numb his arm with just a horn. He had to admit that the big black bull's power was far beyond his imagination. This was definitely a mutant, and the bloodline power it contained was terrifying. Rumor had it that the Grand Supreme had a terrifying bull. Could this guy be the descendant of that bull? That's not right. According to the ancient records, the Grand Supreme's bull is green, but this guy is black. It doesn't look like it. Could it really be a mutant? Or does it have a special hobby? The surrounding people discussed softly. Hearing this, the big black bull suddenly turned its head. Its palms sucked, and the two warriors who were gossiping were instantly sucked over. Scram! These two young warriors were also prodigies. Their strength had reached the level of a mighty figure, and they were usually arrogant. However, in the hands of the big black bull, they were like ants. Puff, puff, puff. The big black bull clapped its palms, and the two men's bodies were torn into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. They no longer dared to guess the other party's identity. "Brother Bull, kill him!" At this moment, the purple tree demon had also escaped behind the big black bull. At this moment, only half of his body was left. The other half of his body had been crushed by the sword light. However, at his level of strength, he could still recover from this injury. However, the sword chi at his waist was too terrifying. He had to get rid of it quickly. Otherwise, he would not be able to recover at all. More importantly, he had to subdue this kid as soon as possible. The big black bull's face was also gloomy. He called back his horns again with a solemn expression. His bloodline power was far beyond everyone's imagination, especially his horns. It was not a problem for him to destroy an Earth-grade treasure. However, his opponent's sword was completely fine, and so was his opponent. This really surprised him. He knew that he had encountered a powerful opponent. However, there were more important things to do now. Therefore, he said in a low voice, "This time, it's our fault. I hope you will stop now and stop fighting. Why don't we work together to obtain the treasure?" Admitting defeat? How could he make it sound so dignified? Lin Xian sneered. Upon hearing this, the big black bull trembled with anger. His eyes turned red, but in the end, he did not attack. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian did not make a move. Since he had already suppressed these people from the Demon Imperial Palace, he began to observe his surroundings. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Oh, heavens! Such a powerful expert from the Demon Imperial Palace was actually suppressed? Furthermore, he had taken the initiative to lower his head. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of fear. However, the light in Zhou Zhao's eyes grew even colder. No Flower smiled again. "Brother Lin, we meet again." No Flower performed a Buddhist ritual, and Lin Xian also smiled and cupped his fists. "No Flower. What is this place? What is the treasure that the big black bull was talking about? Perhaps it's that." No Flower stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Lin Xian also saw clearly that this hall was very spacious. The surrounding walls were simple and ancient, and there were ancient green lamps in the four corners, but there were no flames. Presumably, it had long since disappeared in the endless passage of time. The ground under their feet was not ordinary either. It was engraved with countless mysterious runes, and they were densely arranged. He realized that it was a little similar to the 8 trigrams. In front of them, which was the center of the 8 trigrams, was a cauldron. It was another bronze cauldron, but it was not big, only about 2 meters tall. It was also covered with runes, and the sun, moon, and stars were engraved on it. It was very mysterious, and one look at it would make one gasp in amazement. However, although there were many experts around, no one dared to step forward. Even No Flower and Joshua Seiko did not dare to act rashly. Not long ago, they encountered a bronze cauldron that was 100 meters tall, and inside it were the heads of 99 invincible kings. It was that bronze cauldron that separated them from their sacred ground, and they could not find anyone else. Therefore, when they encountered the bronze cauldron again, they were very cautious, afraid that they would fall into another trap. Seeing the bronze cauldron, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He said, "Although it might be a trap, I don't think these people will give up. Why aren't they fighting for it?" He was very confused. No Flower said, "To be honest, we want to fight for it too, but the 8 trigrams under our feet is a powerful formation that prevents us from going forward." "I see." Lin Xian strode forward. Indeed, no matter how he walked, he could not get close to the bronze cauldron. "Kid, who do you think you are? Do you think we are so cowardly? What a joke." Seeing that Lin Xian had failed twice, Joshua Seiko snorted disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. The surrounding experts were also in a heated discussion. Seeing Joshua Seiko's disdainful look, Lin Xian was not angry. Instead, he turned his head and said to No Flower calmly, "I know a little about formations. Give me some time, and I might be able to break the 8 trigrams under our feet." "Oh." No Flower raised his eyebrows. Everyone around pricked up their ears and looked over. Even the people from the Demon Imperial Palace cast their gazes over. However, Joshua Seiko snorted coldly. "So, what if you know about formations? Who here doesn't know about formations? However, I'm afraid that only a top formation master can break it. Could it be that you think that your formations have reached the acme of perfection and can reach the heavens and the earth?" Hearing Joshua Seiko's words, the surrounding people started discussing again. Indeed, at their level, they understood formations and alchemy. Moreover, some of them were very proficient in them. This was because it was related to one's own strength and cultivation base. However, although they were proficient in it, they were not formation masters. Therefore, compared to a true formation master, there was still a difference. Of course, this comparison was with the best array formation masters. They looked down on ordinary formation masters. That was why Joshua Seiko was so disdainful. "So you're suspecting me?" Lin Xian frowned. "Then take your people and get lost. When I break the formation later, if you dare to enter, I'll break your legs. You." Hearing this, Joshua Seiko was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The people from the 9 heavens holy ground beside him also looked ferocious. "Damn it, how dare you scold our holy son? Do you want to die? Kid, you're courting death." Hearing this, Joshua Seiko's face darkened. He roared, and a murderous aura erupted from his body. He charged over like an ancient beast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian. He punched out with both his fists, aiming for Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian raised his hand and struck back. The two of them exchanged 7 palms in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! Joshua Seiko retreated, while Lin Xian stood in place like a demon. In the sky, the violent aura was still surging. Joshua Seiko's face was cold. The blood in his body was boiling and his arms were numb. Chapter 2479. You don't have the right to say that to me. Lin Xian looked at him with disdain. He wasn't paying attention to him. Jiu Seiko was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, under normal circumstances, he couldn't do anything to him, unless he used his trump card. However, he didn't want to use it unless he had no other choice. After all, once exposed, he would have no secrets among the other saints. It was very dangerous for a person to use all his trump cards. Saint, what should we do? A few Nine Heavens sacred ground cultivators gritted their teeth and asked. Jiu Seiko snorted. Don't be rash. Let's see what he can do first. I don't believe that this kid can really solve it. At this point, Jiu Seiko sneered. If the other party can't do it, he'll be the one losing face. We can go up and slap his face. If the other party can do it, it'll be even better for us. At that time, we'll snatch the treasure. The saint is wise. Hearing this, the Nine Heavens sacred ground cultivators' eyes lit up. The others' eyes were also shining. Obviously, they were all making their own plans. No Flower asked doubtfully. Brother Lin, are you sure you can do it? Lin Xian nodded. He glanced around and saw the expressions of the people around him. He scoffed. How could he not know what these people were thinking? They wanted to reap the benefits of others? Take advantage of others? How could there be such a good thing in the world? Lin Xian said in a low voice, I am confident that I can break this 8 trigrams array. However, it's impossible for me to do it alone. If I want to break the array, I need everyone to work together. Work together? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, they didn't doubt it. After all, they knew that this was the tomb of a saint. It was very strange. The strength of 1 or 2 people couldn't break it. Therefore, they didn't care. Lin Xian saw that everyone was silent and said in a low voice, Then I'll take it as your acquiescence. Now, I'll say it. In the entire process, I'll be in charge. You must obey my orders unconditionally. If I tell you to go east, you must not go west. If I tell you to go, you must not stop. If you can't do it or don't cooperate, then there's nothing I can do. Or if you don't want to, we can split up and search for our own opportunities. I won't waste my time here. What? Respect you? Do I have to listen to you? Hearing this, the surrounding experts were dumbfounded. Jiu Seiko snorted coldly. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You want to order us around? That's right. You don't have the qualifications. The people from the Supreme First Royal Palace also spoke up. On the other side, the experts from the other holy lands also shook their heads. A brat like him wanted to lead all of them? What a joke. These people were all unruly, peerless geniuses and experts who would be willing to lower their heads to others. Therefore, this matter was absolutely impossible. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Lin Xian turned around. No Flower bro. Do you want to stay here? I won't accompany them anymore. As he said that, Lin Xian turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. They had been deciphering for a long time, but could not find any clues. And now, the other party wanted to leave even though he was confident. That made their last hope dashed. For a moment, everyone was extremely nervous. No Flower said, Brother Lin, wait. Then he looked at everyone. I think we can give it a try. It seems that Brother Lin is the most proficient in array formations here, so there shouldn't be any problems if we listen to him. Hearing that, some people fell silent and thought about it, while others snorted coldly. If he says he's proficient, what if he's lying to us? That's right. That kid doesn't look like a good person. I have another idea. We don't have to listen to his orders. Why don't we join forces and capture that kid? I don't believe that he won't listen to us. The person who spoke was a young man. He was dressed in a black and white Taoist robe and looked extremely mysterious. At that moment, his voice was bone-chillingly cold. "He's from the Yin-Yang sect." The surrounding people turned around and saw the young man. They recognized him. The people from the Yin-Yang sect sneered. Obviously, they were trying to stir up everyone's emotions so that they could surround and capture the other party. Sure enough, when he said that, many people's eyes lit up. Among them, Jiu Xiaoseiko sneered. "I think that's a good idea." The people from the Fey Imperial Palace also revealed sinister smiles. "Capture that kid, and we can activate the array formation. What are we waiting for? Let's do it together." More and more people around them responded. No Flower frowned. How dare these people come up with such an idea? They don't know what's good for them. Sure enough, Lin Xian's expression darkened, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. He did not say anything. Suddenly, a shocking sword light burst out from his eyes, and golden runes shone. Ah, poof. A few screams were heard. Then, two martial artists from the Yin-Yang sect were instantly cut in half. A martial artist from the Nine Heavens sacred ground rolled on the ground and turned into a dried corpse. A half-demon from the Fey Imperial Palace was nailed to death in midair by the sword Qi. Other than that, the people from the other sacred grounds were also killed. In an instant, more than a dozen experts were killed. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They stopped in their tracks, and their faces were filled with fear. They looked at Lin Xian, and their bodies trembled. "Oh my God, is he still human?" Lin Xian snorted. "You want to fight? Sure. Come on, let's see if you dare to move." He looked around. Feeling his gaze, everyone lowered their heads and quickly retreated. What a joke. That guy is too strong. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We're joking. These people shook their heads frantically. They did not dare to have such thoughts anymore. Lin Xian snorted. He stared at the Yin-Yang sect martial artist who spoke first. "What are you trying to do?" The Yin-Yang sect martial artist felt his scalp go numb. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so strong. After killing so many experts in an instant, the others were completely stunned. This was completely different from what they had imagined. In their opinion, even if Lin Xian was a saint, and even if he was powerful, it would be easy for them to capture him if they worked together. After all, they were all top experts. If they worked together, no one would be able to fight against them. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would make the first move before they did. And his methods were so fierce and murderous. The others did not dare to make a move at all. What was worse was that Lin Xian had his eyes on him. "Humph, what are you trying to do?" The Yin-Yang sect martial artist snorted. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. However, when he thought about his identity, he revealed a hint of malevolence. "What am I trying to do? Kill you?" Chapter 2480. The expression of Wang Tong, the prodigy of the Bright Yin sect, finally changed. He did not expect Lin Fan to attack him. In the next moment, his face darkened. "Damn brat, do you want to start a war with the Yin-Yang sect? You can't represent the Yin-Yang sect." Lin Xian's voice was cold. He slashed with his sword, and a terrifying aura swept across the sky. It was as if a primordial demonic beast had awakened in the sky. Sword light filled the sky, drowning the entire space. "Damn it! Get lost!" Wang Tong, the prodigy of the Yin-Yang sect, roared in anger. He was also a prodigy, and he was very powerful. Buzz. He formed a seal with his hands, and the yin and yang energies on his body quickly merged, forming an yin-yang diagram that spun in front of him. Boom. Poof. A clanging sound was heard as the sword landed on the yin-yang diagram. However, the yin-yang diagram was soon split open by the sword. Wang Tong spat out blood and was sent flying. Both of his arms were directly broken. He retreated. Lin Xian took a step forward and rushed over like a dragon. His right hand was like a giant palm that covered the sky. Crack, crack, crack. Before the palm landed, the shock waves from the energy shattered the space around Wang Tong. The black and white energies on Wang Tong's body kept rolling. He screamed in fear and hurriedly formed a set of armor. At the same time, he formed a yin-yang shield in front of him. It was another earth-shattering attack. The yin-yang shield and armor shattered, and Wang Tong's successor crashed to the ground. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the world shook. All the bones in his body were broken. The blood in his body was rolling, and his organs were impacted, causing him to vomit blood. Ah! Wang Tong roared crazily. The yin and yang energies on his body shot into the sky like two black and white divine dragons. He kept roaring. His broken bones recovered in an instant. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. His expression was ferocious, and his killing intent was monstrous. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the right to do so. Lin Xian raised the ancient dragon abyss sword. Yin-yang slash, die. Both of Wharton's hands quickly formed hand seals, and the yin and yang energies within his body kept fusing to form a huge blade. Next, he slashed down towards the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian also brandished his ancient sword and performed the five elements sword technique. An earth-shattering collision rang out. Within Lin Xian's body, the great dragon sword spirit roared, and his battle prowess rapidly soared. The first sword strike shattered the yin-yang saber. The second sword strike enveloped Wang Tong. When the sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, Wharton's corpse appeared in front of everyone. Everyone in the surroundings was stupefied because on Wang Tong's body there were 15 sharp sword lights that pierced through his body, nailing him to death in the air. He was a genius of the yin-yang sect. How could he be killed so easily? They couldn't believe it. Lin Xian was like a demonic god, looking around disdainfully. He coldly asked, "Who else wants to attack me? Bring it on. I can guarantee that your end will be even worse than his." Hearing this, everyone's scalp went numb. Even Zhou Seiko and the big black bull of the Demon King Palace looked gloomy, not saying a word. Amit Ba. No Flower was reciting Buddhist mantras at the back, but he didn't say anything because these people asked for it. All right, since you have nothing to say, then do as I say. With me as the leader, we will break this formation together. After saying that, Lin Xian kept his ancient sword. The others thought for a long time, then silently stepped forward, ready to cooperate with Lin Xian. Zhou Seiko snorted and led the people of the Nine Heavens' holy ground to step forward. On the other side, the people of the Demon King Palace also stepped forward. Although Lin Xian had mercilessly killed their people, they had no choice but to cooperate with him now. Lin Xian began to prepare to break the 8 trigrams formation under his feet. At the same time, strange things were happening in other places. The bronze cauldron and the heads of 99 invincible kings caused everyone to be teleported randomly. Some of them were teleported together, but most of them were scattered. Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others were also teleported. The dark red dragon was also teleported to another place. Damn it, it's that snake. Catch it. Skin it. Near the dark red dragon, a few angry roars could be heard. Whoosh, whoosh. A few figures rushed over. They were the experts of the Tai dynasty. They were also teleported nearby. At this moment, these people's eyes were like lightning staring at the dark red dragon. This was because they recognized that it was the snake beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian and the others couldn't deal with him for the time being, but they could kill this snake first and make it into snake soup to vent their hatred. Boom, boom. Heaven-destroying palm. Berserk 3 blades. lightning sword technique. A series of terrifying attacks came, enveloping the dark red dragon. Then, they laughed out loud. Damn snake, who asked you to be arrogant again? Who asked you to follow that kid? Now, you know what retribution is. Not only you, but everyone around that kid will be killed. The people on the first prince's side of the Tai dynasty sneered crazily. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it! How is that possible? Dream on. I must be dreaming. Damn it! I'm under an illusion. They roared crazily, and the light on their bodies flickered as they tried to regain their consciousness. That was because they realized that under their shocking attacks, the other party was completely unharmed. In fact, the other party was not injured at all. That made them unable to believe it. The dark red dragon spat out a mouthful of saliva. Damn it! It hurts! Damn it! How dare you attack me? You've committed an unforgivable crime. As he said that, he waved his dragon claws, and a terrifying dragon shadow appeared and enveloped the three people above. Damn it! Get lost! Ooh! The three powerhouses of the Tai dynasty roared and fought with the dragon. An earth-shattering battle began. The more they fought, the more shocked they became because they realized that the snake in front of them was too terrifying. Every attack made their arms go numb and their blood boil. In just a few moves, they were injured. However, when their attacks landed on the other party's body, it only made the other party grit his teeth and scream in pain. However, there were no injuries at all. It made them have the urge to vomit blood. Sure enough, after a few hundred moves, one of the kings was slapped to the ground and then enveloped by a formation. After another 100 moves, the second powerhouse was also seriously injured. Another formation enveloped him. Not long after, the third powerhouse of the Tai dynasty was also subdued. The three of them were sealed and lying on the ground, screaming crazily. Damn snake, kill us if you have the guts. Otherwise, you're dead meat. That's right. There are countless powerhouses in the Tai dynasty. Do you think you can fight against us? Damn it! How dare you be so arrogant in my hands? The dark red dragon gave each of them 3 slaps, and the powerhouses of the dynasty saw stars. Their faces shattered in an instant, and their teeth flew everywhere. However, they recovered very quickly. After all, at their level, this kind of injury was nothing at all. Chapter 2481. They could not tolerate such a slap in the face. Snake, how dare you hit me? Just you wait. When I break the seal, I'll kill you. Yes, I'll skin you and make you into boots. I'll make snake soup out of your flesh. Fuck, you want to eat me? Stomp, 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 stomp. With every stomp, their faces cracked and their bones and blood splattered everywhere. But soon, their faces recovered. Just like that, the dragon stomped on their faces a few hundred times. They had the urge to die. The dragon stopped and looked at the 3 of them. How about it? Do you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? No, no. Lord Snake, please let us go. Yes, we were wrong. Fuck, kill me if you dare. Give me a quick death. The 3 of them begged for mercy and roared angrily. Humph! The dragon slapped each of them again. Fuck! You're the snake. I'm a dragon. Call me Lord Dragon from now on. Also, it's impossible to kill you. I'm short of a few servants now. You can be my servants. From now on, you're my lackeys. You're the first lackey, the second lackey, and the third lackey. The 3 of you must serve me well. After 81 years, I'll let you live. Otherwise, I'll let you taste a fate worse than death. The dragon revealed a sinister smile. As the youngest monster, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Sure enough, The three of them roared crazily after hearing that. But after half an hour, they screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Then they agreed. Now that their cultivation was sealed, they could not resist at all. If they did not agree, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Very well. Now that I'm tired, you guys carry me. The dragon waved its claw. Immediately, the three experts from the Tai dynasty carefully lifted the dark red divine dragon. Let's go. The dragon pointed in a direction, and the group of people set off like a gust of wind. Even though their cultivation bases were sealed, they were still top-notch almighties after all. Their physical bodies were extremely strong. It was not a problem for them to cross a few hundred meters with one step. Just like that, the dark red dragon set off in search of a new pet. In the darkness, a white light flashed and turned into a little white monkey. Behind him, a few figures were chasing after him in a frenzy. Damn monkey, put down the treasure. Damn it, I'll kill you. Damned monkey, I will definitely chop you into pieces. The people behind him roared crazily. However, they could not catch up with the little white monkey at all. The little white monkey's body was as light as a swallow. She glided through the dark passageway and entered a palace. The four martial artists behind him also charged over. Whoosh! The snow-white little monkey stopped because he found that there was also someone in front of him. Sure enough, there were people in front of them. Moreover, there were more than 10 people who belonged to different holy lands and great sections. When they saw Little White, they also cried out in alarm. This monkey, wasn't this the pet of that fella from Immortal Palace? Why did he appear here? They must have gotten separated. Should they catch it and stew it? Many people had this idea. Among them, there were also people from the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land. They gnashed their teeth. However, the little white monkey arrived in front of the martial practitioners of the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land in an instant and knocked them unconscious with its furry little paws. Swoosh! He turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the attacks of these people. He revealed a mocking expression in the sky. Woo, woo, woo. He pointed at these people with a look of disdain, as if saying, "You're all trash. Fuck. Kill him. Damn it. I can't tolerate this." The disciples of the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land were instantly furious. They were also geniuses. When had they been looked down upon by a monkey and knocked unconscious? Boom, boom. These people used their divine abilities to catch Little White. The little white monkey's body was like lightning, and it was incomparably strange. These people could not catch it at all. This made everyone shocked again and again. Among them, a beautiful figure's beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. At this moment, another 4 figures charged over from the entrance. They cursed loudly. "Damned monkey, get over here." It was accompanied by a spiritual attack. In the sky, a huge saber light rushed up, a rainbow-like spear light, and terrifying palms and fists blasted into the void together. They enveloped the little white monkey. Everyone cried out in alarm. With such a violent power, the little monkey was definitely going to die. That's right. No one below the level of a supreme being could resist it. What a pity. What's there to pity? It's better if that damned monkey is killed. Woo, woo, woo. These people discussed animatedly and sneered. At the same time, a voice came from the other side of the space. Little White appeared and made a face. It stuck out its tongue and spat out its saliva with a look of disdain. This made the remaining people cry out in anger, especially the people behind them. They were so angry that they vomited blood. They charged over once again. The remaining people were extremely shocked. How could it dodge that? How was that possible? Damn it. How did this monkey do it? 7 or 8 experts surrounded Little White, causing the space for Little White to dodge to become smaller and smaller. Little White's big black eyes flashed. Suddenly, it found a figure in the crowd. Suddenly, its eyes flickered. Whoosh! It tore through the void, and instantly appeared in front of that figure. The person it chose was that mysterious beauty. Whoosh! Little White rushed to the other party's shoulder with a pitiful look, a few drops of tears even squeezed out of its big gem-like eyes. Everyone's heart softened when they saw this, especially the female disciples. They were all filled with motherly love and couldn't wait to hug the snow-white monkey in their arms and dote on it. Sure enough, the mysterious beauty also stretched out her jade-like hands and hugged the snow-white monkey. "Little guy, follow me, okay?" that peerlessly beautiful woman asked. The snow-white monkey nodded with a pitiful look on its face. Seeing this scene, the beautiful woman said, "Don't worry, I'll help you slap these despicable flies away." Bang! She waved her jade-like hand, and a sky full of light danced, blocking all the people who came over. These people stopped. Among them, the eyelids of the people from the Thousand Thunders sacred ground and the Five Elements palace twitched wildly when they saw this beautiful woman. They quickly retreated and stopped attacking. The 4 people who had been chasing after her roared angrily, "Damn girl, who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Hand over that damn monkey, and I can spare your life. Little girl, you're quite pretty. Why don't you and that little monkey follow me?" The 4 people sneered. The expressions of the others changed. Many people looked at the 4 people as if they were looking at dead people. Sensing the changes in the expressions of the people around them, the 4 people frowned. One of them asked loudly, "Damn it, who are you? How dare you interfere in our business?" "Yao Guang, Lu Ruyan." Chapter 2482. Alcade. Hearing this name, the eyelids of the people in front twitched. They were stunned, and one of them exclaimed, "Lurian, the saintess of the Alcade's sacred ground." What? After hearing this, the other 3 people's expressions changed. "Oh no, let's go." They turned around and fled. They had no enmity with the Alcade saintess, but they didn't know her identity before, so they flirted and humiliated her. This was definitely a fatal disaster. Sure enough, the Alcade saintess Lu Ruyan waved her hand, and the holy light ball flew out and enveloped the 4 of them. Boom! Crackle! A terrifying explosion of energy completely engulfed the 4 of them. When the light disappeared, there was only a mist of blood on the ground, and not even bones were left. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva, and their faces were full of horror. "Little guy, follow me from now on." Lu Ruyan smiled and rubbed Little White's head. Little White nodded and took the spirit fruit that Lu Ruyan gave it, and ate it happily. However, the moment it lowered its head, a hint of slyness appeared in its big black gem-like eyes. It was temporarily staying by Lu Ruyan's side, and could be said to be safe. However, other places were not so lucky. Among them, Xing Tian met Murong Qingcheng. "Fairy Murong." Xing Tian walked up. Murong Qingcheng's eyes flickered, and she asked, "Xing Tian, where's Brother Xian? Isn't he with you?" Xing Tian shook his head. "No, the young master has been teleported to another place. However, Fairy Murong doesn't have to worry. With the young master's strength and trump cards, there should be no problem." Indeed, hearing this, Murong Qingcheng also let out a sigh of relief. Then the group of people walked forward. There were martial artists from other sacred ground sects around, and these people temporarily joined forces. After all, in this saint's ancient tomb, it was more powerful to join forces. "Hey, there are murals on the wall." After walking for a while, The surrounding people exclaimed. They saw that on the walls on both sides, stone carvings had appeared out of nowhere. The carvings were very exquisite and lifelike, as if they were real people. Everyone was excited because they had heard that Lin Xian had obtained a stone carving with 6 Dao patterns on it. Therefore, now that they saw a wall full of stone carvings, they were excited. If there were a few Dao patterns on it, they would be rich. These people carefully stared at these murals, wanting to see if there were any Dao patterns. At this time, their pupils gradually became lax, and a strange light appeared. Among them, a few people screamed, crazily, "Kill!" They began to attack their companions around them. In an instant, many of their companions were struck to the ground, and their blood dyed the void red. "Damn it, are you crazy?" His companions retreated frantically, their bodies glowing brightly as they roared madly. They really couldn't understand why their companion would go crazy. "Damn it, there's something wrong with these paintings," shouted an old man from the All Beginnings Holy Land. "Look, the person on the mural is smiling." An old man from the Divine Wind Imperial family also frowned. Everyone focused their gazes over. Indeed, they saw that the originally solemn and mysterious mural actually had a strange smile on it. This made everyone's scalp go numb. "Damn it, what's going on?" They clearly remembered that the characters on the murals were expressionless. Why would they suddenly smile? They could not understand. However, more and more people were going crazy. They couldn't look at the murals. Xing Tian roared. His roar was like a clap of thunder, shaking the surroundings. His roar caused everyone to retreat one after another. Many people stopped looking at the murals to avoid going crazy. However, those who had already gone crazy could no longer control themselves. They began to attack everything around them. In an instant, a great battle broke out. On the other side, Shun Jingqiu was also teleported away. She encountered Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others. Shun Jingqiu asked about Lin Xian's whereabouts. Hu Yidao and Peacock did not know either. They were also randomly teleported away. Nearby were the Grand Xia Prince and the Alcade Saint's son. Apart from them, there were also many other martial artists. These people were preparing to explore the passage ahead. A group of people was also traveling together. They walked halfway through the passage. Suddenly, all the light disappeared. What's going on? Why did it turn out like this? Peacock frowned. Shun Jingqiu was extremely nervous. She shouted, and a purple radiance blossomed. It was like the moon, but it instantly dimmed, unable to illuminate the passage. She was not the only one. The Grand Xia Prince, the Alcade Saint, and the others were the same. It was pitch black all around. It seemed that even their souls were restricted. They could only stay within a 1-meter radius, not to mention the radiance on their bodies. Humph! The Alcade Saint snorted and sent out the dragon pattern cauldron replica. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. However, this time, the dragon pattern cauldron replica seemed to have lost its effect. The Alcade Saint's face darkened. "Damn it!" In the darkness, he roared angrily. Beside him, the Grand Xia Prince also used the golden sword replica. However, it did not work either. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end. Even the 2 supreme weapon replicas could not illuminate the dark passage. What exactly was in the dark passage? They did not dare to imagine. "Let's go back." No one knew who said that, but everyone decided to return. The group of people turned around and went back the way they came. However, after walking for 2 hours, they realized that their surroundings were still pitch black. There was no light at all. "Oh no, we're trapped here." These people's faces were gloomy as they began to discuss a way out. On the other side, on Lin Xian's side, with Lin Xian as the leader, they began to crack the 8 trigrams formation under their feet. Many of them were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. They could not crack it, so they could only rely on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not polite to these people. These people had wanted to capture him and force him to crack the formation. How could he be polite to these people? Especially the people from Fei Imperial Palace, Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, and the Yin sect. He would pay special attention to them. Whoosh! Lin Xian stood up, and a golden light flashed in his eyes as he looked around with rapt attention. Although the dark red divine dragon was not by his side, his attainments and formations were still very powerful. It was not impossible for him to crack the 8 trigrams formation. Lin Xian carefully deduced. His eyes flickered as he took strange steps forward and walked 3 meters forward. For a moment, everything was peaceful. This surprised everyone. At the same time, they became excited. Previously, they would be blocked by the formation if they walked 1 meter forward. But now, the other party could walk 3 meters, and they did not receive any warnings of danger or strange things. This made them believe that the other party was right. Perhaps the other party could really crack the formation. For a moment, everyone's confidence increased greatly. 3 meters forward, Lin Xian stopped and did not walk any further. He sensed a mysterious aura floating in the air. Now his soul had recovered, so he used the heavenly secret divine eyes. A golden light appeared. Chapter 2483. In the next moment, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned around and pointed at a Yin sect martial artist. "Come here. What do you want?" The Yin sect martial artist trembled. He suspected that the other party was going to attack him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Cut the crap. Do as I say. Walk 2 meters forward and 1 meter to the left. Damn it, you want to experiment on me?" The Yin sect martial artist immediately understood. How could he be willing to be a lab rat? That was why he was unwilling. What a coward! Lin Xian sneered when he saw the other party's cowardice. "What are you afraid of? Is this formation dangerous? No one was killed when you were wandering around. You're unwilling to do something so trivial? Don't forget that there are so many people around you waiting for you." Sure enough, the surrounding people also looked over with sullen expressions on their faces. The Yin sect martial artist's expression turned ugly when he saw their gazes. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. To be honest, even though there was no danger, he was still unhappy. How dare he order me around? What a joke! He's not an elder of the Yin sect, nor is he their holy son. What right does he have to order me around? However, he had no choice. The Yin sect disciple could feel the pressure from the people around him. He could only brace himself and walk forward according to Lin Xian's instructions. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction when he saw that. No matter how arrogant they are, they have no choice but to listen to me. If I tell them to walk, they will walk. If I tell them to stop, they will stop. It felt as if he was the leader of the sacred land, and the disciples had to listen to him. It was exhilarating. The martial artist braced himself and followed Lin Xian's instructions. He walked a few steps and stopped. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There was no problem. He continued to walk forward, 2 meters forward and 1 meter to the right. The Yin sect disciple walked again. However, at that moment, a flame suddenly rose from under his feet and enveloped him. Ah! The disciple screamed in agony. However, the flame was not fatal. It was quickly extinguished by the Yin sect disciple. However, his face was covered in dust, his body was pitch black, and his hair was standing on end. He looked very strange. "Damned bastard! Can you do it or not?" Seeing this scene, the Yin sect cultivators behind him roared furiously. He felt that the other party was clearly toying with them. Lin Xian coldly snorted. What's the hurry? This array formation is so difficult to break. Did I say I could succeed in one try? If you think you can do it, then come on. Hearing this, those people were so angry that they vomited blood. If they knew how to do it, they wouldn't need to listen to him. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. Humph, Lin Xian said with a frown. Stop making a fuss. You can't even handle a little flame? Are you people from the Yin sect trash? Was this how he usually cultivated? A little flame? That disciple was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This was the tomb of a saint. God knows what kind of things would come out of it. They hadn't forgotten the terror brought about by the heads of 99 invincible kings. Cut the crap and continued to attack. Lin Xian ignored the Yin sect members and turned to look at the Fey Sovereign Palace. He pointed at the tree demon from before. The tree demon's face instantly turned green. He had barely escaped death, and the lower half of his body was slowly recovering, asking him to scout the path now. What a joke! He wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. You don't want to go? Sure. Get lost in front of me now. Lin Xian coldly shouted. The tree demon was so angry that he vomited blood. There was nothing he could do. The people around him were all glaring at him. He gritted his teeth and walked according to the path that Lin Xian pointed out. After a few steps, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck his head, almost splitting him in half. The tree demon screamed and rolled around crazily. Seeing this, the people from the Fey Sovereign Palace roared crazily. The others were also very nervous. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He silently deduced and then walked another meter forward. In the next moment, he pointed at the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground again. You and you walk forward separately, 3 meters to the right, 2 meters to the left. The martial artists from the 9 heavens sacred ground also braced themselves and walked forward. They wanted nothing more than to skin the other party alive, but they had no choice. They still walked forward. Among them, the one on the left was fine. The one on the right suddenly disappeared. After waiting for about half an incense stick's time, he finally appeared. The moment he appeared, he knelt on the ground, his face pale. Obviously, he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Damn it, I quit. I quit even if you beat me to death. He roared crazily. Get back here. What a disgrace. Jiuxiao Seiko's face darkened. He slapped the man unconscious and threw him to the back. Look after him and don't let him embarrass himself. When he wakes up, give him a pill to eat. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground quickly helped him up. Jiuxiao Seiko said in a low voice, Damn brat, can you do it or not? I feel that you're definitely taking revenge on us. As soon as he said that, the people from the Yin sect and Fey Sovereign Palace gritted their teeth and stared at Lin Xian with cold, killing intent. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked another 2 meters forward. He turned around and looked at those people with a disdainful smile. Can I do it or not? If you have the ability, just walk to this place. Let's see if you can do it, or I can. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the distance that the other party had walked was further than all of them combined. This meant that the other party's method was feasible. However, it was too dangerous to use the martial artists from the sacred ground to scout the way. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Lin Xian sneered. What? You don't dare to do it. So far, although there have been dangers and attacks, has anyone been killed? Don't worry, this 8 trigrams formation won't kill anyone. Also, those idiots from the 9 heavens sacred ground and Fey Sovereign Palace, didn't you put on your armor and shield when you left? If you go up like that, it would be strange if you didn't get hit. Damn it. Hearing that, the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground almost vomited blood. You go up. Next, Lin Xian called many people. Without exception, these people were all those who had gone against him before. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't let them go. Sure enough, when these people went up, most of them were attacked. Some were struck by lightning, some were burned by fire, and some were directly teleported away. They were so scared that they screamed. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Who asked these people to go against me? Now, they're paying for it. As expected, the faces of the big black bull and the people from the Yin sect turned green. Just like that, they walked for 3 days and 3 nights in fear. Finally, they got close to the bronze cauldron. At this time, except for No Flower and those who hadn't gone against Lin Xian before, everyone else was covered in wounds. Chapter 2484. Jiuxiao Seiko and the big black bull were also struck by lightning 3 times. Fortunately, they were strong enough to avoid any injuries. However, this made them so angry that their lungs were about to explode. This damned brat, this was definitely a clear retaliation against them. However, there was nothing they could do. However, they were relieved that they had finally reached the vicinity of the bronze cauldron. It seemed that they would be able to crack the 8 trigrams formation soon. Humph! Damn it, when we get the treasures in the bronze cauldron, we must kill this kid. Jiuxiao Seiko gritted his teeth. The big black bull's face was also gloomy. He would not let Fong Xingjian off either. Amit Ba. No Flower smiled. Brother Lin, it's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have been able to break the 8 trigrams formation. It's nothing. It's all thanks to everyone. As he spoke, Lin Xian glanced at everyone. Feeling his gaze, those who were struck by lightning were about to go crazy. Fuck. This guy is too infuriating. I really want to kill him. Some of those who were not struck by lightning could not help but laugh. Naturally, they could tell that Lin Xian was deliberately targeting those people. All right, everyone get ready to crack the last formation. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone stopped laughing and looked forward with rapt attention. When they reached out to grab the cauldron, 8 trigrams appeared around them, forming a circle that firmly protected the bronze cauldron. The 8 trigrams were a very mysterious pattern. It had a special connection with heaven and earth. As soon as the 8 trigrams appeared, the surrounding atmosphere changed. It became heavy, as if countless mountains were pressing down on their hearts. Everyone, let's attack together. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. His eyes shone with a piercing sword light. Okay. No Flower stood in front of 8 trigrams. Jiuxiao Seiko snorted and also stood in front of 8 trigrams. The big black bull, the Yin sect members, and the other experts all chose 8 trigrams. On the count of 3, they attacked together. Lin Xian pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword, and the sword light on his body became sharper and sharper. 1, 2, 3, attack. The great dragon sword spirit in his body roared, and a powerful attack burst out. The ancient dragon sword was swung, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. It was as if it could destroy everything. No Flower struck out with his palm. His golden palm shone as if the Buddha had been reborn. His terrifying power was truly frightening. Jiuxiao Seiko roared. His figure was tall and sturdy, and an immortal palace appeared above his head. He grabbed it and smashed it forward. At this moment, he was like a demon king, incomparably valiant. The big black bull was even more violent. Its demonic aura was monstrous as it swung its black fists. He was like a peerless demon king, causing the entire world to tremble. Experts from the Yin sect, the Illusion Palace, and the Nangong family also attacked with their ultimate divine powers. In an instant, a terrifying energy burst out, emitting a terrifying light that enveloped everyone. Even though the first 8 diagrams were strong, under the bombardment of so many experts of the Heaven sect, cracking sounds could be heard. Pung! Finally, it could no longer withstand the bombardment and broke apart. That was great. Everyone waved their palms and tore apart the energy storm. Their eyes were like divine swords that pierced through the void as they stared at the bronze cauldron in front of them. However, their eyes and souls could not see through it at all. They could only go forward and take a look. A group of people stepped forward one after another. Their bodies shone with light. Some of them activated their king's domains, while others activated their battle armors. They were afraid that they would be ambushed. The dragon sword domain also appeared above Lin Xian's divine body and enveloped him. Terrifying sword qi surrounded him. He took a step forward and looked inside. Beside him, No Flower, Jiuxiao Seiko, the big black bull, and the people of the Yin-Yang sect did the same. However, in the next moment, they all recognized what it was. There were no immortal pills or miraculous medicines in the bronze cauldron as they had imagined. Instead, it was a corpse. It was a headless corpse. The corpse was very withered, and the battle armor on its body was shattered. It was obvious that it had been there for countless years. However, there were a few treasures on the corpse that were not damaged. There was a necklace on its neck and a ring on its finger. Although they did not emit any light, they were still intact. At first glance, it was obvious that they were shocking treasures. Everyone's scalps went numb. The battle armor was very ancient, and the corpse did not have a head. What was going on? Could it be that his head was placed in the bronze cauldron? Heavens, could it be that he was an invincible king? These people quickly deduced that the bronze cauldron they had encountered earlier had the heads of 99 invincible kings. Now that they found a headless corpse, they trembled. Could there really be 99 headless corpses in the ancient tomb? Why would they do that? Why would they separate the heads from the corpses? Were the corpses dangerous? They did not know. However, from the looks of it, they should not be in much danger. That was because they were not in any danger yet. What should they do? These people discussed with each other. Although there were no pills, the treasures on the corpse made their eyes go red with envy, especially the ring. It was very likely that it was the storage ring of an invincible king. The treasures inside were definitely beyond imagination. It could be said that it was a treasure trove. However, no one dared to act rashly. After all, it was the corpse of an invincible king, and it was in the tomb of a sage, who knew what would happen. Therefore, they were careful. Just as they were thinking of a way to snatch it, someone suddenly roared, "Damn it! Put it down!" It was a person from the Yin-Yang sect. He found that there were many purple tree trunks in the bronze cauldron. They enveloped the 5 corpses, and a few of the tree trunks rushed toward the necklace and ring. Damn it, it's that tree demon. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground were also angry. The others' faces were gloomy, and their eyes were red. That damn tree demon. How dare you snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Are you tired of living? The tree demon laughed sinisterly. "Haha, you're all mine." He was too excited because his tree trunks had already wrapped around the necklace and ring. As long as he exerted some force, he would be able to retrieve them. At that time, they would be able to retreat quickly. The big black bull snorted coldly. It guarded the tree demon and looked around disdainfully. "Don't blame me for crushing your head if you dare to make a move." Seeing this scene, many people's faces turned ugly. That was because they had seen the big black bull's strength. It was definitely at the level of a saint. It was very terrifying, especially that bullhorn of the tree demon. It was even more terrifying. It was probably a weapon that could destroy anything. For a moment, They did not dare to make a move. Jiuxiao Seiko snorted coldly. He was not afraid of the tree demon. Lin Xian's eyes were also cold. The sword qi on his body exploded again, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. Just as they were about to make a move, the tree demon screamed. Chapter 2485. Those people's faces were pale and filled with fear. The big black bull was too terrifying. Lin Xian's sword qi burst out and blocked the sword wave attack. On the other side, the immortal palace above Jiuxiao Seiko's head shone with light. No flower's body emitted a golden light that filled the sky, making him look extremely sacred. The few of them blocked the attack. However, the others took a few steps back. The purple tree monster said with a trembling voice, He caught me. Who caught me? Hearing the tree monster's words, everyone looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. That was because they saw a withered, zombie-like hand grabbing the tree monster. Those people gasped. Could it be that the headless corpse had come back to life? They did not know, but they felt a chill run down their spines. Many of them took a few steps back, their faces full of fear. Lin Xian, No Flower, Jiuxiao Seiko, and Big Black Bull stared at the headless corpse with sharp eyes. The tree monster screamed. Crazily, he waved his purple trunk, trying to pull it back. However, he could not do it. That scene was even more shocking. One had to know that the tree monster was a top-notch expert, but at that moment, he could not pull it back. One could imagine how terrifying that withered hand was. Damn it! Let go! The big black bull roared and threw a punch. It was earth-shattering as it blasted forward. Let alone a withered corpse, it was likely that the entire place would explode from the impact. However, just as his black fist approached the bronze cauldron, and before it could touch the withered corpse, white mist suddenly appeared from the headless corpse and enveloped the black fist. This earth-shattering punch seemed to have hit cotton. It could not exert any power at all. Oh no! Retreat! There's something wrong with this corpse. Everyone retreated frantically. Even the big black bull could not do anything to the corpse. It was obvious that this was beyond their capabilities. Just as they retreated, the mist spread from the black fist and instantly enveloped the surroundings, shrouding everyone. Everyone felt as if they were in the clouds. All around them was a vast expanse, and they couldn't see anything clearly. Even his soul power was being suppressed. Damn it, this is too strange. These people's expressions were ugly. They were extremely regretful. In the future, even if they were beaten to death, they would never look for this kind of bronze cauldron again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword qi revolved around his body, blocking the white mist. On the other side, a golden light shone. No Flower was also resisting. Boom! At this moment, a deep and ancient voice suddenly resounded in the world, as if it had crossed over from the primeval times. Between heaven and earth, it was boundless and invisible. This voice rang in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to beat wildly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They felt a mysterious power surging towards them. The world was spinning, and they seemed to have lost all ability to move. Even his consciousness was blurred. Not good. Damn it. Ba. Cries of surprise could be heard as Lin Xian also felt this mysterious power. He instantly opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. Mysterious golden runes flickered in his eyes, but he was too late. If he was a moment earlier, he might have been able to see everything clearly. But now he could only see that the corpse in the bronze cauldron seemed to have moved. Then he couldn't feel anything. When he woke up, he saw a blue sky and white clouds and forests everywhere. They seemed to have walked out of the ancient tomb. Lin Xian was the first to wake up. His body was circulating wildly, and the golden light in his eyes swept in all directions. He saw that there were many people around him. They were all with him, and they were all ready to snatch the bronze cauldron. No flower stood up and chanted Amitabha. His body was surrounded by golden light. Joshua Seiko and the big black bull also stood up. The other experts gradually woke up as well. When they looked around and saw the unfamiliar scene, they all exclaimed, "Damn it, where are we? Have we been teleported out? Heavens, it can't be. Are you saying that we've left the ancient tomb?" These people screamed crazily, and their faces were filled with despair. What kind of joke was this? It wasn't easy for them to get to the depths of the ancient tomb. But now they were teleported back. What was worse was that they didn't know where they were. No, they had to leave this place as soon as possible. They had to find someone to ask where they were. They had to enter the ancient tomb again. The people from the Yin Yang sect and Nine Heavens sacred ground gritted their teeth. They would not give up this opportunity for nothing. Even if they were teleported out, they would go in again. "Brother Lin, what do you think?" No Flower turned his head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not say anything. His eyes flickered as he stared at the tree demon. Buzz. His eyes shone with a sharp light. "I think we should get rid of this guy first." As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned to the purple tree demon. The purple tree demon's body trembled, and the leaves on his body trembled. He screamed, "What do you want? What do you want? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this damn place." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "That's right, kill that damned guy." The people from the Yin Yang sect shouted angrily. The people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground were even more murderous. They had to get rid of this guy, or he would cause trouble. "How dare you?" The big black bull roared and stepped forward. He stomped his foot, and the ground cracked and shook. The demon clan experts behind him were also furious and murderous. However, this time, the Demon Lord Palace had angered everyone. Therefore, no matter how strong the big black bull was, he could not fight against them. In the end, Lin Xian restrained the big black bull, while Joshua Seiko and the others restrained the experts from the Demon Lord Palace. As for the others, they blasted the purple tree demon into pieces. The big black bull and the experts from the Demon Lord Palace roared madly, but there was nothing they could do. "Damn it, just you wait. We will remember this." The big black bull snorted coldly. "Let's go." The experts from the Demon Lord Palace soared into the sky and disappeared. "You guys, what do you think? Do you still want to join forces?" Seeing that the people from the Demon Lord Palace had left, Lin Xian smiled and looked at the people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground and the Yin Yang sect. Seeing this smile, the martial artists from the sacred ground shuddered. They remembered that they had been ordered by this guy to investigate the unknown array. At that time, they were all charred black. Therefore, even if they were beaten to death, they were unwilling to walk together with this guy in front of them. "Humph," Joshua Seiko snorted. "No need. Kid, take care of yourself. Don't let me see you again. Next time, I won't let you off so easily." With that, Joshua Seiko left with his people. Then, the others left one after another, leaving only Lin Xian and no Flower. Chapter 2486. Brother Lin, what do you think? Wu Hua didn't speak until everyone had left. Only then did he ask, "I don't think we were teleported out." Lin Xian said something shocking. If others were here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. However, it was a pity that those people had left. They didn't know that Lin Xian had the terrifying heavenly secret divine eyes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left so easily. As expected, your guess is similar to mine. No Flower also sighed. One flower, one world. We didn't leave the ancient tomb, but we entered a mysterious space. The ancient tomb of a saint is indeed mysterious. There are traps everywhere. If we don't handle it well, we might be trapped here for the rest of our lives. Lin Xian also frowned. He said in a low voice, "But there's a problem. Did we enter a strange space, or did we fall into an illusion?" No Flower carefully sensed, then shook his head. "I can't feel it either." "Brother Lin, what about you? Can you feel it?" Lin Xian also shook his head. "I can't feel it either. Unless we really entered a strange space, or the illusion is so powerful that it's beyond our imagination. But no matter which it is, it's not good for us." Lin Xian sighed. He tried to open the heavenly secret divine eyes, but he didn't find anything. It could only be said that if it was an illusion, it was too powerful and exceeded his current strength. "Looks like we can only walk around and look for it." Lin Xian and No Flower discussed for a while. They also rose into the air and flew into the distance. While they were exploring this unknown spatial world, the outside world had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Among them, the most leisurely was the snow-white little monkey. It stayed by the Alcade Saint's side for the time being, so it didn't face any danger. Moreover, the little guy ate an endless amount of natural treasures. Its stomach was round like a ball. The dark red dragon was also having a good time. It didn't encounter any danger along the way, but it met many people. These people all wanted to kill it. After all, quite a few of them hated Immortal Palace greatly. However, the dark red divine dragon strength was far beyond their imagination. As long as it wasn't someone at the level of a holy sun, the other experts would all be slapped to the ground. He sealed it up and then obediently became its pet. In the end, there were 9 pets behind the dark red dragon. They were called the 9 Great Lackeys. These 9 people even had the heart to die. However, they couldn't even die now. On the other side, where Murong Qingcheng and Xing Tian were, a great battle had broken out. Now that the battle had come to an end, those crazy martial artists had all been subdued. Those that couldn't be controlled were killed on the spot. Blood dyed the area red. It was extremely terrifying. The others were also gasping for breath, their faces pale. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the paintings around them, because they were afraid that they would go crazy again. Damn it. What is this place? Why was it so strange? Murong Qingcheng's face was also cold. I wonder how Chior and Brother Xian are doing? She was indeed worried about the 2 of them, especially Shen Jingqiu. Although she was powerful, she lacked actual combat experience. If there were no experts around to protect her, she would probably be in danger. Indeed, Shen Jingqiu was now in great danger. The entire passageway was pitch black without any light. Neither the Alcade Saint nor the great Xia Prince could break out of this predicament. Moreover, what was worse was that they were completely trapped now. The passageway was pitch black, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. They couldn't find a way out. Fortunately, Shen Jingqiu had 2 experts, Peacock and Hui Dao, by her side. Therefore, they weren't in any danger for the time being. The others were also relieved. Although they were trapped, their lives weren't in danger at the moment. In this way, as long as they searched carefully and patiently, they might be able to find a way out. However, this was a good idea. However, after about 2 hours, a scream sounded in the dark passageway. Hearing it, these people's scalps went numb. Who was it? Damn it, what happened? Hurry up and say it. An expert roared. They couldn't see now, and their souls could only be within a range of 1 or 2 meters. They didn't know anything further. Therefore, they didn't know who was screaming at all. What on earth happened? In the darkness, no one answered them. Damn it, Could it be that they were killed? The Alcade Saint roared, and threw out the holy light ball. The terrifying holy light ball spun. However, it couldn't emit any light. There was only a terrifying energy that slapped in all directions like the waves of the sea. A few martial artists who were close to it were forced to retreat. This scene made the Alcade Saint's face darken. In his entire life, he had never encountered such a strange thing. What was in this passageway? How could it suppress all the light? Ah, another scream sounded, just 4 or 5 meters away from the Alcade Saint. The wavering light Saint Sun felt his hair stand on end. His soul couldn't catch it either. He could only turn around and stare coldly ahead. Who was it? Come out. However, there was still no answer. The passageway was quiet. Only the sound of their heartbeats and breathing could be heard. Other than that, there was nothing else. Whoosh! At this moment, the great Xia prince suddenly frowned. He suddenly felt a gust of cold wind behind him. Then, it seemed that someone was lying beside him, panting. Damn it! Get lost! The great Xia prince roared and threw out a palm strike. However, the thing seemed to be lying on his body, so his palm strike missed. Roar! The great Xia prince shouted coldly. The aura of the path of dragon burst out and wrapped around his body. A loud dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. In an instant, the thing lying on his body was blasted away, hit the wall, and disappeared. What happened? Hearing the dragon roar, the others were shocked. Could it be that the royal family was also attacked? The great Xia prince warned loudly. Be careful. There is an unknown creature. Unknown creature? What is it? Damn it, there is indeed something. Everyone was in a state of panic. Ah, Shen Jingqiu shouted. She threw out a palm strike and instantly sent the thing flying. Just now, she felt that someone was attacking her. Perhaps it was that unknown creature. Miss Shen, are you all right? Peacock asked with concern. She knew about the relationship between Shen Jingqiu and their hall master. So now that Shen Jingqiu had attacked, they were very nervous. Shen Jingqiu shook her head. I'm fine, Sister Peacock. This thing can't hurt me. Brother Yu, it seems that you have to use your trump card. After knowing that the unknown creature had appeared, the Alcade Saint said coldly. The great Xia prince nodded after hearing that. Everyone, if you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Don't hide them anymore. Chapter 2487. Show me all the tricks you have. Otherwise, we won't be able to get out of here. The prince of the great Xia dynasty said loudly. At the same time, the aura of the Tao of dragon on his body became stronger and stronger, and the roar of a dragon resounded in the void. The Alcade Saint used some kind of secret technique, and a torrential force suddenly surged from his body. 108 phantoms of gods and demons appeared in the sky, and a mysterious voice sounded between heaven and earth. This time, the void was finally illuminated. The aura of the Tao of dragon on the side of the great Xia dynasty transformed into a true dragon and tore through the darkness. Light shone in. Seeing the scene, everyone exclaimed, "This is great!" As expected of the 2 top saints, they are indeed terrifying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Heaven and earth trembled, and 9 purple runes suddenly rushed out of Shen Jingqiu's body and surrounded her. In an instant, they also illuminated a part of the world. The others also exclaimed, God, the saintess of the Xixia Holy Land, is also so terrifying. Previously, some people had seen Shen Jingqiu in action. In their opinion, her strength had reached the level of a saintess, but she was inexperienced. But now, it seemed that was far from the case. She had an even more terrifying trump card. These 9 mysterious runes were too terrifying. They fixed the sky and emitted power that made these experts tremble. The power of bloodline. She must have the power of bloodline. Otherwise, it couldn't be so terrifying. Everyone was shocked, and even the prince of the great Xia dynasty and the Alcade saint looked over. They also had a solemn look in their eyes, but they didn't know what bloodline the other party had. The three top geniuses illuminated the passage. This time, they could finally identify the path. The group of people moved forward again. Everyone moved forward in the dangerous and difficult situation. In addition, in the mysterious space world, Lin Xian and No Flower also flew for a while. Below them was a vast forest, and the river was surging. It was a magnificent scene, but there was no one. They didn't even see any demonic beasts. This made them frown. This place is too strange. Why aren't there any demonic beasts? No Flower was puzzled, and Lin Xian's expression was even more solemn. He transmitted his voice. Brother No Flower, do you feel that someone is spying on us? I do feel that way. No Flower also responded. Lin Xian's frown deepened. He had the heavenly secret divine eyes, so this feeling was the strongest. He felt as if there were countless pairs of eyes watching them. Damn it, what the hell is this? What is this place? The silence around them made them feel uneasy. Lin Xian even activated his Tianji god eyes, and a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. He scanned his surroundings but did not find anything out of the ordinary. However, when he saw the white clouds surrounding him in the sky, he frowned. He struck out with his palm like a flying dragon, blowing away the surrounding clouds. Lin Xian's feeling of being spied on instantly disappeared. No Flower was astonished. Her eyes lit up. Could it be that there was something wrong with these white clouds? The two of them stopped in their tracks. No Flower also raised his hand. His golden palms swept out in all directions, forming countless gusts of wind that blew away the surrounding clouds. Sure enough, when the white clouds dissipated, the feeling of being spied on disappeared. The two of them increasingly felt that there was something wrong with these white clouds. Do you still remember the white fog that emerged from the headless corpse when we were trapped? It was that white fog that brought us to this space. I think that white fog should be the key. These white clouds might be inextricably linked to the white fog. Perhaps the entire world might be. Lin Xian voiced his conjecture. No Flower nodded after hearing it. That's right, but we still don't know what this white fog is. Let's continue walking. Perhaps we can find someone. Then we can ask them. They flew for about a day and a night. Lin Xian and Wu Hua didn't know how many tens of thousands of miles they had flown. Finally, more and more white clouds appeared in front of them, as if forming a white barrier between heaven and earth. Buzz. Lin Xian raised his hand, and a sword light slashed forward. No Flower also clapped his golden palm, and a terrifying energy struck the white barrier. The white clouds were torn apart, and a large fissure appeared. The two of them quickly entered the fissure. After entering, the scenery did not change. It was still a large river, and a forest. It was the same as before. However, Lin Xian and No Flower were pleasantly surprised because they saw a person on a distant mountain peak. Someone, finally someone. The two of them were overjoyed. They sped up, turned into two streams of light, and flew over. They found that it was a youth. He was dressed in cotton clothes, carrying a bamboo basket on his back and holding a hoe in his hand. It seemed that he was picking herbs. The two of them moved like lightning, and instantly arrived near the mountain peak, and descended. There was a whistling sound, and the trees in the surrounding forest swayed with the wind. Below, the youth in cotton clothes looked up. When he saw the two figures descending from the sky, the youth's expression changed. As if he had seen ghosts, he turned and ran. This person could not fly, nor did he use any powerful mystique. He just ran on foot. However, this scene also surprised Lin Xian and No Flower. The other party did not seem to have any strength, but his physical fitness was not that of an ordinary person. With a light leap, he jumped dozens of meters high. With that speed, he could run more than 1,000 meters in 2 or 3 steps. In the end, they even saw with their own eyes that the youth directly jumped over a mountain peak. Although in the eyes of Lin Xian and No Flower, it was nothing. However, compared to an ordinary person, it was indeed extraordinary. No Flower stretched out his palm, and a golden palm like a cloud enveloped that person. That person screamed in fright and rushed around, but he could not break free. It would be strange if the other party broke free. Lin Xian and No Flower flew forward. However, halfway back, the two of them were stunned, because they found that the youth in front of them had escaped. What a joke! He actually escaped from No Flower. This time, it surprised them again. No Flower was a saint. Ordinary mighty figures could not escape from his hands at all. However, a young man without much strength managed to escape with ease. Of course, the other party's means of escape surprised Lin Xian and No Flower. The youth in cotton clothes who was trapped in the Five Fingers Mountains suddenly turned into clouds of white mist and drifted towards the surrounding cracks. The mist passed through the cracks and escaped the Five Fingers Mountain. Then, outside the Five Fingers Mountain, it condensed into a human shape. Whoosh! The youth ran away again with big strides. How strange, this guy was related to the mist. Lin Xian and No Flower looked at each other. They felt that the youth was too suspicious. Chapter 2488. Buzz. Lin Xian raised his hand, and countless sword lights formed a sword curtain that completely enveloped the youth. The youth frantically slapped the sword curtain and was sent flying. His body turned into white mist, and he wanted to pass through. But this time, he was unable to do so. Instead, when the white mist touched the sword light, it made a sizzling sound. Ah! The youth screamed and once again condensed into a human form and rolled on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 rays of light. Lin Xian and No Flower came to the side of the sword curtain and frowned as they looked at the linen-clothed youth who was rolling on the ground. They said coldly, "Who are you? Damn it, who are you? Why did you come to our homeland?" The linen-clothed youth roared crazily on the ground. Obviously, he was very angry. "Foreigners, get out of our homeland." Foreigners? Hearing this, the two of them frowned. Lin Xian asked coldly, "So, you should have seen other foreigners. Where are they? You foreigners are not good people." The linen-clothed youth gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the ground in the distance trembled, and more than a dozen figures ran like apes. They jumped high, crossed a few hundred meters of mountain peak, and then landed on the ground. Their figures were very nimble, and it made people suspect that these people had a special body transformation technique. However, their bodies could turn into white mist. What kind of supernatural power was that? Bloodline power? Or some other means? They didn't know yet. In an instant, the dozen or so black dots in the distance came close. It turned out that it was also these people. They were dressed in linen clothes, and it seemed that they were the same race as the linen-clothed youth. "Stop! Don't hurt our people!" A middle-aged man roared crazily. They were very fast and arrived near Lin Xian and No Flower in an instant. Lin Xian and No Flower did not make a move. They looked up ahead. In front of them, these people were dressed in linen clothes. Their eyes were dignified, and there was a hint of fear on their faces. Between their eyebrows, there were a few strange marks that looked like clouds. However, some of them had one cloud while others had two. Lin Xian looked and saw that the tallest one had 5 auspicious clouds. This was an old man with a head full of white hair and a hunched back. However, he didn't look weak at all. When he jumped the highest, which was 500 to 600 meters. As for the middle-aged man who spoke, there were 4 auspicious clouds between his eyebrows. Please don't do anything. Please don't hurt us. The middle-aged man stepped forward and said hurriedly, Amit Ba, this penniless monk will not hurt people for no reason. No Flower said indifferently. Lin Xian also looked at them and asked in a deep voice, Who are you people? Where is this place? How was it related to the ancient tomb? This is where we live. We are the White Cloud Clan. As for the ancient tomb you mentioned, we don't know about it and have never heard of it. The middle-aged man hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Lin Xian and No Flower frowned. The other party had only given them one answer out of the 3 questions. The White Cloud Clan. What kind of race is this? They had never heard of it before? Lin Xian looked at No Flower. No Flower also shook his head. However, it seemed that the middle-aged man was telling the truth. The fact that the other party's body was able to transform into white clouds and condense them at the same time meant that he possessed a unique bloodline power. However, Lin Xian and No Flower weren't satisfied with how the middle-aged man described the world when he said home. Your home should have a name, right? Lin Xian frowned and asked. There was a flash of sword light in his eyes. Feeling the sharp aura, the White Cloud Clan people took a few steps back. Fear appeared in their eyes. The middle-aged man said again, We have lived here for generations. We named this place the White Cloud World. As for what you call it outside, how would we know? We are here to protect this world. You outsiders must have obtained some treasure map and are here to search for treasures, right? Humph. The White Cloud Clan has been here for tens of thousands of years, but we haven't found any treasures. You outsiders, however, came one after another. Treasure? Treasure map? Lin Xian frowned. No Flower's eyes flickered. In that case, what you are guarding is a treasure. It's just a legend. If you want to believe it, we can't do anything about it. We'll take you there now. Okay, lead the way. Lin Xian and No Flower were bold and skilled. They were not afraid. They also wanted to see what the legendary treasure was. What was going on with these White Cloud Clan people? Lin Xian waved his hand. The sword light that filled the sky disappeared. The trapped young man in linen clothes was released. He ran to his clansmen with a pale face. The other clansmen waved their hands and asked him to follow closely. As they spoke, they ran quickly over the mountains and rivers. They were very fast, but they were nothing in front of Lin Xian and No Flower. Lin Xian and No Flower flew in the sky and followed behind these people. After flying for about an hour, a village suddenly appeared in front of them. Most of them were built in the mountains. They were all tree houses and wooden houses made of bamboo. They were very simple. There were some fields around the village, and some herbs were planted. Figures flashed in the village. They should be the other White Cloud Clan people. The entire village was spread across several mountains. There was one in front. The middle-aged man turned around and pointed to the first mountain. Lin Xian nodded and flew over. Uncle Chi, you're back. Seeing the middle-aged man and the others return, the other people in the village came out to welcome them. They furrowed their brows when they saw Lin Xian and the other man following behind them. What's going on? Why are there more outsiders? Damn it, how long has it been? 3 groups of outsiders came? Hearing this, Lin Xian and No Flower raised their eyebrows. 3 groups of outsiders? That meant that there were already 2 groups of outsiders before them. They should be the people from 9 Heavens, Holy Ground, and Demon Imperial Palace. They wondered who arrived first. Where were those people? When did they get here? Lin Xian asked. We are their companions and we came here together. Those people are at the other two mountains. Humph, if you didn't tell us, we wouldn't have gathered all of you together. We'll let all of you search for that illusory treasure together. An 8 or 9-year-old child said angrily. On the other two mountains, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw other people on the other two mountains. Nine Heavens Holy Ground, Yin Sect, Demon Imperial Palace, and Illusion Destroyer Palace were all gathered together. It seemed that these guys had joined forces. But that was good too. It would save them some trouble. With them together, Lin Xian could continue to trick them. After all, he and No Flower were enough to fight against those people. Ere Zhu, Xiao Shanzi go to the other two mountains and invite those people over. The middle-aged man said. Hearing this, the two 8 or 9-year-old children quickly left. They jumped more than 10 meters. They ran very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2489. Seeing this, No Flower asked, You know any special skills? No. The middle-aged man shook his head. The youths in the village snorted. If we know any special skills, why would we be afraid of you? They looked at Lin Xian and No Flower with hostility in their eyes. Of course, there was more fear in their eyes. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We just want to see what this treasure is. No Flower chanted Ba. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He slowly spread out his soul and looked around. He didn't find anything suspicious. However, he found that most of the people in the White Cloud clan had 1 or 2 white clouds on their eyebrows. Only a few had more than 3. Lin Xian had only seen 5 on the old man. What did these white clouds represent? Could it be that the more white clouds there were, the stronger they were, the higher they jumped, or was it related to age? Lin Xian still couldn't figure it out. The White Cloud clan was full of mysteries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was guessing and calculating, dozens of figures flew out from the mountain peak in the distance. There were also many people jumping below. Soon, they arrived at the mountain peak. These people were from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground, the Yin Sect, and the Fey Lord Palace. They saw Lin Xian and No Flower in the air, and their faces darkened. After landing, Zhu Xiao Seiko snorted. This guy just won't leave. The Yin Sect and the 9 Heavens Holy Ground seemed to have joined forces. They looked at Lin Xian with hostility. After all, Lin Xian had killed a genius from the Yin Sect. The Fey Lord Palace also came, but they were obviously independent and didn't interact with anyone. They stood alone at the side. Other than that, there were also people from the Illusion Palace and the Nangong family. In short, most of them found the White Cloud clan and came here. After a day or 2, these people gathered again. As for the people from the White Cloud clan, they all retreated to create some distance between them. Many young people and children even hid in their houses, only revealing their eyes. They looked at Lin Xian and the other outsiders with fear in their eyes. Now that everyone is here, you can bring us to see your hidden treasure, right? The people from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground said coldly. The eyes of those from the Yin Sect, the Illusion Palace, and the Monster Emperor Palace also lit up with passion. Lin Xian and No Flower also looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded. All right, follow me. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed and prepared to move. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from afar. No, Uncle Chi, you can't take them to that place. This voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding in all directions. Hearing those words, the middle-aged man frowned. The people from the White Cloud clan were also confused. Lin Xian and No Flower, as well as Zhu Xiao Seiko, and the others, all looked up In the distance, a figure that was like a divine red jumped between the mountain peaks. In a few flashes, he arrived near them. Jingyun! It's Jingyun! Big brother Jingyun! Many people from the White Cloud clan exclaimed, especially the young children. They even ran over cheering. The people from the Nine Heavens holy ground and the Yin Yang sect frowned. What's going on? Why is someone stopping us? Their expressions were unfriendly. Sensing the change in their cold gazes, the middle-aged man from the White Cloud clan's expression changed. He quickly said, Jingyun, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't mess around. Back off now. Uncle Chi, I'm serious. You can't take these outsiders there. That's not a treasure place. There's no treasure there in the first place. You don't have it? Why are you stopping us from going there? Aren't you guilty? A person from the Yin Yang sect sneered. The young man named Jingyun took a step forward. He looked at the people from the Yin Yang sect with anger in his eyes. Lin Xian was extremely surprised by this scene. This was because the people from the White Cloud clan were looking at them with fear and wariness. However, this young man did not have any of that. There was only anger in his eyes. There was no fear or wariness at all. That was strange. He focused his gaze on the young man's glabella. In the next moment, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. 7 auspicious clouds. That was right. There were 7 auspicious clouds between the young man's glabella. He had 2 more auspicious clouds than the old man who had the most auspicious clouds. 7 auspicious clouds. This young man's strength should be the most valiant. Otherwise, he would not have been so confident. Lin Xian did not say anything. He quietly observed. The young man in front, who was Jingyun, said coldly, Outsiders, I'm warning you. There's no treasure place at all. That place is the burial place of countless ancestors of the White Cloud clan. It's the most sacred place. Outsiders like you don't have the right to enter. Don't be presumptuous, Jingyun. Seeing that the young man dared to speak to the outsiders in such a manner, the expressions of the middle-aged man and the elders also changed. They hurriedly reprimanded him. However, Jingyun said, Uncle Chi, you don't have to care about this. As long as I'm here, I won't allow them to enter. You won't allow us to enter? Who do you think you are? How dare you block our way? The people from the Yin Yang sect sneered. The people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground also stood out. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The people from the Demon King Palace snorted, If you continue talking nonsense, not only will we kill you, but we'll also destroy the White Cloud clan. These people from the Demon King Palace had a monstrous demonic aura. They were extremely terrifying. Hearing this, the people from the White Cloud clan were so scared that their faces turned pale. They kept retreating. No, don't do it. Everyone, please don't do it. The middle-aged man and the elders around him hurriedly tried to persuade them. We'll definitely bring you there. Please don't do anything to the White Cloud clan. Jingyun, back off. Are you trying to rebel? I've said it before. As long as I'm here, I won't let them pass. Unless they step over my dead body. You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. A cultivator from the Nine Heavens sacred ground sneered. He stood out. Previously, they had already investigated these people. Apart from their strong physiques, these people did not have any other martial skills. Although their physiques were extremely strong in the eyes of outsiders in front of them, they could not withstand a single blow. You're courting death. Die. The disciple from the Nine Heavens sacred ground struck out with his palm, shattering the void. His terrifying palm grabbed forward. Oh no, please stop. The middle-aged man and the elders screamed crazily. However, they could not stop it. Just this terrifying storm alone was enough to make them retreat continuously. Sigh. No flower sighed. With a wave of his hand, golden light and runes appeared in the sky, enveloping the surrounding village and protecting the children, young men, and women. It prevented them from being affected by the energy. Chapter 2490. Jingyan roared, not dodging at all. He threw out a punch as well. Lin Xian could clearly sense that the 7 auspicious clouds on the other party's forehead were emitting a brilliant light. Boom! A deep sound was heard, and the sky cracked. Several large cracks appeared and spread in all directions. A violent force swept across the area. Fortunately, the village was covered by the Buddha's light, which prevented it from being destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. After the attack, Jingyun took a step back, while the martial artist from 9 Heaven's holy ground took 3 steps back. His arm was numb. How could this be? At this moment, the people from 9 Heaven's holy ground and Yin-Yang sect were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Even the people from the White Cloud tribe were shocked. Jingyun, stop! The middle-aged man and the few elders were still trying to persuade him. However, they had already fought. How could they stop now? Even if they wanted to stop now, the people from 9 Heaven's holy ground would not let it go. As expected, the martial artist from 9 Heaven's holy ground gritted his teeth. Damn it! How dare you resist? You're courting death. He was furious. He could not take down a person who did not have any special skills, and he was even forced to retreat. This made him feel ashamed. At this moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He swore that he would kill this young man. You despicable outsider, do you think I'm afraid of you? Jingyan roared. He stomped his feet, and cracks appeared in the void around him. This guy is so powerful. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. Look at the 7 auspicious clouds between his eyebrows. Could that be the source of his power? Many people were discussing. Hearing this, the martial artist from 9 Heaven's holy ground's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a ray of sword light shot towards Jingyun's eyebrows. Boom! Jingyun roared, and the 7 auspicious clouds on his body shone brightly. He waved his fist and fought against the sword light. Cracks appeared in the void one after another, and the surrounding people were shocked. The disciple from 9 Heaven's holy ground was also powerful. He seemed to be a genius martial artist, and he held the killing sword in his hand. The two of them exchanged 30 moves. Seizing an opportunity, he instantly appeared behind Jingyun. The terrifying sword Qi slashed towards Jingyun. If this sword could hit its target, it would definitely be able to slice a person in half. And from the looks of it, Jingyun definitely wouldn't be able to dodge it. Sure enough, the sword hit. Seeing this, the people of the 9 Heavens holy ground smiled. The Yin-Yang sect and Illusion Destroyer Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze as they screamed. Impossible! How could this be? The disciple of the 9 Heavens holy ground who had attacked Lin Fan was equally stunned. That was because he discovered that his sword had indeed hit its mark. However, the other party's waist suddenly turned into white mist. It was as if he had turned into air. Therefore, his sword strike only hit some of the mist. Damn it! How did this happen? The cultivator was dumbfounded, unable to believe what he had just heard. At this moment, Jingyun turned his head, and a terrifying fist landed on his opponent's body. With a loud bang, the martial artist from the 9 Heavens holy ground was sent flying. Clang! He crashed into the surrounding Buddhist light and fell to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Defeated! How could this be? Everyone was stunned. The faces of the people from the 9 Heavens holy ground were extremely ugly. Lin Xian and No Flower also frowned. This guy is so strange. Sure enough, he could transform into a cloud like the other members of the White Cloud tribe. Moreover, it was a partial transformation. This Jingyun was very strong. Looking at his strength, it seemed that he was stronger than the average mighty. They had thought that there were no experts in the White Cloud tribe. Who would have thought that such a powerful young man would appear? It seemed that the White Cloud tribe was indeed strange. Lin Xian and No Flower whispered to each other. The others were also shocked. At this moment, all the martial artists and experts stared at each other with eyes as sharp as lightning. Lin Fan's strength was beyond their expectations. I've said it before. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my dead body. Otherwise, you'd better scram. Jingyun shouted coldly. Hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. The saint of the ninth firmament snorted coldly. He didn't know what was good for him. He took a step forward, and a vast amount of energy gushed out. Countless cracks appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. Jingyun's expression was extremely solemn. This was because he felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. It was as if it wanted to tear him into pieces. He was extremely shocked. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. Just one step was enough to create such a terrifying aura. Jingyun did not dare to be careless. He shouted angrily, and his body turned into white mist to avoid the force. On the other side, his body reformed. Kill! With a roar, Jingyun charged towards Lin Fan again. He waved his fist, and it was as if a mountain was descending from the sky. The entire mountain was trembling. However, Jiu Xiao Seiko was extremely strong. He dodged it with flickering light passing shadow. At the same time, a palace appeared above his head and descended from the sky. In an instant, it enveloped Jingyun. The immortal palace shone brilliantly and shone with tens of thousands of rays of light, sealing the entire void. Jingyun's body was also frozen. Bang! Jingyun shouted angrily and turned into a white cloud again, trying to escape. However, this time he did not succeed. The area enveloped by the immortal palace completely sealed the void, making it impossible for Jingyun to escape. Seeing that the immortal palace was descending, Jingyun had nowhere to hide. Seeing this, the middle-aged man and the elders hurriedly shouted, "Please stop! Please don't kill him! We'll take you there!" Humph! Jiu Xiao Seiko snorted coldly. The immortal palace stopped in midair. The white mist below condensed and transformed into Jingyun's face again. At this moment, his face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Jingyun, hurry up and apologize, admit your mistake, and retreat. Otherwise, you'll die. The middle-aged man roared angrily. The young children in the house were also nervous. Big brother Jingyun, come back quickly. I've said it before. If you want to go there, you'll have to defeat me. Haven't you lost yet? Jiu Xiao Seiko sneered. He stood with his hands behind his back and did not make a move at all. The immortal palace had only descended, and the other party was already unable to resist. How dare someone like that boast in front of me? What a joke! You can try whether you've lost or not. Do you really think that your immortal palace can kill me? Jingyun said coldly. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with his thumb and smeared it between his eyebrows. Buzz. The 7 auspicious clouds were shrouded in blood. An endless blood light emitted from them. Whoosh! 7 blood-colored auspicious clouds appeared around him and shrouded him. 7 evil's blood clouds. You've cultivated something like that. The middle-aged man was shocked. The elders also exclaimed in shock. Their faces were filled with fear. Chapter 2491. Ha! Jingyun didn't care. At this moment, he roared furiously and split open the sky with his palms, forcibly lifting up the falling immortal palace. He became stronger again. This scene shocked everyone. Even the big black bull of the Fey Imperial Palace frowned. Lin Xian and No Flower's eyes flickered. Interesting. This should be some kind of bloodline ability. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Jiuxiao Seiko's face darkened. You don't know what's good for you. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful I am. He was angry. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. Whoosh! A stream of light cut through the void like a comet and flew forward. The void shattered in an instant, and countless black holes appeared around him. This attack was aimed at Jingyun's forehead. Jingyun naturally wouldn't sit still. The 7 blood clouds around him spun rapidly, emitting endless blood light and forming a light screen. Clang, 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 clang. The blood light screen shook like waves. The first layer of light was shattered, and then the second. However, the third layer of light was able to block this shocking attack. Jiuxiao Seiko was stunned by this scene, but the murderous intent in his eyes became sharper. 9 Heaven's Palm. At this moment, the Saint of the 9 Firmaments finally used a great superpower. In the sky, 9 huge divine palms descended from the sky like the palms of a giant. Heaven and earth collapsed. The palm descended and enveloped Jingyun. The blood-red clouds around Jingyun started to spin again. The 6th palm of the 9 Heavens palm had already shattered 7 blood clouds. The 7th palm directly enveloped Jingyun. This palm was about to turn him into a blood mist. Jingyun's face was pale. He didn't expect his opponent's palm technique to be so powerful. The White Cloud tribe exclaimed in shock. At this critical moment, Lin Xian made his move. He flicked his finger, and a sword wave flew out. Buzz! The sword wave hit the 7th palm, causing it to stop in the sky. Using this opportunity, Jingyun's body swayed and retreated. Damn it, who is it? How dare you stop our saint? The people of 9 Heavens' sacred ground roared in anger. Jiuxiao Seiko turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. What do you mean by this? He's already lost. There's no need to kill him. He should bring us there. Lin Xian said indifferently. There was another reason why he saved the young man. He was afraid that the White Cloud clan would react violently if the young man was killed. If that happened, they would be at a disadvantage. Since when do you have the right to tell me what I do? The 9 Firmament Saint looked displeased. Lin Xian laughed coldly. Is that so? Your memory is really bad. Just a few days ago, I was still commanding you to head east and west. At that time, didn't you also obediently listen to me? Now, why are you pretending in front of me? Jiuxiao Seiko was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. A few days ago, he was ordered around by Lin Xiansei to break the 8 trigrams formation. But at that time, he could only endure it for the sake of the treasure. He did not expect Lin Xiansei to bring up the past. He was so angry that his teeth itched. He even wanted to attack Lin Xian. But at this time, Jingyun sighed. All right, you win. You can go to the treasure. Hearing this, the people started to discuss. Jiuxiao Seiko stopped and did not attack. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Very well, lead the way then. Everyone, please follow me. The middle-aged man sighed. He and the other elders led the way. Jingyun followed them. The group left the mountain and headed into the distance. After crossing 7 or 8 mountains, they finally arrived at a valley. The valley was quiet and lush with vegetation. However, there were no animals, let alone demon beasts or humans. At this moment, in the south of the valley, there was an altar. Although it was old, it was very clean. The people of the White Cloud tribe must have come here often to clean. Is this the treasure? The people of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground asked. The people of the Yin sect looked around. At this moment, everyone started to search the valley, but they did not find anything. Everyone, follow me. The middle-aged man did not say anything. He just led the way. Soon, they arrived at the front of the altar. Lin Xian and the others took a closer look and realized that the altar was very ancient. There were mysterious runes on it that looked like fog and clouds. They were very lively. The middle-aged man and the others knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the altar. When they kowtowed 8 times, the altar shone brightly. The clouds on it seemed to have come to life and moved around. Behind the altar, there was a rumbling sound. Inside was the place where the treasures were hidden. Looking at the door that was slowly opening, the middle-aged man and the others stood up and pointed to the front. Lin Xian, No Flower, Jiu Xiao Seiko, and the others narrowed their eyes. They looked ahead. They did not enter. Instead, they probed with their souls. However, there seemed to be a mysterious power behind the door that prevented their souls from entering. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, but he could only see a few meters ahead. It was dark and ancient inside. He could not see any danger for now. We're not familiar with this place. You guys lead the way. Jiu Xiao Seiko said coldly. He was also afraid that the other party would play tricks, so he wanted the middle-aged man and the others to lead the way. If there was danger, they could capture the other party. All right. The middle-aged man did not refuse. Lin Xian, Jiu Xiao Seiko, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It did not seem like a trap. At this moment, Jingyun said, Uncle Qi, let me go. You? Many people looked at Jingyun and frowned. This guy had tried to stop them and even attacked them. Why was he so kind now? They were still worried. You can't do it. You have to give in to the middle-aged man and these old men. I'll go in with Jingyun. The elders are too old to move around. The middle-aged man sighed. All right. Ooh. Hearing this, Jiu Xiao Seiko and the others nodded. Lin Xian and No Flower also did not refuse. Then the middle-aged man and Jingyun took the lead and walked toward the door. After the two of them entered, Jiu Xiao Seiko and the others moved. Lin Xian and No Flower also glowed as they followed in. When they were more than 10 meters in, the door behind them made a rumbling sound and quickly closed. The faint light disappeared in an instant, and the passage became dark. However, this was not a problem for Lin Xian and the others. Their bodies glowed brightly, and the passage was illuminated. Everyone, please follow me. The middle-aged man led the way, and so did Jingyun. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.